My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and he won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
He got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound.
We are that summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night, with the smell of sweet magnolias. Back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. On the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana grass blue. We're the world's best honky-tonk, breaking in a pair of boots. We're a sweet Carolina, if there's nowhere else to go. With a country music song playing on your radio. From the riverbanks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains, Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the green. This country's you and me. This country's you and me.
Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. 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 We were forged in fire. We were born in. We were born in. We were born in. Born in blood. We were born in blood. 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 We were born in blood. Forged in fire. We were born in blood. In blood.
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. While cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game, you clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret. 'Cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess.
of this hot mess. Out of this hot mess. Now tell me, how you gonna get out of this hot mess? Tell me, it's getting a little hot in here. No, you can't get away. I see your tear at the seams. They're starting to fray. Now tell me how you gonna get. How you gonna get out of this hot mess? You ain't gonna get out of this hot mess.
This is the hour, coming face to face to decide the fate I choose. This is the moment, standing in between. It's not as it seems for me. This is the moment I find the answer. Be the third, hear it in my soul, redefine what I thought was hear it in my soul, be the dawn, hear the thunder, it's up to me.
Cutting through the dirt by the old barn, dreaming of you with your dukes on. Been a long, hard week, got my head spinning round and round. 5:15 on a Friday night, it's time to set it off like dynamite. So tell all your friends that we'll be going till dawn. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer roads to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. Come on, get your hands up, get 'em up high. I wanna see your red solo cup sky. Tell everybody that we're going till dawn. When I hear that song, I think of my baby. That summer was crazy all night long. You can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. Hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks, hit the 95. Summer roads till the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. 'Cause this is where we belong. Woo! That's right. 'Cause this is where we belong.
Try to resist, but the pull is too strong. 'Cause living all my days without you, well, it just feels so wrong. Try to move on, but I just keep getting stuck. 'Cause you're on my mind all night, boy, till the sun comes up. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away for every single kiss. But I can't help but love you. I can't help, baby, I can't help but love you. I can't help, I can't help but love you. Oh, I try to hide this feeling from myself, but I'm in love
say we gotta talk now, but I have no strength to fight. Guess this is getting old now. You said what you wanted, you got it every time. I'd always ask for more. You know the words that make me feel fine. And something feels so good when I'm with you. Do you think that we can move into each other's space now, without a change in mood, without us playing games now? It's you that I've wanted, you make my heart smile. My eyes are begging for more. The way that you move got me feeling wild. 'Cause something feels so good when I'm with you. When I'm with you. So good, so good. You take my hand, my head spins around. You're in my bed, so baby, let's get high. So good, so good, so good. So good, so good. 'Cause something feels so good when I'm with you.
You pick me up, you slow me down. You show me things I didn't know about. You make it right, can't do no wrong. I close my eyes, it's like you're dancing with the lights on. Let's take a ride, late in the night. Forget a trouble, baby, we don't have to fight. That's all I want then, that's all I need. And there's no question, nothing's coming in between. Our love doesn't come around too much, and that's the only reason that I keep believing. It's something we can really touch. Nothing gonna break us long as we are breathing. Your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. You got the vibe, you pass the test. Nobody better, yeah, 'cause you're the best. You think I'm crazy, moving too fast. We all got baggage, so let's leave it in the past. Let's take a chance, let's roll the dice. You never know, well, maybe this could change your life. And even if it don't work out, at least we try, baby, ain't that what life's about, yeah. We could waste our whole life wondering if all of this is really worth it. is your love, you're beautiful. Just know that you are enough. Whoever you truly are, show 'em all that you're gonna shine like a star. Cause it's time to step in your light. Yeah, you're gonna thrive, you're who you're meant to be. Yeah, we gonna celebrate you. Got greatness in your nature, bravery is all that I see. Whenever it feels too much, carry on. You ain't gotta do it alone. You can hold your head up, yeah, be strong. Cause hope will never be gone. As your power only grows from your head down to your toes, you are fabulous. You deserve the kindest touch, there's no limit to your love, to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, you're incredible. Oh, 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 oh. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you. You're living the life you love. Don't need to change it for anyone. Let yourself fly free, get what you need, cause you're number one. Yeah, you're an inspiration, exceed all expectation. Oh, you got this now. Doesn't matter if they judge, there's no limit to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, you're incredible. Oh, 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 oh. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you.
summer have to end? A beach blonde girl from Albuquerque, toes in the sand, watching the surfing boys go by. Why, oh, why does summer have to end? Got my suntan, got my music playing. Life is so good, and I'm just saying, why, oh, why does summer have to end? My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me.
summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night, with the smell of sweet magnolias. Back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the green. This country's you and me. We are the Texas skyline, Kentucky grass blue. We're the world's best honky-tonk, breaking in a pair of boots. We're a sweet Carolina, if there's nowhere else to go. With a country music song playing on your radio. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the green. This country's you and me. This country's you and me.
Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. 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 We were forced in fire. We were born in. We were born in. We were born in. Born in blood. We were born in blood. 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 In blood. Force and we were born in blood. In blood. Force and
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. While cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game, you clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna a trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you, but I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret, 'cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. We fell for your false tales. You had us in your clutch, but it's all unraveling. Did you see just a tad too much? You leave the songs unsung, 'cause the tune, it went too low. You throw your conscience aside. But it left long ago. Now tell me.
因为我也是第一次在 LPL 进季后赛嘛，所以我觉得走一轮是一轮嘛，然后每一把都会进步一点。
就是季后赛输了的话，就相当于被别人送回家了嘛。然后就是千万不能让这种事情发生吧。然后很希望送你们回家。
就虽然我们现在状态不是特别好嘛，但我觉得经过可能这几天的调整，然后季后赛我们会发挥得更好。
个人的话，就希望自己状态越来越好吧，然后也希望团队可以打得越来越好，然后可以去赢下季后赛。
我们现在已经跟之前不一样了，我们会从最下面的排名，然后争取杀到最后一轮。我们这一次会打败你们。
就我们自己当时版本理解有点错误吧，然后前4我们一个都没赢，就有点可惜。然后我希望后面能把他们全赢下来。
作为一个职业选手来说，我打职业之前和打职业打到现在的目标都是冠军。
在我看来，我们实力就是不只是30名，我们以前不是常规赛初期的我们了，希望他们谨慎一点。
我觉得 BO3 的话运气比较偏多一点吧，然后在 BO5 里面纯看硬实力。季后赛我只有一个目标，就是冠军。
就是我想对季后赛遇到我们的对手说，就是遇到我们，你们可能要提前回家了。
Welcome, one and all, to the LPL 2023 Summer Playoffs. I am Just Oshin. I am joined by a high-flying, jet-setting Jamada who's just come back from Berlin to get himself right into this one. And my lord, it's good to have you on the cast, my friend.
Oh, I'm in a little bit of sleep there. A little bit. But I'm here, I'm excited, and I am so looking forward to LNG versus Weibo. If it doesn't deliver like how yesterday delivered, I will genuinely be surprised.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yesterday had all the highs and lows you could probably want from a series, but obviously, coming into today as well, we are locking in our final top 4. We are locking in someone to that double elimination to try and contest with BLG and JDG. But of course, we got to talk about yesterday just a little bit and just kind of refresh ourselves about how it all went down, because it was back and forth, Jamada.
Yeah, back and forth to say the least, right? And I feel like a lot of us were just kind of anticipating Top Esports to, I don't want to say humble EDG, right? But it felt like EDG had still maintained a lot of their weaknesses that we were kind of concerned about moving into playoffs, right? The first sort of 20, 25 minutes of their game, kind of inconsistent to sometimes okay at best, and then the late game was where they really came online. And I feel like this series definitely illustrated that a lot, right? If Top Esports pulled ahead in the early stages, it felt like the game was relatively easy for Top Esports to navigate unless they didn't close out around the 30-minute mark, at which point it just felt like EDG were activated. They're an entirely different team.
That's the thing. I think a big shout out to Ala, which was having such an incredible top lane gap against the Wayward. Really kind of put himself, a great highlight of it here, kind of utilizing his health bar like the resource that he was always able to do it. But it did feel like the longer this series went on, it was going to come down to the 5v5s. It was started off with a little bit more like, oh, who could get the early advantage, who could maybe make something work in those early stages. But then slowly but surely, teams started just to kind of devolve almost into saying, all right, let's scale, let's get ourselves into 5v5s, and let's try and win it from that.
Yeah, right. It was a very interesting series to watch in terms of development priority, right? Especially around the Jace and around the Azir for both, I beg your pardon, Top Esports and EDG, right? And it's kind of weird because I feel like those two picks alone dictated so much of that 5v5 that you're talking about, right? That kind of, okay, do we try and draft front to back? Do we try and draft like this kind of poke comp, but then if they dive us, then we kind of turn and kill them? It was very, very interesting to watch how each individual draft game to game really did develop, just kind of based on those premises alone. We were really anticipating it would be a lot about Jackie Love and Uzi, and whilst they definitely had their moments, it felt like it was really the Fofo and the Rookie show on both ends whenever these teams are finding success against each other.
And that's what I wanted to bring up just there, was that Rookie really came out in this series. Like, I know it's Rookie, I know he's still one of the best players to ever grace the game, but it did feel like it was all about how he was able to kind of control that mid lane, make plays around the map. You know, the Jace became such an incredibly powerful pick between these two mid laners that it had to be, the LeBlanc had to be perma-banned and the Jace became open. There was so many, what I love to call mini metas that came off with. But of course, there is your confirmation. It's not all doom and gloom though for you EDG fans. We will be seeing them later on in our playoff/regionals, as they will have a second chance at Worlds, or maybe even a third one, depending on how that one goes in the regional finals.
Yeah, exactly right. It's not the end of the world just yet for that Uzi to Worlds in 2023 dream. It can still happen. And off the back of that series, it will be Top Esports taking on BLG in the first portion of our, sort of double elimination bracket. Very excited, looking forward towards that matchup, but of course, now we're looking forward to today to finalize that top four.
Yeah, we got to finalize the top four, and of course, we got to have a quick look at one of our first appearing teams. It is going to be LNG with MVP of the regular season, Scout, in that mid lane. And this is a team that has kind of, honestly, like, met expectations. I feel like this is a team that we kind of put in at that top four in the regular split, never looking too exceptional, never looking like they would ever lose to teams below them. And it does feel like this is the time now to see if LNG truly deserve to kind of, put their mark on maybe getting a top three, maybe even a top two finish towards the end of the split.
Yeah, right. I feel like, there was a lot of promise around LNG from spring in the regular season, and I'll always reference that because I feel like that was so far the highest ceiling that they've showed us as a team, right? Playoffs rolled around, there was clearly some issues going on, they got knocked out immediately, and then throughout summer, they've not, in this weird way, despite being the third seed, they've not really impressed as much as, to me, they did in spring with a lot of their very much what I'll call thinking man's League of Legends. It's been a little bit scrappier, and it's been a lot more undisciplined comparatively to that split. Even though they've had the addition of Gala, which has definitely bolstered up their ability to play team fights, I am wondering how they're going to handle what can be a Weibo side who I feel like is kind of on the same coin, right? It's just on the opposite end. Yeah. They'll be inconsistent as hell. They've never really been a thinking man's League of Legends team. They're a lot more about the mechanics, despite what the, pre-roster expectations probably would have been, which was pretty much actually, when you had originally, of course, Kasa and Xiaohu on the lineup, a lot more about just playing side lanes and a lot more technical play. Hasn't really been the case, but for Weibo, still making it to this point, still feel relatively confident in their ability to, contest LNG happily.
Yeah, and I think the big thing there is, like, for Weibo, they are finding a little bit more kind of, sense with it. I was just about to say this. My key matchup, and obviously the key player for the Chinese side as well, is going to be mid lane. Not because it's just Scout and Xiaohu. Originally, EDG versus RNG, kind of the head-to-head rivalry between these two guys. But Xiaohu refused to let the Shy throw that last series. Xiaohu refused to let the Shy have an early holiday because he was just on God mode. And you can say whatever you want about how NIP allowed like 3 or 4 of the exact same flank on the Azir. That's fine. But Xiaohu is the core of how this team is able to actually work and how they are able to make plays in those mid to late games.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Look, I'm just going to say it right now before we get into things. I'm here today pretty much to, I wouldn't say hate watch, and hate watch is a very strong word.
This is a hate stream, man. I'm not.
This is
going to
turn into a hate stream at some point. I had some words with Cager on the weekend. He was really adamant about defending the Shy. So I'm going to be a little bit extra critical today because, you know, I feel like you were saying, Xiaohu really did, you know, carry through a lot of the wins of Weibo. We'll see how that matchup goes. Like you say, a very historical one as we head over to the arena.
欢迎来到2023年英雄联盟职业联赛夏季赛季后赛。首先，让我们欢迎苏州 LNG Esports。上单紫卡，打野 Tarzan， 中单 Scott， 下路 Gala。辅助航，主教练 Poppy， 接下来让我们欢迎 Weibo Gaming for OD。上单的 Shy， 打野微微，中单小虎，下路 Light。辅助 Crisp， 主教练 Danny， 召唤师 LPL 夏季赛季后赛第6日，苏州 LNG 对战 WBG 一期奥迪即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Great to see the players and the teams kind of come into this one here. And obviously, a lot of pressure coming in to try and make sure you get into that double elimination. And I will say for LNG, it's weird. It's a strange one for us as well because they are that team that, you know, we expect to come in. I would put them in as favorites. But round 3, man, it's just not that given. We've seen round 3 people, you know, top 4 just not make it to the double elim before in the past, like quite frequently.
Yeah, right. It is kind of at times almost it feels like a curse. Some of the teams that are coming in from earlier rounds have that, you know, little bit of momentum going on for them. And I mean, hey, we almost saw it for EDG yesterday, right? Almost taking down Top Esports rather. Of course, Top Esports managed to turn things around by the time Game 5 hit. Could it be the same kind of case, right? For LNG, this is technically kind of a redemption moment for them. Yes, they'll be in regional qualifiers, but you don't want to have the same thing that, you know, very much plagued you in spring reoccur here today in the summer playoffs.
Yeah, and I think the big thing as well when we're looking at this one is that it's the mid lane matchup. But I think the thing is that you're looking at these two teams and kind of saying like, but like, specifically for LNG, like bot lane becomes such a kind of curveball for me because like Gala has been one of the, you know, few AD carries within the LPL who's been totally fine taking things like the Ziggs, has been totally fine kind of having a bit of a backseat and being more of a facilitator. So Scout could be the carry, and Scout's Jace has kind of become, you know, kind of legendary through this split alone just because of the fact that he's been able to do so much with it, and that was before everyone's kind of seen it as a must pick or ban.
Yeah, exactly right. There's going to be a lot of priorities here. There's also probably going to be some unorthodox, perhaps like focus on bans as well, like you mentioned, because Gala is willing to pull out some of those more, you know, AP heavy bot-centric picks. We could see LNG, you know, kind of have a little bit more extra freedom in the draft, and I think that could maybe make Weibo have to kind of think twice about how they look to approach quite a few of these rotations in the early stages, particularly.
I want to see how the early stages kind of like, you know, pan out here for Weibo. And again, look, we meme, we obviously have a good time, and you know, and we have a lot of history, shall we say, with our criticisms of the Shy coming into most series. But I do think there's a lot to be kind of questioned for him because, again, you know, even I think back of, you know, I think I couldn't help but laugh, but when he picked Rumble in that last series, and Hysterics tweeted out saying like, he's 13-2 all time, man's a god, and then you know, just quietly underneath it 13-3 because he went like 0-6. It was just not what you want to be seeing, especially off a pick that is quite literally considered by so many to be so broken. So I need the Shy to step up because I just don't see how you're going to be able to try to win this map or win this series without having that kind of topside presence.
Now, I will do a little bit of Shy defending here. Whilst it was a bad game,
ready. Come on.
The rest of the series wasn't that bad, right? It wasn't that bad. I don't think we should paint it as if, like, you know, he was running it down, going 0-7 every single game. It was just a game where he had a couple of bad deaths, and then he continued to get focused, right? So I feel like the way that we should realistically frame this, if we're being actually, you know, a little bit based, is, hey, you know, the Shy can have bad games. Is it something that LNG are willing to exploit? And will the Shy actually give windows of opportunity to allow himself to be exploited like he did in that previous series against RNG?
Well, we're going to jump straight into picks and bans. This is game number 1 of this series, and something I'm noticing straight away, Ivor and the Jace, these things not being banned out right now. We'll see what the side of Weibo want to try and put in here. And again, the funny thing is as well is that LNG kind of doing something that a lot of teams haven't been doing recently, which isn't completely, you know, kind of free banning out Xiaohu and kind of letting him have something like the Azir, which he's shown to have a lot more practice on.
Yep, and we'll see. And we'll see what's exactly going to be prioritized. It feels like it's just going to be the Jace though immediately, doesn't it? Like, feels, to me, at least the series that I've watched recently, it's just kind of become a B1 pick or ban champion. We'll see whether or not Sejuani gets taken away, whether or not it's going to be Maokai. Those are like the common pairings right now with it. Both enable very different play styles. But for Weibo, what do they want to take away, right? With Sejuani banned away, actually, beg your pardon, that Maokai technically does rise a little bit in priority. And then with the Tristana gone, a couple of AD mid laners not really there in choice, unless Xiaohu wants to pull out that Yone from a few weeks ago, or the Cassante as well for the Shy. It could be a very easy rotation to just ensure that you have a very solid and consistent topside matchup.
And that's the thing as well. Like, I think the thing is that when Weibo been able to give the Shy something that he's been able to absorb pressure with something he's been able to kind of just sit on the side lane and not think about too much about, you know, kind of the pressures and stuff like that. That's when they've looked best. That's when they've been able to kind of, you know, move the pieces around a little bit more, get Xiaohu and Weiwei around the map to kind of create that mid-jungle synergy. And for LNG, they're now going to have to try and figure out what their connection is. I was going to say that Zach got locked in. That is a Tarzan special if they wanted to go for it. But this is what I was talking about before we came into this. Gala has been unafraid to go for things like the Ziggs.
Yeah, all right. I'm down for it. We'll see how Weibo adapt, right? Because Ziggs works obviously both as a poke champion, but he's also great at terrain control, right? Controlling chokes with the minefield, with the satchel. And of course, the biggest point about especially pro Ziggs is if he's able to ever get on top of a tower and your team picks up the Herald early on, you are breaking so much and getting so much gold off of those structures. So Weibo really have to consider what their bottom lane matchup is going to be, right? It's going to have to be something that can really match a lot of this early wave clear, sort of around like level 5 onwards that Ziggs can provide, so that you prevent him as much as possible from hitting on these towers.
And the Azir gets locked in as well. I did mention that obviously Xiaohu has been playing it a lot and has looked fantastic on it, but for me, I mean, you're getting seriously outranged right now with all this poke coming into you right here. Like the Jace accelerated shock blast, the bouncing bombs, the minefields to try and get your Shrima shuffles, or even just a satchel charge if you pop that down in front of you as the Ziggs and kind of just stop the Azir engage. So gonna have to see maybe a little bit more creativity coming out here from the side of Xiaohu if he wants to try and make those engages work.
I think my bigger concern is less that they're actually outranged and a lot more about the fact that they're actually lacking a lot of, you know, immediate hard engage, right? Obviously you've got Maokai, and Maokai has that big slow moving field, but that's the thing, it's slow moving, right? You want something that can immediately kick off a fight. Maokai works as kind of a means to make a fight very awkward to take from the opposite side because of that big field where no longer can you fight unless you want to eat the root. So with the Nautilus and the Rakan out, it makes me wonder if Crisp is going to default to something like a Leona, perhaps later on, but I feel like right now, it's likely going to be an AD carry, or maybe they're just going to hold it for light for now. Even though they know what the Ziggs matchup is, they go towards that Leona, and I feel like this just makes a lot of sense. You want something that is, you know, additionally non-committal, yes, but also can kind of match the range at which picks like the Ziggs and the Jace can be working at.
And that's exactly what you called for as well. You want that initial engage. You know, as you mentioned, the Maokai is great follow-up engage, or possibly even disengage from anyone running in on top of you, but not so great as an initiator tool. So really love to see the Leona kind of comboing up there. You've got a very tanky team now as Weibo as you look to try and make this one work. So you should be able to kind of deal with a lot of the poke here that's coming out, but LNG do lock in that Alistar again. Another little bit of kind of disengaged here. I honestly would love the Zac here. I'm not even going to lie. I don't think it's going to get locked in, but it is, again, a Tarzan special. The Nocturne works as well to an extent, but it's kind of just helping have the Renekton have a dive buddy.
Do I feel like I would want to dive in with Nocturne? Though, honestly, if you're looking for that, I feel like Zac unironically is the better option, but hey, that's just me. Let's see where Light decides to go towards as LNG round out their comp, a lot of poke. You know, turning off the lights with Nocturne and being able to turn and re-engage, and also just turning off the lights for the sake of having perhaps Hung find a different angle. We're gonna get a Zeri game out of Light, so very interesting. We'll see exactly what build path comes out, right? Because it feels at the moment as if the Zeri's most popular build is kind of like this hybrid AP with Shiv build. Sometimes you'll see the AD builds come out and it's not necessarily as powerful as before. So curious about how Weibo are going to operate that pick now that we're on a much different patch to where it was very strong. But I feel like we mentioned for LNG, a lot of poke, a couple of strong avenues for flank angles. But for Weibo, a little more, I suppose, in a way, front to back, right? When you're running Maokai with Azir, you're looking to try and get set up around objectives and ensure that you're trying to deny LNG as much entrance to those rivers and areas where you're trying to control as possible.
And the Zeri, you know, obviously people might meme it, be like, oh, Zeri nerfed to the ground. But, like, the thing is that, like, you're not really going to be able to kill the Ziggs past level 5 or really, honestly, past level 3 once he gets 3 abilities. But it is a champion that we saw already here in the playoffs. It was RNG versus NIP. I believe it was LP who picked it up. Did have a fairly decent time of it. Got to the super late game and was able to do significant damage with it. So curious to see how that kind of, you know, continues forward in this particular game. But you know, it isn't a pick that I don't think, you know, again, I think you mentioned the last time as well, is that Zeri is still, you know, or any AD carry in the meta is still going to do damage when they're at 5-6 items. That's just a fact. So it doesn't matter how strong they are, you know, in the first few levels if you're not really fighting them.
Yeah, exactly right. And I feel like you're going to get half a pass. I'm at most concerned about, you know, things like priority, right? When we get to that sort of level 4 through 7 mark, and I anticipate both Hung and Light will be looking to roam a lot, right? So I feel like you could end up losing a lot of pressure down there because you anticipate that this Ziggs is going to have a lot more priority than the Zeri will in more cases than not. And again, that could just enable a lot more forward-thinking plays from LNG, which Weibo have to continually respond to.
Well, teams are locked and loaded. We are coming into our first game of this best of 5. Remember, it's not all doom and gloom. If you lose, you do have the regional gauntlet to look forward to, but you want to try and get as many points as you can. You want to try and give yourself as many opportunities to get yourself to Worlds. As LNG take to the Rift for the first time in playoffs, and Weibo look to try and continue that momentum after taking down NIP. We'll have to wait and see how both these teams fan out onto the Rift.
Very riled up crowd for game number 1. I'm not sure we caught the LNG gyos, but we certainly heard the Weibo ones. Very passionate.
Very loud, whatever that was.
That was, you know what? Actually, it was the guy that was calling the gyos.
Yeah, I was like, that was so loud, but wait to see how both these teams want to go for. Of course, for LNG, this was kind of, you know, par for the course. They did have a, you know, kind of a pretty decent roster last split, or last year even. Obviously taking Scout from EDG and trying to move forward. Regular season MVP, and has had an exceptional time of it as well. So for them, they're not going to be happy with a top 6 finish here in the playoffs. They're looking for top 4 to maybe put a little bit of a dent into the untouchables, as I like to call them, of JDG and BLG.
Yeah, and, you know, again, right, going back to the spring playoffs, it is kind of, you know, a moment here for redemption for LNG, right? They were actually in the exact same side of the bracket in this top 4, you know, from regular season finish, and they got knocked out 3-1. They would not like to see a repeat here in summer, especially when, like you mentioned, an opportunity to make it to double bracket elimination, but also maybe if you can reach up towards, in this case it'll be JDG for them, give yourself the opportunity to do that. But even again, you know, ramifications, things like championship points, getting seeded even higher in the regional qualifiers. It's all going to be very important because the teams from, you know, this 3rd through 6th mark are incredibly close.
That's the great way to put it as well, because it does feel like we haven't really gotten to a point where it's been a guaranteed, you know, upset if a team that's, you know, technically higher seed loses. You know, like even with the WE EDG match, it was kind of like, okay, well, even if WE win, I'm not really upset about that, or I'm not surprised as such, or not as surprised. And even now, like you said, with Weibo versus LNG, even EDG versus Top Esports, I think a lot of people will be kind of saying like, well, I'm not that surprised if Top Esports lose, or if now today LNG lose. However, when we go into BLG and JDG, that's when I want to see what these teams are made of, because there's still a couple of question marks about whether or not anyone in the LPL is going to be able to contest the likes of BLG and JDG.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be our question until we see it answered, right? Who can, you know, hold a candle to JDG and BLG when they're on their day? Now, I mentioned that perhaps Crisp could have a little bit of freedom given what the bottom side matchup is. He's eyed up potentially this roam towards the mid lane. Do they have the damage for Scout? That's the big question.
Oh, the flash misses, and now Crisp is lost. Oh, he's up a creek without a paddle. Flash, knocked back into the fear. First blood going over to Tarzan. Look, I appreciate the effort, but that is just not what you need to be doing here as Weibo.
I just know Cadrill's jumping up and down in his chair, isn't he? I know he's so upset with that one. But yeah, again, idea, good from Crisp. Execution, not so much, but LNG won't care either way. Tarzan's going to pick up first blood. And of course, we know what Nocturne can do with a little bit of early gold, right? He will very much make a heavy impact if he can pick up that stride breaker earlier on. If he is given cash injections like this, Tarzan's going to pass through the mid lane looking for that double skull, or at the very least a little bit of information as to where Weiwei could perhaps be.
And look, the idea is good, but just again, kind of small little things. It took a little bit too long. You even saw Tarzan actually just kind of up to the top of that play, throwing out a Dustbringer into that brush just to see. You'll see it here on the top left. He throws out a Q just to see if there's somebody like a Maokai in this brush, because they know that Scout's under pressure.
Yeah, exactly right. So LNG were actually kind of just ready for this play, but unfortunately the Zenith blade just flies to Timbuktu and never finds its target. Great flash as well from Scout just to secure Crisp, right? Realistically, I feel like Crisp was always going to die, but at the end of the day, just want to make sure that there is confirmation on that kill. Now, it does open up for Weibo to try and find an answer. With Jace not having flash, Xiao who can find a Shurima shuffle, and of course, Weiwei, if he really has to as well, flash forward with the Twisted Advance. So the opportunities to try and lock down Scout are there. I do wonder about, you know, whether or not they'll have enough damage if it is the case that, you know, Scout is at full health when those plays do kick off.
Good ward there from Zika. Does mean that they know exactly where Weiwei is. So already Tarzan kind of saying, yep, look, there's the pings. I know exactly what's going on. We have full information of everybody on the map for the moment. And this is fine for LNG, you know. They're a very cool, calm, collected team. They like the standardness, if you will, or the status quo of how the game goes, like when it goes like this.
Exactly, right? And for me, I will always kind of refer back to those goalposts of, you know, a team ceiling, and like you say, when they are calm, when they are collected, and they're able to make, you know, educated and informed decisions about where they want to play and what, you know, rotations or focuses they want to have based on what they see on the map. And that's when LNG look the strongest, because it feels like they make those decisions in a snap instant, and they will very much outdo their opponent just based on, you know, tempo, how quickly they are able to come up with ideas to make the enemy team as uncomfortable as possible. And if it's a slow game like this, again, where, you know, you've got double poke champions, right? I'm not going to say Gala's going to go tier, but, you know, back in the day, it would even be a tier on the Ziggs. But looking towards, you know, two-item carries, you're very comfortable to just kind of sit here and wait until those champions hit those points of power. Unless, of course, Weibo hand them some opportunities for plays. Xiaohu, a little bit of pressure here.
A little bit of pressure, holds his flash. Very well done here by Xiaohu. Scout's taking a huge amount of damage. Tarzan gets knocked back. Remember, no flash here onto the Nocturne. Will get rooted down there. Still putting in some decent work here. Bramble smash and into the soldiers of Shurima. Very well done here by Xiaohu and Weiwei to make sure they didn't just blow anything off too early.
Yeah, I was wondering towards the back end whether or not Tarzan was really going to be afforded the opportunity to walk out there, but they just about have enough damage. And with Tarzan going down, and a little bit of first move here from both Crisp and Light again, looks like they will be able to just about secure that dragon. LNG will know it's going on, but again, can't really have an answer with Tarzan coming back out from base from that mid lane plate. Maybe, just maybe, they look for a rotation in, but it feels a bit greedy if you look for a fight after the fact here.
Yeah, I mean, look, Weiwei had Nature's Grasp. You don't have the Paranoia. There's too many if, buts, and maybes that would need to come in there. You have too much of a power point available for the side of Weibo to really kind of contest that. And the funny thing is that when you have something like a Ziggs and you're giving up early dragons, that's when the game starts to get a little bit more funky. That's when the game starts to get a little bit weird, because you should have just perma pushing power in this bot side as the Ziggs. But let's have a look at this one here. And again, just great trigger discipline from Xiaohu.
Yeah, great trigger discipline from Xiaohu, and you know, just being able to knock Scout under. Actually, great sidestep from Tarzan, by the way, to not get knocked under. Even though he's got Spell Shield, it's still, you know, a nice little bit of macro movement. But unfortunately, he's got Weiwei right behind him, able to stick on top, and they just not have enough damage. Another Conquering Sands comes through from Xiaohu, and the chase down is really easy. Remember, no flash from that play earlier on where they did, you know, pick up on Crisp's mistake. Now has that flash back up, and we'll see whether or not Tarzan can put that to use now that he's also got the ultimate available.
Hung just trying to move around here. Doesn't have level 6. This is the thing. We always see this around the Rift Tiles. Spawns at 8 minutes. Unfortunately, for most supports, they have roamed once or twice, so they are not level 6 at this point. And it does become a little bit of a, can you leech off that mid lane to get your Solar Flare, to get your Unbreakable Will? And that's exactly what Crisp is trying to do right now. So see if they're able to make much out of this one here. And again, those big ultimates for something like an Alistar or Leona are incredibly key.
Yeah, it's something, if I recall correctly, it's like Down 1 2020. I have to hold the point. We're really exceptional at doing that. Zeka could be in trouble. He's got Flash.
Yeah, might have to pop the Dominance. We'll really look to not to. The Shy didn't have 3 of the Q, so will not have the knock up to try and make that one work. So Zika just gets out with a slice and dice. Still no level 6s on the supports. As we can see, the bot laners are just having a little bit of a 1v1, and it looks like it's going to be maybe a 4v4 up towards this top side.
Yeah, 4v4 on the top side. If Gala wants to move up and not pressure the tower, he can. Weibo getting forced out, engaged on even.
Yeah, they're going to jump in on Weiwei. He uses the Nature's Grasp. They're all lined up, which means they don't all get stone hung. Now getting a little bit too familiar with the enemy support. And mid laner Xiaohu picks himself up a kill. They will trade support for jungler, but now Tarzan and Scout a little bit in no man's land. They need Zika the Bouncer to escort them out to safety. Xiaohu is still here, has the Emperor's Divide and a flash if he needs it. He's going for it. Does knock Scout right into the waiting arms of the Shy and Chris. The Zenith Blade lands on the Scout, but Zika doing such a great job of keeping everybody from landing those death blows, and it's only a 1-for-1.
Well, I hope we get a replay from start to finish of that play, because I think Scout's E actually stopped the Shy from stunning about 2 people there with the Pathmaker. Really excellent stuff from him on the back end, but it's LNG going really, really deep for Weiwei, and they're not even really able to peel back off and go towards the Herald straight away. Perhaps now they'll look to start out, but there's vision there for Weibo. Realistically, if they want to recontest, I think they can. They've got the resources and the manpower to do so.
No Paranoia, no Nature's Grasp, and again, no Streamer Shuffle, but this time around we do have an Unbreakable Will and a Solar Flare. Crisp and Hung just kind of having a little bit of
round 2.
Testing one down, round 2. Let's fight. As we can see, there's the Mega Inferno Bomb to just bring down everybody's health bars. And this was the problem I said was going to happen when the Zig started becoming more involved with these teams, is that your range discrepancy up against the Azir is just so high.
Yeah, and in that case, that was just like the optimal situation, right? They're already disengaging, and then Ziggs manages to find a 2-man ultimate right in the center. A lot of bomb damage already available to him, and that's only going to get more and more impressive once things like the Leandries come in, Shadow Flame, or even if we get to the point of the Death Cap. So Gala should have a pretty good time of it. Let's take a look at this replay. This is the initial engage right at the start before Hung or Crisp had that level 6, but it's a lot of forcing, right? On top of Weiwei. As soon as the flash comes out, it's, you know, ultimate from Tarzan, flash forward again from Scout, flash again from Tarzan to ensure that, you know, he kind of tries to connect, I think, on the tether from the fear. It doesn't work out. Hung's getting run down the entire time that's happening with that extension. And then I really, man, it's gonna cut off here, but I'm pretty sure that Scout saved everyone. Stopped the Shy from finding a 2-man stun with his W. Otherwise, that fight could have continued on, and he could have potentially even turned it around with an all-out.
Look, not the worst thing in the world. There's only a couple of 100 gold lead available for Weibo, and I'll be honest, it's probably in the Ziggs. Looking at the CS differentials in that bot side, so not the worst place to have yourself in the world. Weibo will still be, you know, kind of looking on the back of the likes of the Shy and Xiaohu, who have picked up their first items. You've got the Crown of the Shattered Queen for Xiaohu's Azir, which means he's going to be able to deal with a lot more of this poke engage that's coming out here from LNG.
Yeah, but it's only going to be one ability, right? And obviously one ability can be very, very important, but considering how easy it could potentially be for his Crown to be taken off, I wonder whether or not it's really the optimal way to go about it here. We'll see. I'm always very skeptical of Crown, unless it really does make sense, right? If it was full dive, it'll be alright. For now, though, Weibo on this dragon, and with that item completion, probably feeling a little bit emboldened if a fight was to kick off, but feels like LNG, again, a little bit too slow to the punch on this dragon take. And Weibo will get another one for 3, and it's gonna be a Mountain Soul and Rift for our dragon this map.
Scout looking like he wants to do a bit of a roam here. Zika's not been having the best of times. I will say that the Renekton almost feels like it is countered by the Cassante, who doesn't have flash, but you're not really going to be killing him at this stage of the game. He's got those magical footwear. And just slightly going backwards when you mentioned about the Crown. I think as well, it's not only, I think it's like the raw stats of it are kind of important to bring up as well, because it is kind of one of the few actual like AP items you can get that gives you HP. As we can see that the Rift Herald's visually bugged just a little bit.
Okay.
It's dead, so we're not going to talk about it. But so like, I was gonna say, like, the Crown does end up kind of, yes, the shield itself does feel like the thing you want to pop, but having that extra 600 health, it can be the difference maker a lot of times.
Yeah, that's true. Health is very important. And this is what I was talking about with the Herald earlier on. When you have things like the Ziggs, right? You really want to try and deny that one away. That tower was at, what, 1.5k-ish? Able to just walk up, satchel it. Just very easily takes it down. It was actually below a plate, but either way, you get the idea, right? He could have done that for almost double that tower's HP. Which is very, very absurd. And Gala will just pick up the rest of that gold, and like we said, will kind of slingshot himself further ahead of Light 1-1. We'll feel very, very good about that.
Now Jamada, it's been an active early game, but not as active. It's only been 4 kills. We've had plenty of fights.
Bloody. All right.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. So where do you want to see the next real contest? 2 dragons for Weibo. I don't imagine LNG are going to want to give up a 3rd.
No, most likely not. So I think now that Gala's in the mid lane, what you're going to likely see is a lot of mid lane priority gained by LNG very consistently. So just slowly push the vision line up, right? You've got Herald also in 2.5 minutes time, a little bit before this Mountain Dragon. I do wonder whether or not they want to, you know, prioritize that again when you have the Ziggs, even though it's no longer tower plates up on offer. It's still very much something where you can break a tower from a much higher HP threshold than perhaps you're often allowed to be. But mid lane priority, just move to side lanes, right? You have Nocturne at the end of the day. As long as you're keeping both Zeka and Scout very much secured in their isolated 1v1s on the side lane, I feel like you're fine. Just have these first move moments like this, force out some of the spells, force out Ultim from Weiwei as well.
Yeah, that
and
feels
just do this on repeat, right? Keep on layering in the pressure to Weibo until something truly does crack wide open.
No ultimate there on Weiwei makes any kind of fight difficult. I will say there is no objective for the next minute or, you know, so not really expected to see much else. So, you know what? I take that back from my criticism of Weiwei. He recognized there was no real kind of objective to fight around, so he didn't really have to need to kind of, you know, could throw it out just to make sure his support didn't die regardless.
Yeah, exactly. So I expect until that Herald spawns up, and to be fair now, it's only a minute away, we'll have a fairly quiet sequence of events. But I feel like LNG really want to start picking up these objectives. And maybe even force Weiwei. How caught out is he?
They're going to go for it. There's the paranoia down the backside of this one here. Weiwei's already TP'd in. Scout was waiting and biding his time, but they've already taken down the Emperor of Shurima. Weiwei next on the chopping block, but they're trying to hold this blast cone. They will get him over the wall. Nicely done there by Chris. You can see him. He was like holding the door like an Indiana Jones. Like, come on, last second. Bang, let's go. Gets himself away from the falling boulder, but still good pick off from LNG. And it's again slow, methodical, very well thought out here from the side of LNG to find these small advantages.
Now, they will give up a little bit here on the bottom side, but it's not really the end of the world. It doesn't look like the Shy is going to get very close to taking down this tower as Zucker is on his way down here to defend. That wasn't, you know, a pick where they find an objective off the back end, right? It's just Xiaohu that they pick up. He did have a shutdown, however, and that's a lot of gold to give over to Renekton, so that's still going to feel all right. And they plus got Weiwei's flash. So now at this next objective, as it spawns up, if their ultimates can come back up in time, they will have a relatively free target to look to focus on. As Shy putting down a little bit of pressure here. Again, trying to just break this tower before the Herald spawns up to give LNG a little bit more to think about in terms of how they're looking to approach that Herald. If at all, really.
Yeah, I was going to say if at all. But even then, for Weibo, they're the one with 2 dragons. They could maybe look towards both of these objectives because I was just about to say another TP coming in.
Okay.
You've lost the flash off Zika, so he's not going to be able to flash engage straight away. They know he's there. They had perfect vision of it. A flash away as Hung tries to engage. There's going to be the Cassandra coming in on top of this one here. There's Nature's Grasp, and it does land on quite a few people. The Solar Flare is good. They just can't make this fight work, and now Weibo can pounce right back onto LNG. The Shy gives up his life, but it is for the betterment of his team because they knew exactly what was going on. And now LNG, they have to scatter. They have to run and try and find some kind of solace.
It was LNG who started this play off trying to make a pincer work, but then because of the way that they have to retreat back onto one another, it ends up with Weibo having this advantage of being able to approach from multiple angles. Scout will get that execute off, but that's a really awkward way for a fight to turn out, considering the setup was almost beautiful. We'll see, I'm sure, in a replay in a moment, but of course with the Dragon coming up, may have a little bit of delay on it, we'll see, because now Weibo, you kind of anticipate, will be very happy to walk over to this and maybe even just outright take it. Tarzan's in the area again, but no flash. He's going to have Paranoia come in, potentially to force a fight and get on top of the Dragon for a steal.
No Nature's Grasp, a lot of key ultimates no longer available. Light still has all summoners and has been doing very well at just kind of keeping this one. And it looks like LNG are giving it up, so
yeah,
not going to maybe go over unless Tarzan wants to go in over the wall. He's going to try and do it maybe. Looking for it. No, I guess he just wanted a Q. Don't really feel like you're going to be getting that at this level of play. But now the Shy might be thinking like he's going for a little bit of engage. Jumping onto Hung, and Zika has to try and move in here with the Ruthless Predator. But now the Shy just goes way too far forward, and the bomb comes down on top of his head. I didn't realize Gala was an Oppenheimer fan, but my lord, he made Cassante just melt with those bombs.
Yes, he did. Massive, massive explosion on the back end, and I'm not quite sure what the Shy was doing. I'm going to try and break it down. It just felt like he
Where have I heard that before?
Just felt like he was probably going to get a lot more backup from his team.
Shimada.
He probably felt like he was going to get a little bit more backup from his team, and he just never ended up getting that. As, like I said, Zucker comes in with a flank. Xiaohu knows where he is, so it's a good, you know, reactionary dash away, and then also a flash from Hung's engage. But then at this point, they're the ones getting pincered all of a sudden. Gala then also gets caught out by the back end of the root of the Maokai. That is somewhat unfortunate, but at the end of the day, he was always getting pincered here. And yeah, a lot of flashes end up coming through. The Shy dies in the pit. But like we said, a worthy sacrifice at that time to basically secure a very hard winning team fight for Weibo.
And look, again, still not that close or that far of a gold lead ahead for LNG. They're picking up kills and towers, but they're not really picking up all of the objectives. 3 dragons for Weibo as we hit 20 minutes means that at 23.5 minutes, that 4th dragon, that soul, will spawn. And a mountain soul for their team is invaluable against the poke composition that LNG have built up for themselves.
Not only that, right, but they've got 3 frontliners who, you know, are naturally quite tanky anyway, but being able to stack up with the Mountain Soul is just going to get to a point where it's going to be very, very obnoxious to cut through some of these tanks. And, you know, the LNG lineup, it's not necessarily the best at, you know, cutting through those big, bulky health bars. I will say Ziggs does a surprising amount of damage to even frontliners with things like the mines. So
it's over time.
But it's over time.
It's not instant,
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's only really the minefield where you'll see, you know, tanks actually take a fair amount of damage, but even then, it's not really that much. As now Speaking of mines, Gala's going to have to get back to the mid lane, put down a lot of wave play here as the Herald crashes. Maybe Weibo can just force it, but again, if you ever really want to step too far up, it looks like they'll be given the freedom to, as they're also trading it for the bottom side tower there, which Scout will pick up, and at the very least cross map as Weibo pick up their first tower of the game.
And that's great for Weibo as well. Like, one of the hardest towers to break is that mid lane tier 1 when against the Ziggs, just because he has so much just inherent wave clear. Scout's still going in this bot side and will almost get the tower, 2 towers to himself. A little bit of a slower rotation that came out from Weibo meant that he was able to get quite a bit of damage out onto that bottom tier 2, but we come back in and we kind of look at where the game is situated. 2 items on most carries at this stage in the game. We are going to have Shy finally finishing up his Thornmail as well, so he's very tanky. Will melt a bit to the likes of the Ziggs bombs, but he's kind of hoping that he doesn't have to deal with too much of that. And honestly, I think at the next fight, it's going to be about execution. Both of these teams are at fairly decent power spikes, but like you said, it's about how they utilize their kind of positions around these objectives.
Yeah, and positions, I love that you bring that up, because now that tier 1 is down for LNG, it does, on occasion, offer Weibo the opportunity to catch the mid lane waves a little bit higher up than when there's, you know, towers at tier 1 on both sides. You'll see that when Light steps up, especially because he's got that static shiv, he's going to be able to kind of, you know, kill the wave maybe a third higher up on the lane. And what that really does is enables Weibo just for a slightly earlier rotation. And whilst in the moment it might not necessarily look like or feel like a lot, over time what it amounts to is, you know, a vision line that is set up a lot more freely, because you know that somebody from LNG has to answer the wave and they have to answer it a lot slower than what you can. So that's kind of what I'm looking at for Weibo in terms of that setup. And for LNG, the way that you typically try and break that is just kind of numbers, right? Send numbers through the mid lane, try and give up a little bit on the side lane. It will suck, but at the end of the day, you're now at a point where 1 dragon away from Soul, you can't really afford to give up this mid lane priority. Just because, again, you know, against a composition like Weibo with all of this terrain set up, it's very difficult to regain that control without really diving heavily forward. And here you go, numbers force through the mid lane. They can look to try and retake some control around either side of this map.
All right, 30 seconds are just underneath it until this dragon spawns. I will say, Weibo do not have to go for this. That's the power of getting so many dragons early. If they don't feel like they want to go for it, they don't have to. We will see the Shy kind of posturing aggressively. He knows that Gala's not here yet, so he's putting in some serious work there onto Hong, but taking just as good as he's given. A TP coming in here from Zika, who finishes up his Black Cleaver. Important to note, Xiao, who has a stopwatch. He's one of the few people with stasis available to him for this fight. So you can tell that Weibo know exactly what they need to do here for this one here. The Shy is going to reset, get some more health going on for him, but that's a good ward here from LNG on both sides of this river to make sure they know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. They really need that information. Dragon is up on the map now, but what do LNG want to do about this, right? Again, you know, forms of engage a little bit limited, whereas for Weibo, Leona, Maokai, both can really force LNG into awkward positions. They're just looking for a little bit of poke right now, which I don't mind. And it looks like they're leaning a lot more heavily towards this dragon. So Weibo, what can they do? They have to find an answer. They have to kind of force through. Isn't it engaged here in the mid lane?
Solar Flare was so big, crisp. That was fantastic. That just means that Scout is out of this fight. Tarzan now so damn low. He gets all out and taken out by the Shy, who looks to try and 1v2 on the backside. Him and Chris going in as beef burgers are put on the barbecue there as Hong goes down. A double kill for the Shy. He doesn't quite go down either on this one, and he's still pushing forward. Zeri finish it off. That is a 5-for-none. Crisp with the absolute god play on this Leona.
Crisp and clean, that engage, and it finds Scout smack bang in the middle of all of LNG. It's going to get them the soul. And the fight that followed was absolutely excellent on all sides from Weibo. And LNG just had no answer. As soon as Scout was dead, Gala was also forced into a very awkward situation because he was actually right on top of Scout too. So this engage, kind of difficult to navigate. And you can see Scout, just that Q onto the wave was enough, right? You can see how quickly he's bursted down and CC'd. And Gala can't really dish out the damage like that. Tarzan has to disengage with the ultimate, but he then goes on top of the Shy, who still has his ultimate available, and picks him off quite freely. And then at this point, everyone is just scattered to the winds. Nice dash away from that Q3, but again, Crisp on the money on top of Gala. Flash follow from the Shy, and the cleanup is excellent.
That's all it takes, that one small moment. You have a range advantage until you don't. That is kind of why this Leona pick is so good. You can see what it means to the back-end staff there. The coaches really liking the fact that everyone was able to kind of come in cohesively. And that's the thing. the biggest criticism is obviously, you know, individual, you know, kind of mistakes coming out from Weibo so far this split, but it has been the fact that they haven't really looked at all the times like they're on the same page, like they're on the same kind of, you know, note to be able to make a play like that happen. That looked so clean because everyone committed to it. Now they've Mountain Soul, which means they can start and, you know, back off this Baron a million times over, and it won't make a difference.
Okay, really smart far side operation, like we just saw. Baron started up off vision, but it's already dying. 4K, 3K. LNG has to make a decision.
Here we go. Paranoia comes in. Are they going to be able to get it down? No. Secured by Weibo. Now they can look to take the fight. You can see the Shy trying to zone out the rest of the team as Scout has already fallen. It's a double kill for the Zeri. He's now looking for Tarzan as he wants that triple. Gonna get it in for himself. 3 easy kills. The Baron and Weibo are wiping the floor with LNG in this first game.
This game looks just about done and dusted. LNG have a relatively short death timer, so this shouldn't be the end game push, but for Weibo with Baron buff and so much time, if they get this inhibitor on this push, they're going to have 2 minutes worth of time almost still left available to the Baron. They're going to be able to pick up so much more standing gold. A little bit of wave clear comes through, but it's not really enough. And Weibo have just about everything they need to try and close out this game. LNG, they really need to find a bit of a miracle fight onto Xiaohu, onto Light in the next couple of minutes. Maybe if they can hold out until that Elder Dragon swarms up, they can flip the game there, but until then, it looks really difficult. This cannon minion should just about finish off the job. Another one
got a
pulls up.
friend. Got a friend right at the end there to make sure. But yeah, I mean, look, when you've got a poke composition like this from LNG, 2 things that suck for you. Mountain Soul, Baron buff. That were 2 things that Weibo were able to pick up for them, and that there's nothing you can really do. It feels so limiting for the side of LNG because like you just can't clear waves, you just can't take these fights, and again, just great cohesive play from Weibo to make this call.
Yeah, let's see. Does the smite come in? No, from Tarzan. Not able to find it. It was briefly underneath that smiteable range for a moment, but not quite long enough. Xiaohu again, he's been so on point with Emperor's Divide this game. And Blight is beneficiary of all of these plays. Triple kill. And if Xiaohu wasn't enough, now they're dealing with a 3.5 item Zeri, who's also got a stopwatch and still has her flash even after all of those very explosive fights.
Good wards here from LNG. Good highlighting. You know, it's like one of those foreshadowing things in movies. It's like, ooh, is it going to be a big thing? Yeah. Is it going to be? But you've got three TPs. But what can it do? Like, I mean, like Renekton's great and all, but like the Zeri, I feel like is such a great pick into it because it's got its own mobility, it's got its own kiting material, and 5-0 and 4 makes it so difficult. I mean, how do you stop this? You can't. You still have 40 seconds, like you mentioned. The Baron buff's still ticking.
That's 2 inhibitors, and now they've also got the Shy up on the top side, shoving in a wave as well. And with his Baron buff, they can just sync up, make their way towards that top side, and kind of just restart the siege. LNG again a little bit slow, but can't really blame them. As another wave also pulls through, and now Weibo, they can either be patient or they can look to pull the trigger if LNG overstep. LNG realistically have to make a decision very soon because triple inhib whilst the Elder's up is going to be near impossible to defend. It seems like they're just going to yield it.
You got to do something here, LNG. You're going to die a death of 1,000 cuts if you don't. There's a TP available for Xiaohu, and they might just TP in. This could be it. This could be the game. You've got to try and make a play off of this because I don't see how you're able to defend this, and you've already lost so much.
Yeah, it's way too much. 3 inhibs. Teleports back now from Xiaohu. Super minions, double waves on the way through the mid lane. They'll be there first. They've already got a super wave on the bottom side. Here we go.
There's Nature's Grasp. It's coming across just to stop Gala. They're going to put in the Paranoia to try and jump onto Light. He does get the knock up here with Hong, but they just can't make it happen. Hong is a loss alone in the world as they try to put everything in the Xiaohu. They will take him down. The Nocturne dies, though, straight away afterwards. There's a triple kill coming in for Light on this Zeri. 8-0 and 4. And that's Weibo putting a definitive stamp on this series, saying we are not going to roll over and die. You're going to have to earn this if you want to come back into it.
Very impressive showing from Weibo in this game, number 1, from top to bot. And a lot of snappy decision making. Specifically, I feel like if Crisp isn't the one getting MVP in this game, I'll be very surprised. Yes, Light found 2 triple kills. Yes, he was popping off in the team fights, but so much of that game was turned around on the fact that Crisp was able to find those very decisive team fight ultimates on top of Scout, close to Gala, and it really did kind of turn the pace of the game into one that was favorable for Weibo because LNG were trying their best to keep Weibo at arm's length with the poke champions. Didn't end up working out once Scout got picked off. Once that Mountain Soul also went through with the Baron at the same time, it felt like a very insurmountable lead to have handed over.
Yeah, and again, like it was all kind of LNG kind of having control over those first few kind of fights. It really felt like they were the one dictating where the pace was going. But those dragons were the key here for the side of Weibo. It really felt like getting those early objectives, constantly kind of looking for things. And yes, look, there was a couple of boo-boos in the early game, but that doesn't really matter if you get the big objective. Because the fact is that you invested early into this bot lane and into this dragon control, and you were rewarded. And that's great to see here from the side of Weibo. And honestly, this kind of also highlights something on the side of LNG, is that their composition, it kind of worked, but it kind of also didn't. Like, it felt like Zika and Tarzan were never diving in together on the same target. It always felt like they were just kind of jumping in on whoever they could find.
I think that's the problem. When you have like a pick like Nocturne who really has to get in the mix to do his job, you want champions who have as easy a time making it into the back line as he does, right? And it feels like that just wasn't really the case. The Ziggs follow-up feels nice, but it's Alistar and it's Renekton who are, flanking you on left and right.
Yeah.
These champions really need, they have to do it analog. They can't just dash in, right? They have to go around the sides. And I feel like, in the case of maybe this specific draft, not that everything is very draft dependent 24/7, but if it was something like an Ornn with over-the-top engage, right? You saw the Xanta get locked in early. You go towards the Renekton because it is, typically that favorable lane matchup, but you could look for, more easier ways to access the backline, and I feel like he would have had a much better time actually pressuring Laya, pressuring Xiaohu, but because it was basically just Tarzan by himself and Zeka and Hung not really being able to find those angles, it felt like a very awkward team fight composition to navigate, when for Weibo, all they have to do is sit there and stand their ground. They've got a Zia Maokai, they just pretty much press their buttons and wait for people to come into their ranges.
Yeah, I mean, look, for the side of LNG, no wind is favorable when you don't know where you're sailing to. So it did feel like they kind of were halfway house between a dive comp and a poke comp, and didn't quite understand where they wanted to try and go for, what direction they wanted to try and go with. But like we mentioned right at the start, Weibo, very happy with the composition they got. Frontline, hard engage with a bit of follow-up engage. You've got yourself 3 very tanky people and also very high mobility AD carry and mid. So they can cover themselves even if they do get jumped on by a headbutt pulverized. And if they do get flashed, kind of ruthless predated by Zika, it didn't matter because they had themselves so many ways of getting out of these things. And honestly, I don't think I saw Light use his flash once in this entire game because he just never felt threatened. Yeah, definitely not defensively for sure, because he never felt threatened.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. There's not really much to add on to it. It just felt like there was such a lack of threat outside of Tarzan diving in that it just felt a little bit redundant to even have Tarzan on the Nocturne pick in the first place, right? So I do hope that for LNG, because again, I feel like the early game was navigated out okay enough, right? I feel like giving over, the first 2 dragons, maybe a bit of a slight, considering you should have bottom side priority and arguably even mid lane priority, depending on how Scout elects to, sort of dump out his health bar. So yeah, I'm hoping that there are some adjustments. For Weibo though, I feel like they can leave that game mostly happy. They secured the Herald, they secured the dragons that they had to, because again, they were kind of slipping up on the side of LNG. So I think look for something very similar. Also, side select's going to be a very curious thing to look at once we hit game 2.
Yeah, well, we're going to send it to a quick break, and then we're going to see what sides are selected, because we're going to have our game 2 right after this.
说说你最想削弱的、最想加强的和最想删除的分别是哪些英雄，并说出你的理由。
最想削弱的应该是魁桑提，
因为太肉了，就魁桑提吧。
魁桑提，
削弱一下魁桑提吧，感觉玩 AD 总是被他，感觉动都没动就被他打死。
이게 그 상태다. W가 그这个英雄的介入让上路的生态发生了就是太过于平稳了。
超猛啊！这英雄，
安妮吧，我觉得最想削弱的英雄。
削弱安妮，肯定希望不需要能一直玩，就一直会很强，削了。
安妮吧，因为我觉得作为一个中单玩家来说，安妮每次到了6级就啪一个熊往你脸上一拍，然后就是很无脑的一种打法，就是我相信每个中单玩家都会很无奈。
安妮的话就感觉太厉害了，就比如我玩个猴，那安妮上来就把我秒了，那玩什么？玩不了。
削弱的英雄10个吧，我搬了4年了，然后最想删除的英雄也是他，因为我刚打职业的时候，
很多排位都是因为他输的，上不了就削弱他。
Nico 吧，因为最近 Nico 实在是太多了，对打野影响也非常大。
猴子，名字不太好，我觉得他的那个4个字的名字不太好。
打野为猴子。
랭가 대회 때 아무도 안 하는데 솔랭에서 만나면 귀찮아서
巴菲流斯吧，这个英雄的机制就太变态了，他可以用8个技能加上大招，不合理吧？
艾翁看到挺多，就是艾翁开始可以对线嘛，这个英雄感觉挺厉害的，要削弱一下，因为我感觉有点强。
不要英雄了，把打野这个位置削弱来，不能抓下路。
增强的盖伦，太可惜了，没有位，太可怜了。
太强了！尤米说：“盖伦哥哥带我走。”啊，给你的3C，回上梁展这个压力可以有点多，还要追。盖伦尤米的残局能力非常之强，但是没有了盖伦，尤米还是强行换掉了凯尔，被放风筝了。
战士英雄吧，就是能让坦克受到的压力特别大，让上路是比较 PK 的就还行。加强4姐妹吧，
加强盲僧吧，我很喜欢玩这个英雄，感觉这版本不是很厉害。
可以加强一下巴德吧，好久没玩巴德。
想要加强应该是巴德吧，因为我觉得我还蛮适合玩这种随便乱跑来跑去，然后在那边杀人的英雄。
大虫子跟蝎子吧，我感觉这2个我都觉得太弱。
你平时有会玩这2个英雄吗？
就因为太弱了，所以以前玩，现在也没有什么机会玩。
加强的是开野，现在就已经弱到都玩不了了，那不得加强一下吗？
最想加强的话，蓝枪吧，感觉蓝枪有点弱。
加强卡莎的话感觉太弱了，
老 AD 吧，像什么女警、老鼠大队这种吧。
门前艾克太垃圾了，感觉都走不了中路。
加强的话，就是发条这个英雄，我是很久没见到了，我还是蛮想去赛场上玩一下的。
不想说英雄，我觉得中单这个位置可以稍微增强一下，整个中单的地位可以提高一点。
我觉得现在操作型的英雄是该加强一下了，现在都是那些站桩的，素质太高了，就很多英雄都挺难登场的。
我最想删除的英雄应该是猫咪，我觉得不管是在排位中我放了猫咪，或者是对方的猫咪，我都会感觉到挺烦的。
猫咪，
猫吧，
把猫删了吧，
猫咪吧。删除猫咪吧，就对面 AD 有个猫，然后你没有，就它好像就比你更容易操作，然后就看起来就是你没它厉害，就很尴尬。
因为猫咪太好混了吧，感觉这游戏没有体验。
对，就玩多了容易会让人就是不想下来了，不想操作了。
因为跟优米对线感觉没什么意思吧，
不太喜欢玩这个英雄，
在下路的影响力有点太大了，会破坏游戏平衡。
More of a dog person, huh?
实在太影响下路的那个生态了，然后选了这个英雄，我感觉就很奇怪。游戏的话，
要不就削弱，要不就删除啊。
哎，我问一下设计师，猫咪这个英雄是谁设计的？
删除厄斐琉斯吧，这么猛的英雄设计出来干嘛？
那个剑圣删除了吧？我每次排位遇到剑圣，我就很烦。队友选到剑圣，我就觉得要输了。然后对面选到你进去的时候，有可能他又杀了10几个。对，那这英雄还蛮烦的。
稻草人吧，有点吓人啊，开到。
阳光男孩，恶魔小丑。
为什么呢
？Q 过来印你一下，然后在那跳一下舞，就有点忍受不了。
挖掘机，这英雄太狡猾了。
阿克上就讨厌阿克上，我也不知道为什么，感觉他很烦。
波比吧，这个英雄就是干克下路能力太强了。
更想删除魏这个英雄吧，就给 AD 的威胁太大了。艾翁吧，最近遇到的英雄总感觉很怪，然后他的机制又特别的特殊。
没有什么特效，我觉得他英雄都出的挺好的，都挺好玩的。
Summer sunset, that southern chicken fried First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night, with the smell of sweet magnolias. Back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the free. This country.
So don't you tell me about
"对于这次季后赛，还是希望跟队友能走得更远吧，然后也希望大家可以打得更好。季后赛对于我来说不会有压力吧，这是一次就是很好的机会，所以很想去展示。想对 LNG 说的话就是，希望我们大家都可以把自己就做到最完美的一面表现出来。面对 LNG 的 Gala 肯定是很强的嘛，但是对于我们来说，其实我们不在乎对手是谁，我们只需要做好自己。复活甲的意义可能会让选手打得更放松吧，也许我们赢了 LNG 之后会打得更好。今天自己的目标就是希望跟队友一直打到最后吧。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming off of a very good first win here for Weibo in game number 1. I want to reiterate that myself, Jamada, none of the English broadcast team have any say in who gets MVP, because our boy Crisp was robbed, but our MVP was Xiaohu, but our boy Crisp was robbed.
Look, does it make sense that Xiaohu was also in contention for getting MVP? Yes. Do I feel like Crisp's impact was a little bit higher in order to get us to that Weibo victory? Yes, but here we are with Xiaohu getting this MVP. It's not undeserved. We just, as Asheen said,
some support love.
We want to show some support love, right? Crisp absolutely was a little bit robbed. Show him a little bit of support in chat, give him a couple of giga chads, all that good stuff. But hey, Xiaohu still, at pivotal moments, really did shut down some of the plays that LNG were trying to put out onto the table. Where I think specifically that first gank that tried to come down was really, really huge. In return, it's this one actually at the very start of the B-roll. There you go. Where, kind of put Scout and had full control in mid lane after this gank, right? Despite what was a very disastrous level 2, level 3 dive.
Oh, for sure. Like, again, Chris went in between towers, definitely made that a little bit harder. But again, just kind of recognizing little things that were able to, get him back on top of this one here. And again, it just comes down to the fact that Xiaohu has clearly, like, again, this used to be a weakness of Xiaohu, in years gone, to be perfectly honest. If he was on Azir, you said a lot of people going, uh-oh, he's on Azir, lads, this isn't good. This isn't a good time
now
for anybody.
Sorry.
Yeah, now he's moved on and goes to the AD champions, if nobody cares about. But I mean, again, it's good to see it because it's obviously showing a commitment from Xiaohu that he's willing to kind of put the time and effort in to make sure he's good at these now meta picks.
Yeah, exactly right. And I feel like a lot of us, especially when we kind of gauge it up against what we were anticipating for Xiaohu in terms of champion porn, especially because, 113 was such a long time ago where, we were thinking it was going to be a very side lane heavy, but specifically like kind of towards the bottom lane. Xiaohu was kind of supposed to be that guy who would go to those side lanes 24/7. Now that we've evolved into a much different meta away from, very consistent side lane roaming, Xiaohu is definitely stepping up in these moments where he is picking up these more, traditional heavy carries in the mid lane, like this is here, where he's had his pop-off game in game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, for LNG, I think the changes come in draft. I think a lot of the time it's kind of like, look, yes, the Nocturne and the Renekton in isolation are good. The Jace and the Ziggs in isolation are good, but you need these things to come together. It's a puzzle that you need to piece together. Otherwise, it's just not going to look good. And honestly, it did feel like we mentioned at the end of that first game, Weibo just felt very unsure about how or even what their win condition was.
Yeah, and I feel like even when you kind of break down the draft in terms of what the final composition was, it didn't really feel like there was a solid win condition, right? You rounded out 1 to 3 with Renekton, with Jace, and with Ziggs. So you've got 3, air quote strong lanes. Definitely the Renekton. Jace is very matchup dependent, and then Ziggs should be a very consistent lane of, not really dying, but not necessarily losing you anything either. To then round that out with, Nocturne, who is full committed into dive, and then Alistar, who sure is a neutral champion, but when you've got a Nocturne in the jungle role of all roles, then it feels like if your composition isn't geared towards doing what that champion is doing, then you feel objectiveless, right? And I feel like that is exactly where LNG landed, like you mentioned. So, adjustments can be made through draft. I don't mind seeing these Nocturne comps. In fact, I think Nocturne is a very powerful jungler at the moment inside this meta, but you have to facilitate it.
A lot of teams agree with you.
And a lot of teams agree with me, right? But you have to facilitate it with picks that actually, enable, embolden the Nocturne to dive in, whether it's things, like the Kai'Sa, if that ever ends up going through. In this case, it's not going to. Whether it's Rakan, whether it's, something like Ornn, again, which I feel like if you play Nocturne, draft Ornn next to it. Like, it is one of the most obnoxious combos in the game. So we'll see whether or not LNG adapt, right? And move more towards, heavier dive comps if they still want to play with this Nocturne, or whether or not they look for an entirely different flavor in this game to draft, as we're already through the picks and bans. And if I recall correctly, same set of bans immediately from both teams, but this time from LNG, it's the Maokai first pick over the Jace.
I like this adaptation because, again, Weiwei was able to just kind of stop a lot of follow-up, so everyone was kind of in isolated things. We saw so many times that a headbutt pulverized from the Alistar just left him in a 3v1, so he was kind of going, well, crap, I don't really have much else to do here. And again, I'm still loving this from Weibo. Give these solo laners things that they can be safe on. Give the Shy something that he's just not going to be put under huge amounts of pressure, or if he is, they're going to have to throw in more and more resources to make that pressure really give, any fruit.
Yeah, exactly. And now if you want to go towards, Renekton and Jace, it doesn't feel as bad, right? You've got a jungler who's very capable of playing multiple ways, whether it's dive, whether it's peel. He's kind of geared towards doing anything. Zeka, though, potentially wants to move away from the Renekton and is going to give it a go at this Gwen. Much more difficult lane matchup for the K'Sante to deal with. So we'll see how the Shy handles it as the Jace goes alongside it. And Weibo looking to be just that. So both sides, top sides locked in. Now it's about these bottom lane picks yet again.
The Vi did get banned in the second round as well. It's kind of one of those things that's still very, very powerful. Has been taking a couple of small little hits here and there as we moved in towards our playoffs, but still exceptionally powerful jungler in her own right. And now Weibo got to figure out where they want to try and take these next few bans. Honestly, I don't think they'd have a problem. Just keep throwing in bans into that either support or AD carry role, just because they know that they kind of had the runaround of Gala and Hong in that last one, but... Ooh, I'm not going to confirm that just yet. I'm not quite sure if that is actually a non-ban, but we'll get to that one there beforehand. But regardless, we'll see what Weibo want to try and pick up before the kind of, the last pick. I imagine they're going to go AD carry with a support as their last pick.
Yeah, so we have not had anything on our end to indicate to us that that was or was not intentional. So we'll let you know as soon as we know. But for now, LNG will remove away the Rakan. Makes a lot of sense. You've got Vi there. Take away one of those, supports which very freely dives alongside it. I wonder if they're also going to go with the Leona ban, considering how strong it looked for Crisp and, the fact that these engaged supports are being limited quite heavily. And now that they've seen it, and obviously Crisp is very adept at it anyway, it just makes the most sense to remove away to keep the support pool as, neutral and a little bit closer to, the enchantment pool as possible.
Keep it as close as you possibly can. Nautilus gets banned away here. We might even see a Braum ban. No, the Neela ban coming out here for the side of LNG. So they're kind of recognizing there's a lot of kind of teamfight all-in potential available here for Weibo, and they don't want an AD carry that can enable that as well if they are going to see the Leona locked in, which we almost certainly will see, because again, Crisp had a fantastic time of it in game number 1.
Yeah, definitely did. Now, what I will say is that if this Leona does go through, the Braum value kind of flies through the roof, because you're already looking at something like the Vi going in, right? If Leona wants to go in as well, you've got Maokai, you've got Braum, and you could end up with Gala on something, even if it's, maybe not necessarily as ideal on this patch like the Aphelios, which can tear through diving frontliners on occasion. Or, yeah, again, Varus can kind of offer the same kind of deal, but just in a lot more mixed burst damage, right? And I feel like LNG will sit really comfortably. So if this is just a Varus plus Braum rotation, I feel like the LNG bottom lane should feel really confident in almost any 2v2 that they can feel like. So let's see whether or not they lean on that, or whether or not it's just going to be another Alistar for Hung. He's only played one Braum game this season long, so it seems like it will just be that Alistar, a lot more comfort for him there.
Yeah, Alistar does do a kind of a very good job at just kind of disengaging, even if the Vi wants to try and come in there. As man's confident. Man's confident in his team. He doesn't even need to look at pick and ban right now. The Zeri coming back in here for light. And not getting 100% confirmation as to why that ban did not go through. But we have been confirmed that it was a none ban here from Weibo. So they ran out of time, or they just didn't get the right champion and whatever. These things happen. It is the kind of the nature of live gameplay. So they do lose that ban, unfortunately, for them. And again, it could have been a Varus ban, could have meant an Alistar ban. Little things like this that can make the difference. We'll see if it ends up making a huge kind of, change up here for either of these sides. But I am curious to see what Zika does with this Gwen now in this top side, able to kind of know that the Shy going towards this early Cassante has got himself a lane matchup he can put pressure here into.
Yeah, exactly, right? So the Shy going to have to put on a little bit of a big performance in the early stages specifically, right? At that level 6 mark, when things can get a little bit awkward for you, that's when, the 1 versus 1 is most volatile. Zika should have the upper hand in it. So I do anticipate a lot of blood up there. But again, this mid lane matchup, as Xiaohu and Scout highlighted, with the same champions, I am very curious about how it's going to play out this time and what the jungle focus will be. Whether or not we're going to get another crazy crisp roam up to the mid lane at level 2 will be very, very crucial to how that mid lane matchup yet again plays out, as Xiaohu properly took control of game number 1. And we'll have to see whether or not Scout can answer in kind in game number 2.
And again, pretty similar competition coming out here from Weibo. They have swapped out the jungler and they have to deal with a Maokai rather than having it available to him. But basically, apart from jungle, it's a tit for tat compared to game number 1. But coming into the side of LNG, they are now dealing with the Maokai Jace. They are now dealing with that ever so powerful combination. We'll see what they're able to kind of go for at LNG. Not going to be too happy with knocking themselves back a peg now. They're still at square one. They haven't gotten themselves a win yet, but they're going to be looking to try and change that one. And I am glad to see someone like Gala on an AD carry. I don't think the Ziggs was the problem, but this guy just looks so much better when he's able to get things like the Varus, or even, God forbid, if ever Weibo let the Kai'Sa go through. But we're going to jump onto the Rift, and we're going to see how both these teams end up fanning out, how they try and mitigate some of these early pressures. And we'll see if maybe Chris wants to go a little bit more aggressive. I will say that Weibo, maybe not going to go for such an early aggressive level 1.
Or level 2. Or 2, in the case of Chris. LNG, I feel like a lot more properly equipped to deal with the aggression that Weibo could find themselves looking for. And again, I do want to highlight Zeka on that Gwen could have a lot of impact in some of these team fights, but especially the side lane. I feel like Weibo, it would pay them dividends to go up there and perhaps put down a little bit of pressure. But after the game that Xiaohu and Light both had, you wouldn't be surprised if Weiwei is fully committed to getting these guys ahead. There's a little bit of a longer load-in time, but we'll keep on holding on. This game too slowly approaches us. LNG need to bounce back.
There it is.
There it is.
The man in the top lane. The Shy. Do you know, for the longest time, I thought he was Deshi, because people would write his name in lowercase, so they wouldn't be like T, capital T or capital S. It'd be THESHY. So I used to think it was Deshi. And then I used to say to people, I was like, oh, Teshi seems pretty good. And they were like, who? It was back in like 2017, 2018. It was a while ago. But we do have an announcement. Light reported a device problem, so we are investigating it right now. Hopefully it is nothing too serious. And again, always better to get it before we get anywhere close to actually being on the Rift. And
it sucks, obviously, that we will have a very brief game delay, but better for it to happen before the game even starts. You never really want to have a pause mid-game. It can, throw players a little bit through a loop, right, in terms of adrenaline and just how they're feeling and what they're thinking about in the moment. So it's a good thing that they will have, a little bit more time to consider early game plans, all that good stuff. But given the camera pan, I believe.
And we're back, and the transition into graphics. Okay, we're feeling confident. We got the wipe. Oh, we're rolling. I'm pretty confident in saying we should be jumping into the Rift, and there it is. We got ourselves the device problem sorted out. We're gonna see how these two teams fan out.
Now, I can tell you one thing. Everybody watching at home, my lovely friends, feel like the Gyos themselves might be evenly matched. But that Weibo mascot is outdoing LNGs by a long shot.
I fear no Gyo, but that man, he scares me.
He might just be a machine.
It's like just like the idea of a man just screaming with that kind of power. It's always interesting as well. You don't know if the microphone's just closer to him or not, but either way, it's just powerful regardless of how you look for it. We do see LNG looking for a little bit of a movement here. They are going to find Weiwei, who is just going to now realize that he's not really in a great position to go for this.
So the idea there from Weiwei was that he was hoping that Tarzan would just start the camp up without putting the... and he would just be able to walk in and smite. It's still going to be a 50-50, but Tarzan should win it with the Q smite. We pan down here towards the bottom side, but what's going on with that jungle camp up there? Who cares about this? It looks like it'll split 50-50, but I'm not obviously sure who got what. Either way, Tarzan is walking away level 1, Weiwei's walking away level 1, as the world's most annoying level 1 gank that you will ever see is absorbed by Xiaohu. But I feel like that works out much better for Tarzan, because he's able to, you know, cross through mid. Maybe he soaked up a little bit of XP from a minion or two. Who got it? Yeah, so naturally, Tarzan got it, but then the little ones, I believe, almost all went over to Weiwei.
I think so. So, fun fact, allegedly, if it's like all of the little ones go to Weiwei, and he got 2 CS, and then, or sorry, 1 CS, and then Tarzan got 2 CS for the big one, which means that nobody got 4. That does not equal 4, and I'm not quite sure how the maths works on that. But it is what it is. As you can see, they're now starting up their second camp. It's going to be the red buffs now to try and make sure that they can get some kind of healing back, as the Vi, though very powerful, early game does struggle to keep herself nice and healthy. We'll see. Oh, Crisp. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think you want to be on that side of the exchange, and that's a little bit disconnected. A flash for a flash, though, means that Chris is able to kind of turn back that exchange in the bot side. Tarzan is still here, and Light's taking a fierce amount of damage.
Yeah, kind of surprised that Gala didn't take a step forward once Hung actually went on top of Light there, but either way, they'll be looking out. It's the coveted level 2 roam machine. Okay. There he is. Teleport's coming in.
It's not a roam. It's just a ward.
It's just information. Okay. Well, a little bit less fun. Oh wait.
I mean, they don't know he's here. Now he does, and he's actually walking away from this one here. Just pop down the Shield of Daybreak just to try and help Xiaohu get a little bit of a trade back. But yeah, I think he realized that level 3, he's just not going to be able to do it. Or level 2, he's just not got a lot of resistances considering he went Zenith and Shield of Daybreak. But now Tarzan, maybe thinking about himself, kind of getting caught out here. He is going to be caught out, flash in with the Q, but he flashes away. One more auto attack will do. And the Emperor of Shurima, that is Xiaohu, will pick himself up a kill, but in similar fashion to game number 1, except reverse. This time there's no flash on Weiwei or on Xiaohu.
Man, I really have to say, as a Scout, he doesn't have phase rush.
He doesn't, but he doesn't need it. He gets the last auto, and that is double buffs with the blue, but now Xiaohu wants to try and trade them all back. It's an exchange of buffs. So Xiaohu will gladly take that double kill. He hasn't recalled yet either. He still has TP.
Now, we saw what Xiaohu did last game. Let's see what he's going to do this game with 2 kills and 30 CS at 4.5 minutes. Light's not even really going to suffer too much. In fact, he's going to pick up this entire wave, uncontested, and it's mostly solo XP. So, for Weibo, this is a really, really positive outcome. Just about every play that unfolded. Now, Tarzan, I mean, it kind of has to be said, doesn't really have much business being down here. But, you know, this is Crisp's River. He demonstrated it to us in game 1. Demonstrating it yet again to us in game number 2. Weiwei, great Q flash, and then another flash from Xiaohu to follow through. The follow-up play was just a little bit bizarre from Scout, to be honest, because he's almost always going to be trading 1-for-1, no matter what. Unless he had phase rush, which then maybe he walks out, but even then still a very, very strange choice. Picks up on kill for himself, but again, Xiaohu ends up with, I believe, double buffs, 2 kills as well, so it really has to be play which is beneficial in the near future. With Xiaohu not having flash, maybe they can pick on him as Scout.
Oh, he's going to try and run away from this one here, but I think that Xiaohu is going to be able to get over the wall should he need it. He actually jumps into him to get that slowdown. No Q available for Weiwei means that he's not able to kind of get any real CC down, but I mean, I'm all for the emboldenedness of Scout on this Jace pick, but it does feel like he's kind of in a losing battle considering Xiaohu's already got that lost chapter.
Yeah, exactly, right? And kind of comical there because Weiwei goes over the wall with the Q. He doesn't have the Q to then lock down Scout. So very fortunate that Scout, despite some, what I'll describe as a little bit of a suspect positioning, won't be caught out there as level 6 is in for the top side. And this is where, like, there's a brief window where K'Sante can technically win this matchup, where it's like level 6 through maybe 8 before first item, and then after that it's just Gwen Fable, and it doesn't really get much better. So we'll see if the Shy can, try his best to force out some spells from Zika, but feels like it could just end up fading. And at the end of the day, if you can neutralize Gwen, that's the, you can live happy with that. You don't really have to force a play around it. As Dragon's up, and last game, all of them went over to Weibo. LNG, however, this time around, not necessarily willing to give over that much freedom to the Weibo side as they start this one up with a big wave on the bottom side crashing in, and level 6 available for Gala. They have the turn tools available if Weibo do check in to the river.
Yeah, and this is the big adaptation compared to game number 1, is where LNG now have perma push into the Zeri and the Leona, so very easy for the Varus to kind of gain control in that regard. You do have a Chain of Corruption here for Gala. He doesn't throw it out, it is going to land it. They want to try and make this fight work, and they are going to throw in a lot of damage. A flash over, an ignite, an auto attack, and Gala picks up a kill. When this man gets an advantage, it can be an absolute pain in the ass, and Weibo know that he's going to be getting huge very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. So, really good job from LNG to find more picks on the backside of that play. Flashes were committed though, and Weiwei should be hitting level 6 relatively soon. We'll see whether or not after the Herald exchange, because I think we all know something's going to happen at the Herald. Whether or not Weiwei has the ultimate still up and available to potentially go and punish Gala, get a little bit of gold into Light's back pocket.
Let's have a look at the replay here. And again, this is like a mistake that's just kind of not really needed, because why are you walking into this? You're never going to contest this as light and crisp.
It's one of those half-hearted moments where, a team wants to get a little bit of information. Maybe they, peek in. Zeri can chuck a W through either way. Top side, fight's breaking out.
Needle work, knock back. Tarzan now gets hit by the Q on the It's All Out and taken all the way back on top of this one, but Tarzan still hasn't gone down just yet, and a flash forward from Zika means he's able to confirm the kill. Tarzan, how do you live? Just not going down, refusing to die. Xiaohu's just a little bit too late as Hung keeps him busy.
Yeah, a little bit awkward from Weibo's position, right? The Shy really wanted to ult Tarzan backwards out of that fight, but in doing so, he positions himself so that Zika just gets a free full stacked Q in the middle. It's pretty much one shot by it, and by the time he uses the all out, he's like 150 HP. Burns down from another flash from Zika, so good job from LNG. Weibo, however, will still pick up this Herald just because of how low Tarzan was. So end result still works out for the Weibo lineup.
It works out, but you're feeding a kill into the Gwen. That's the scarier thing about this. Again, the Rift Herald is good, but definitely don't want to be getting that happen too often. We will see the K'Sante going towards that bot side, and a bit of a swapperoo of lanes. We can see that Light going to be the beneficiary, of a little bit of gold from this Rift Herald. Should be able to get 2 plates from it, as no one is really defending it. And yep, there's 2 plates going over to him. Actually gets the solo one for himself.
Yeah, not too bad. Oftentimes, 2 plates will only amount to 175 gold. It's a split between the jungler and whoever is there, but in that case, works out wonderfully as we get the pro view here. So they had full information, of course, that Navai was on the way. Remember, level 5 to level 6 of Navai kind of just makes this fight one where, yeah, realistically, Tarzan had no business winning. But again, you can see there, by the way that the Shy positions, gives himself up to a very full stacked Q from the Gwen, and able to walk out on 1 HP Tarzan with a very well timed flash.
I also just noticed as well his W like cancelled out the ultimate from Vi. Weiwei wasn't able actually to get the damage out there because it cancelled the channel, but I didn't even notice it right until the end there. So
I didn't even catch it in the replay either.
I like gasped. I was like, oh my lord. And that's literally the whole reason he stays alive. It's why they're not able to kind of go for it, because it actually stops Weiwei from getting even closer as well, because it stops the channel. Really, I don't know if it was intentional. If it's Tarzan, I tend to believe it is, but really well done there by the LNG jungler if it was. And Gets himself back out onto the map now to try and make something happen. Has a full top side to clear as waves are going to be pushed in. This is the thing, when you're making so many plays around so many different parts of the map, you can start to see plates pretty much on either side just kind of getting melted down just because you're giving a couple of seconds free to people just to kind of wail on those turrets.
Exactly. Gala's had pretty good time of it on the bottom side. In fact, it's actually going lethality Varus this game. So curious to see how that one works out for him. As this time around, Xiaohu also doesn't have the crown. He's gone towards the Liandry, so a lot more focused on burning through the health bars. Specifically, of course, those frontliners, but just looking at a little bit more flat damage over time compared to what the crown can offer you in terms of a little bit of safety if you're being dove or if perhaps you're the one doing the diving. As speaking of, moving up towards the top side, looking for a play on Zika. Remember, no flash from earlier on. Very slow chase down, but Xiaohu's on the way.
Xiaohu's on the way. There is no flash here for Zika. I think he recognizes now with a TP and Tarzan. This is a 3v3, and I don't think you want any of this smoke here, Weibo. We're going to see an immediate Emperor's Divide, though, as Scout gets sacrificed straight away. The Shy gets hit by a little bit of a sapling, will be snipped down to almost dead, but hasn't gone down just yet, which means that Tarzan can't really escape either, and he gets taken out. It's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Weibo, as they just back themselves in their solo laners to make sure to come out on top of that trade.
Yeah, okay. Weibo really did a good job at disengaging, but then also just having very solid and quick decision-making around the target selection. Blow up Scout as he comes out of the teleport. Don't let him move, and the Shy buys all the time necessary to then pick up the extra kill onto Tarzan. So really well played from Weibo, and LNG do their best in what's a bit of an awkward situation. But Zika, again, does pick up another kill, and that's going to always be a bit of a concern, likely in the back of the minds of Weibo, that this Gwen could potentially scale up and be a little bit of a monster. Side lane, team fight collapse is always going to be a very scary thing. As second dragon of the game is up. I do wonder whether or not Weibo are going to be willing to full contest, but with no teleport on the Shy and Zika having his, all this priority being earned yet again by LNG, it does look like this objective will just go over with very little contest here, as even Weiwei signals to us with that recall that he will be going back to base, and doesn't seem like there will be a contest at all.
No, look, they've got decent vision, but it's more just to confirm that there are plenty of LNG people here to make sure that they cannot go in for a fight. But I will say, I mean, someone we got to highlight just absolutely, you know, kind of stepping up in this playoffs of summer 2023. Xiaohu has really been good at just making sure he knows exactly what's going for. And even here, he could go onto the Gwen, but he says, no, I'm going to focus here straight onto Scout because I know that if I can kill him off, they don't have the damage.
Yeah, great chain CC as well. You know, really does offer very little opportunity for a flash out from Scout. And again, chase down, very easy. The Shy is buying a lot of time and space by kind of, you know, global taunting the LNG members to come and pick him up because he's on that 1 HP. Great stuff. And yeah, like you say, Xiaohu, very solid playoff so far. And for Weibo, you know, it was not that long ago, spring playoffs, where it wasn't necessarily the finish they were hoping for. Of course, that was right at the start of BLG's, I don't know, what do you call it? I wouldn't even use the word resurgence, but resurgence up. Renaissance, yeah. Right up into the top echelons of the LPL. Claimed by who is now the first place regular season team of summer. Would really like to punch up into LNG and book themselves a match against JDG. Lower side of the double elimination bracket could be off the back of that man Xiaohu.
Do you think this is going way too deep into meme narrative as such like that, but do you think that Xiaohu sacrificed his Emperor of Spring kind of powers for summer? Do you think he did that? Do you think he was just like, you know what? I'm sick of winning MSI. I'm sick of not having a good Worlds and good summer tournament. I will sacrifice Spring in order to have a better summer. And I think I take that trade, man. I take that trade any day of the week.
It's an evolution, you know. Unless, you know, we equate it to like Dragon Ball, for example. If you went out there, the new main antagonist was BLG, and they got their butt kicked. And then since then, it's the Cell Saga, right? You know, it's I've got it. It's Vegeta versus second form Cell, and it's like, yeah, go ahead, go into perfect form, go ahead, do it. And then he proceeds to just get completely backhanded, and now it's, you know, it's time chamber, it's all that extra training, and we'll see whether or not for Weibo can be the case where they can continue to reach up. For now, though, still right in front of them is LNG. They have to take them down first before they can have a shot at proving themselves against one of the top two here in the LPL.
thing is, you're going with double lethality as well on the side of LNG, which is going to force Tarzan into a much more AP-heavy build. Well, not actually, never mind. You don't have to go with full AP because you do have the Gwen, but it does mean that you are putting in a lot of kind of mid-game power. If this game goes later, like things like the Vi, the Cassante, the Leona, like we saw in game number 1, will be able to kind of secure themselves plenty of HP. Scout just kind of peppering a bit of damage here onto the Shias. Top side and mid upwards, to be perfectly honest, is owned by LNG, and they can pick themselves up a very easy Rift Herald and Tower. The Shy now getting jumped on here and burned down quite a bit, forced to flash away, but the needlework is doing work. Doesn't hit the last one, but over the wall, here comes the ball. And you don't want to mess with the horns as LNG get themselves another kill onto the Shy, and Xiaohu is saying, don't care, got myself a tower take.
Yeah, so the cross-map for Weibo is picking up this tower, but at the end of the day, LNG find a kill and the tower as well. Looked a little bit awkward once that final needlework from Zuko flew a little bit wide, but Hung was there to pick up the pieces and they secure the kill that they came looking for on the back end of the play. So for Weibo, more gold goes into their strong member. I'm not necessarily too upset about it, but it does always make me a little bit concerned, right? It's just one member with a majority of the gold on the side of Weibo. It does mean that if Xiaohu is ever caught out, all of a sudden, you know, for the side of WBG, they're basically just gonna have their pants down for the rest of the fight. The damage that will be up on offer will be relatively limited, so they do want to, you know, try and find a little bit more gold, whether it's into the Shy or specifically probably Light, right, at this point in the Zeri. Taking some more resources as look at how far ahead he is of everyone in this game, Xiaohu. He's up 1k on Scout, and everyone else is basically trailing behind with the exception of Light.
Yeah, it does feel like this is the Xiaohu show, and, you know, it is kind of a... It is you know, again, it's kind of the way we've seen a lot of people take down Weibo is that, you know, they focus in on the Shy. They make sure that he is not having a good time. And look, I'll be real. Sometimes that's too heavy for Xiaohu to carry into these mid to late game team fights. But coming into this one now, the Shy will have his first item completed, and we will see the Nashor's Tooth as well for Xiaohu. This is an opportunity here for Weibo to maybe go for a little bit of engage, but they're missing some key flashes here on some key members. Not having the Leona flash, not having the Cassante flash makes getting those kind of snap engages that a little bit harder.
Just a little bit, right? Chris was always still going to have the Solar Flare, so he can engage at range if he finds the opportunity. Specifically, I imagine he's going to be angling for Scout, right? The fact that Gala has Flash and Cleanse, has LNG, a bit of poke damage.
Oh, getting onto the Shy again, who is just being melted. Oh my god, he will have a TP, so it's not all doom and gloom here for Weibo. They should be able to get the reset, but now Xiaohu, I bet you he'd wish he had a Crown of the Shadow Queen for that Shock Blast, but he is moving in towards this mid lane. They're going to try drop down this Rift Herald and cut off the wave. A TP is going to be coming in here from the Shy as Xiaohu looks for a reset of his own. Chris taking all that damage means that he's not in a position to try and fight for this one here. Light should be able to kill off Shirley. She will not get to do her favorite thing, but Hong wants her to do it. She wants to get the headbutt off, but now Tarzan getting caught out here by Xiaohu. Finally, they get the Rift Herald to go down, but here we go. Whoa! Wei got blown up to pieces. But this damage from the Zeri and from Xiaohu, who jumps in and melts him down. Xiaohu is the carry of this team. Xiaohu is the heart and soul, and him and Light will guide Weibo to a win in this fight.
Shurima is the shining light for Weibo this game and the series so far. Weibo, excellent turnaround, right? Considering the fact that they took so long to engage, and when Weiwei finally did go in, I think it was onto Zuka, he just got removed surgically by LNG, but they win the team fight nonetheless. And Weibo will pick up the dragon, stop the snowballing soul. And again, LNG, that entire sequence was looking so good because they were allowed so much time for so much poke. And the engage finally comes through. LNG looking again for the Shy, and then for Weiwei. Weiwei goes in from 1.2k to just dead. That's brutal, but then, you know, Xiaohu goes in, finds Tarzan, no flash, immediately blown up, flash away from to the skies from Scout, and Light then follows through and flash of his own, picks up 2 kills this team fight. We said how, you know, when it's just one member with all this gold, not only does Xiaohu have to perform, but he has to make sure that he's not being caught out. Now Light has also been brought into the fold with those 2 additional kills. He sits at 2 items, and now it's another problem that LNG have to solve. Weibo allow them to, you know, kind of sit there and poke. Feels good, but how many times are you going to see Weibo realistically do that again when they've got the Bio Armor and when they've got Leona sat there?
So this is the thing. That was a 4v5 in favor of LNG. Leona went back. She went back to base. They actually did that all in a 4v5 without their, what you would argue is like primary engage after Weiwei was just surgically deleted and no longer allowed to play the game. But this is a great, yeah, not only that, but you get the kills, you get the gold, you get the dragon. A Hex Dragon for something like a Zerian and a Azir is god tier. You get so much ability haste in Weiwei. Oh, I love this. There's no defensive vision here for LNG, and they've got the Gwen on the bot side. It will be a couple of seconds before they can go for it. Scout thinking about where he's going to go. Now they're going to find him straight away. They jump in, they burst him down. Scout will die for a 4th time in this game. I don't know why the Shy thought he could maybe go in on top of this one here, and he's going to have to use the all-out now. Hong getting jumped in, going to be turned into mincemeat. The Gwen has decided I'm in PvE. I'm taking a turret because even if I TP, it ain't going to change anything. That could be Baron.
Yeah, Baron attempt is so likely here. Scout has teleport. He's up in 20. Hung, 20, no teleport. Looks like they will start this one up. He's going to hang around as well. They have to get something. And it has to be magical from LNG. Teleport's going to come through.
Here we go.
Flank on the side. Here we go, Baron.
Fritz. Is he going to have himself a god tier play? He can flash over, but the Emperor's Divide stops the Maokai. But Zika is massive. And Zika can put in the work. Weibo, you bit off more than you could chew. And LNG strike back swift and fierce.
Swift and fierce. And the strike was hefty from LNG. Weibo, like you say, too much, right? You understand maybe if you look to get Zika's teleport, it's all right, but the fact that you then get engaged on, right? You allow yourself to step far enough forward. And the fact that Zika is so powerful at this stage in the game means that you can't stop him. Not enough CC in the world, considering you use those ultimates for the pick that got you here in the first place. Gives LNG the Baron and them control of this game now for the next 3 minutes.
This Gwen is becoming a massive problem. Let's have a look at this one here, because again, great from Weiwei to skirt around all the vision, found the Jace, and just knew that they could burst him out straight away.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a lovely flank and great game sense to just cue the bush, whether or not he's looking for him or not. As teleport comes in from Zika, and at this point, this is what I'm saying, like, why have we like stepped so far out of the pit? Just commit to the, forget that, commit to the Baron, kill it.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Again, it's just like 2 different decisions being made. Weiwei was still on the Baron, half the team wasn't. Chris was looking for a flash over the wall and then just didn't.
Oh, so awkward. Oh, hello.
We're going to see another fight, though. They're going to try and come in here and try and commit everything onto Zika, who immediately goes into stasis, and Zika survives. Oh, Lord, that's not a good place to be. You need to get away from all this poke coming out from Gala and Jace. You need to get out of this chokehold, but they are getting burnt down. They are just fish in a barrel, and LNG have got themselves a shotgun. Easy as you like, and Weibo, they're starting to panic now, Jamada.
It's 12 gauge. It's pump action, and Weibo, they're getting hit by every single shell right now. This tower's going to go down. Baron's still up for a minute and a half, but the health bars of the important members of LNG a little bit low, so it seems like perhaps a reset is in favor for what they want to do. Go back towards that dragon in 40 seconds time. Happy with the structures that they have picked up here. Weibo, we kind of like take a breath for a moment, right? Kind of take stock of where we're at the game. The items, you know, this is a pretty heavy 4K gold lead, all things considered, right? You can see that Zika's up an item. The same thing for Gala. Scout's very close as well to his 3rd item, whilst other members kind of waiting for that second one to come in as disengage. I mean, again, Darkness Selection really good. The Shroud, I think, blocks a fair amount of damage also from, I want to say, Light. Zika's flash then is very well timed with the dash, and Maokai ultimate, the re-engage, the AoE damage in general is just so high from all of these members of LNG that Weibo just do not have an answer, and that's the big issue as another Shock Blast lands and connects onto Weiwei. With this composition of Weibo, you really have to just break apart LNG's ability to poke. But the issue is, if you dive, you're diving into Alistar, Maokai, and at times Gwen. You're just going to get minced. So it feels like a very difficult conundrum to find yourself in and actually try and navigate out of. But if you can find a fight when maybe Zika's not there, it's favorable at, you know, absolute best that the setup works out. But even then, you're going to struggle as look at how powerful Scout is. Half healthing Light. Xiaohu, the focus as he picks up that Zhonya's. He's going to need to have to find a miracle fight relatively soon. Otherwise, LNG, with this suffocating chokehold that they're imposing on Weibo, will slowly look to close this game number 2 out and give us a series.
We saw a point now for LNG and Weibo. I mean, look, they went with the Cassante so early, and they have been heavily punished. He is level 13. He just about has himself an item and a half. Like, this Cassante is not the front line you think it to be. A couple of piercing arrows, 1 or 2 accelerated shock blasts. He's gonna die. Like, he can't stand up to anyone on the side of LNG in terms of like raw stats just because of the damage they're putting out. And I think that props are due. They went with the Maokai on the side of LNG. Weibo said, no, we're getting the Cassante. And immediately we saw Zika say, no, give me the Gwen. I know I can win this matchup so hard that they will never blind the Cassante again. And that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, the priority around the Cassante seems a little bit strange, but it's not, you know, uncharacteristic from Weibo in that same breath, right? And when I say strange, kind of context of series, would you not rather, you know, blind something like the Renekton, which was up and available?
Oh, Gala. He flashes and has to use a stopwatch. Weiwei gets himself over the wall. He should be fine. Enough cooldown in that Q to get him back again. So, going to take a fair chunk on the backside of that one there. But no flash, no teleport being used. And can he get to the blast cone? He's going to have to use it just a little bit more distance. He's still running. He should be fine. I don't think he's really going to get taken down here. But Hong is on the backside of this one. And they're still pushing onto this. But this could be an overextension here from LNG. You haven't got the support here. And there's a TP coming in as well from Xiaohu. They're going to have to commit the TP here from Zika. As Scout realizes he has to put in some artillery fire to make sure they don't get caught. Flash in. Scout flashes away, though, and doesn't get all out back in. They Zenith Blade on top of him. Scout is the target, and Scout is dead. Now Light jumps on the Gala, who has no summoners. It's Zika versus Weibo. Can he make it work? Get out of your shroud. You're not allowed to play this game anymore. Xiaohu refuses to let Weibo let go of what they have.
Xiaohu's King's Rule puts an end to Zika's play here as a little bit awkward from Weiwei. Xiaohu's going to show up. He will clean up this mess. Find out the remaining members of LNG here as
I love this. No, I love this. They're staggering his death timer. They're staggering his death timer so he can't join them.
As much as they can, right? I mean, Baron's up in 50 seconds time. They're not going to end the game, but the fact that Weiwei is likely going to be able to base, and they're going to really take their time about this, guys. Kill it. Kill it. It's fine. 40 seconds now. The death time will be about 35. And then LNG will be working with our support. So here we go. Death timer, 36. I was 1 second off. I played this game way
the fact
too much.
that you knew the time almost perfectly is incredible in its own right. But I mean, Weibo smashing back in that fight. And again, Xiaohu is the king of this team. And he is just doing so well to make sure this team can't lose.
Yeah, exactly. And now Weibo have the opportunity to operate this map in a 5v4. And it's support as well. You remember, he's the one with the wards. So LNG will really be walking into this one blind. This has been such a back and forth game. And it feels like it is Zeka versus Xiaohu and Light. And a little bit of poke help from Gala and Scout. Artillery is what's helping out Zeka on some of these dives. When the Baron started up, it's being burst so quickly. I don't think they're going to get in time. It has to be a fight after the fact.
Yeah, they're going to throw out the Solar Flare to slow them down. Baron secured, given over to the side of Weibo. They will throw in a fair bit of damage onto Chris, but again, not an ideal target. Xiaohu now stopping the Alistar from having any kind of fight in this, or any kind of say in this fight. And Weibo are right back in the driver's seat. They'll have the Baron now for 2.5 minutes. They'll have the Dragon spawning in a minute 30. And LNG, they got to find a way to make these fights work. They can't get picked off like that again.
Yeah, and I have to say on the back end, excellent selection there from Xiaohu, understanding that the only way that they can really end up losing any members is if Hung finds that flank angle, just cuts him off with the soldiers. So let's get a look at this, because Tarzan comes in from the Hex Gate. Everyone's obviously chasing onto Weiwei, and it's a very, very extended chase at that, right? But the Shy does so much work. It's saved, I feel like, by Hung. But then look at this. Finds his way on Scout, Q Flash, ultimate. Yes, it doesn't go the way that he wants it, but at the end of the day, still stays alive, and Scout is just basically dead as soon as that ultimate gets pressed. Then it's Zucker versus the world, as Gala also found himself caught out. He tried his best. He's only able to find one kill. Great Empress of Fight to pull him out of the Shroud as well. And then, of course, in the extended, Hung's death timer was laid out for a very, very long time. Now Weibo calls Baron as that Chains of Corruption just flies wide. Means that the siege is on.
And I mean, look, like, Light, I don't think has died in game 1 or 2. He is deathless in this series so far. And this Zeri just seems to be the key. You know, we all thought she was dead and buried, you know, never to be seen again. But this Zeri has been so fantastic at just making sure that, you know, the rest of Weibo can focus topside. They can focus mid lane and not have to worry about bot lane because she's self-peeling, she's self-sustaining.
So impressive, right? Even though Zeri has certainly fallen out of favor in the current map, Light is navigating it still with excellence. And LNG now with that One inhibitor down. Have to focus on the side lane defense. Weibo with this Baron up for another 60 seconds. A lot of options on the table. I feel like you wouldn't mind just going back to the dragon. Xiaohu? Well, Zeka, goodbye, friend. It was nice knowing you.
Yeah, that's the carry. He needs to survive. He knows it, and they're gonna get jumped on top of him. That auto attack was unfortunate. Now Zeka turning it around onto Weiwei. Xiaohu chasing him down though, hunting him with his soldiers. And this is a thing. You're wasting time here at Zeka. The fact that he got out is huge.
Dragon. What LNG gonna do? But nothing. They're turning around. The Shy will go on a bit of a hunting trip, but unfortunately will not come back with any treasures. Weibo can secure this dragon, can stop LNG from picking up Soul. And again, despite the Baron time kind of being burned off by that chase there onto Zeka, at the end of the day, you know, Baron's not going to be up on the map now for another 3 minutes. And realistically, Weibo can just go and siege on the bottom side, on the top side, whichever side of the map they want. Whilst this mid lane is pushing in these supers, so life will feel good. Continue to suffocate LNG out. LNG have to try and break this cycle somehow.
Gala.
Oh,
he's not going to get caught out though. That's some key ultimate off the backside of that one here. Gala does have flash. It means he has to get away from this Cassante. Hong going to do the exact same thing, but Chain of Corruption does land here onto Weiwei. That's a lot of your key engage tool would be dead for a hell of a long time. You would love to try and take him out of this, but LNG, they're not dead and buried just yet. This game is still very, very close. It is only a couple of hundred in favor of Weibo. 3 dragons still to LNG, and this Gwen, as we have seen, needs to be respected.
Yes, it does. All the way to a Banshee's Veil as well, and the amount of, you know, it's predominantly Xiaohu dealing with damage right now, making his way towards the death cap. And like, just by default, even though, you know, Zeri is still very much an AD champion, has enough mixed in magic damage that and she's actually going to keep Zeka alive for a considerable amount of time. So, saw there, 14,000 total gold in the back pocket of Zeka, trailing Xiaohu by about 700. So, realistically, I think once the death cap, it's so far away though. Before Zeka's going to get there, maybe even a Void Staff wouldn't be too bad to cut through the front line even faster than you have been. Either way, that's who you have to have your eyes on, right? That's the point here for LNG. So much of this is on Zeka, and then Scout, Gala, the poke has to be consistent and it has to find its way onto Xiaohu. Otherwise it feels like Weibo will just cruise to a game 2 victory. Xiaohu just picked up the death cap in his inventory as well, so things go from bad to worse. As, again, Ashin, if we sit in this kind of, you know, purgatory of LNG sit far enough back away where they can, you know, throw out the maximum range skill shots, life is navigatable at best, right? But Weibo will eventually pull the trigger, and they're just realistically waiting for this Baron to spawn up in a minute's time.
For the Baron, top side belongs to LNG. You can see that wave pushing in favor of them. They weren't able to cut off the wave in mid lane as it has got super minions in it. Bot lane pushing in favor of Weibo for the moment. Xiaohu thinking about something here, but not going to go for it just yet. They need to cut off this wave, or it could just be the game dead and buried straight away. So you're going to have to try and do something here as LNG to try and make sure you don't just have the minions march in and end it all.
God, no way. All right, the faces are going to come through. I mean, Weibo also seem a little bit uncertain about how they want to navigate that, because you have to remember they also, like, there's a lot of vision that has been taken control of by LNG, which it looks like they're trying to retake, but oh my god, they're checking into territory that they don't even know is LNG's.
Oh, they're going to look for Weiwei! He went too far forward and he is killed off. Chris passed the flash, otherwise the Nature's Grasp would have get him. Xiaohu is thinking about it. He knows that he can maybe get a god tier play. And that minion in the super minion in the mid wave is still going. Scout TP'd on the backside of this one here. Baron hasn't spawned yet. It's 10 seconds, and you can see the TPs are still available here for someone like the Shy. He could TP into the base and look to end it. Xiaohu's moving into it. They're going to try and delay them and end the game, but the Gwen's already got it. The Shy is now lost and all on his own. Scout's going to flash in and burn him down. No way for him to react. It's a minute without the Shy. The Baron shall be started. LNG are crawling back into this.
Nocturne away. Weibo, they have to make this one work. 3 versus 5. Xiaohu has to put on a show, but they're just not willing to commit. They know if they dive further forward, they will just give over their lives. So the Baron will be handed to LNG. Now all of a sudden the game, which looks certain for Weibo to close out, is back on a knife's edge. So much of it on the back of Zeka, but that was an excellent set of decisions, and it's just a big mental game, right? On that retreat from the base when the wave was cut off, Weibo decided that it wouldn't be the right call to go towards the base, right? Just said, you know what, let's go and reclaim this vision. LNG read them. As soon as they see they're not in the base, like, okay, well, they must be taking vision back. We know where everyone is going to be. Let's make this play work. And it gives them just about everything they need to now turn this game back in Weibo's face.
Barrel down mid lane. It's going to be difficult for Xiaohu to defend this by himself, but having the rest of his team kind of shadowing in the sides, make sure he doesn't go down too easily. We'll see, kind of final items being picked up here. Death Cap going to be the last thing here for Zika. I mean, who stops him? He'll just literally, for lack of a better term, he will cut through them like paper, as scissors tend to do. But it's just going to be so easy for him if he's given like unrestricted access to the backline.
Scissors are very, very sharp. Zika's ability to get onto the backline has been sharper. LNG in the river. Got the Maokai. They're the ones with the poke. Weibo have to engage onto this at the end of the day. Dragon spawning. How quickly will they burst through this, and how quickly will Weibo get hit? Yeah, I mean, they have to, but I mean, look how quickly that dragon is dead. It's gone. Soul's over.
It's gone. They know they commit to it because they saw Wei. There's going to be him going over the side of this one here. Maybe looking for something with the Hex Gates, but not going to be able to confirm it.
They can cut them off. This is what they're trying to do here. So they're trying to cut them off, push them down towards the
bottom side. But you Baron recalls.
Yeah, I mean, Baron recall is still going to make this too awkward. And there you go. They crashed away. If LNG were, again, it's such a weird stalemate, right? Because LNG have a wave of Baron, but they don't want to, not base and then have Weibo push up the mid lane.
Yeah.
Plus, they've probably got a little bit of gold to spend as well. So everyone takes a breath. Everyone resets. Baron's up for another 60 seconds. I'm not sure how much LNG will really be able to get out of this unless they just kind of run it down mid. Get this inhibitor. Either way, right now, with the soul, they're going to feel very, very powerful.
And look, for Weibo, we're at the super late game. Your Zeri will do damage. Your Zera is so big, but it just depends on how long you can survive. It depends on if you can deal or find an opportunity to find a fight where, you're not allowing this Varus and Jace poke to hit you, constantly, consistently. But it's just going to come down to it. I don't feel like you need to defend. I feel like you need to defend at this next tower. I don't think Nexus turrets are going to be enough because you're just going to keep taking too much poke.
Exactly. Weibo has to engage, but it's so, again, the adaptation from game number 1 to game number 2 has been so excellent from LNG in terms of composition and theme. If Weibo go in, they just get kind of one shot. Here you go, zoning ultimates come through. Tower's dead. And even if they don't get the inhibitor, damage is still relatively done. 2 inhibs open.
How do you approach this?
I just don't know if you can. I think the fact of the matter is, when you have a composition which is so well suited to, defending and standing its ground, the best you can hope for is trying to attack it from multiple angles. But the issue is, who do you send on those angular flanks, right? If it's Wei, his ultimate is gonna lock him in place. If it's Xiaohu, then he's not DPSing front to back. You can argue sacrificing Crisp is probably the best way to go about it, but at the end of the day, he's still only just gonna be locking down 1, maybe 2 members at best. Maybe it's this. Maybe if LNG try and reclaim vision a little bit haphazardly, they can find themselves being caught out here. But will LNG really afford Weibo that kind of opportunity? I feel like the answer is no. Objectives, both the Uber ones, off the map for at least 2 minutes, so it's just going to be about battling over these waves. Weibo a little bit split.
Item to come in for either Zika or any of the people there would be, kind of the thing that tilts this one in their favor. Death Cap. I would actually expect Gala to go towards a Edge of Night, get that spell shield out so he knows he's got that little bit of extra safety. You've got multiple GAs available. There's 3 Zonyas. There's a stopwatch. There's so much happening to kind of, keep yourselves alive. And the funny thing is, the longer this game goes, the less and less this gold means. It means the Shy can get up to level 18. He can get up to his 3rd item and become the tank he's always wanted to be in this game. So this isn't a bad situation for Weibo, and it's 2.5 minutes till the Elder. It's a minute until the Baron. For the moment, Weibo are happy to let this game to continue to scale.
All right, Weibo fans, specifically Cadril, Gala.
I was just about to say, you mean Cadril's stream.
Yeah. Gala has picked up
I'm an I Will Dominate fan myself, personally.
I respect that.
Get the
Gala's picked up a Collector instead of that Edge of Night. So Wei can still press his Archeon. Alright. It is very much a target which they would love to get on top of. The issue is, again, even Scout has scaled to a point where he's going to deal a lot of damage. So if you do try and kill Gala, then you have to worry about Zeka. If you kill Zeka, Gala now has, I guess, a collector to deal even more damage. So it's a bit of a catch-22. Ooh, Zeka's gone towards the Shadow Flame, so I think he just acknowledged that now with the Baron coming up, he's not going to have enough time to get towards that death cap. I would much rather just have the immediate power now. Seems to be the case here. As like you mentioned as well, loads of items coming in, pots as well across the board for some members as Chains Corruption onto
Crisp. Yeah, he had to go golden there, otherwise he was dead. He might still be dead with this poke coming out. He's going to have to reset. That's no longer available. No stopwatch here for the Leona. Could be massive. Gala taking a fair chunk himself as well as Light. As everyone starts to back away, we're getting ever closer towards this Elder, and it looks like LNG are kind of saying, look, we can't risk going for this Baron flip, because if we do, and we don't get it, we give up the Elder as well. So just going to try and control this mid lane and come back out to this fight. Are we actually just going to get to 42 minutes into this game and just flip it over the big purple worm and maybe the massive dragon? Oh, the Shy! He's caught! He's dead! And the Shy will not be able to help out his team. Now you can see Light, he was caught up in those vines. And that loses his cleanse as well. One small misstep means that LNG break open the game.
Turn away, fraud supporters. The Shy may have just gifted LNG a lot in this game. The Baron at the very least. Will it also be the Elder is the question. Recalls will come through. Let's see what will be picked up on the side of LNG. Weibo will have to do everything else to make sure they try and lock down this area of the map as much as they can. I mean, sure, the Shy has teleport, but you feel like LNG will just be able to kind of brute force their way through. They still have to be a little bit meticulous about the approach. You don't really want to risk getting one shot, but at the end of the day, I feel like you're strong enough. There you go.
They're
Started up by Weibo. Okay.
This is a risk. 5 seconds till the Shy even comes in, which means it's another 4 seconds till he's able to get the teleport out. They're going to try and jump in, flash in over the wall to try and make sure they can't get this. They're flipping it. Wei goes into GA. Zik is trying to just burn through absolutely everybody. However, Xiaohu is still putting in work. Xiaohu's going to try and turn this one back, but the Elder is secured, and I don't think Xiaohu's going to be having enough of it. He's trying his best. Xiaohu, you Emperor among men, trying his absolute hardest, but his heart's just not strong enough. The Elder's Dragon Roar, and that is LNG bringing us to 1-1.
A God amongst kings, Xiaohu was trying to be, but LNG are just too damn strong. We said it so many times. You kill off Scout, then you're worrying about Zika and Gala. And every single iteration of that equation, Zika, they always used to say, never run with scissors. And he's running straight towards the Nexus to give us a game 3 on even footing.
1-1. What a game 2 to set us to 1-1. It looked like Weibo had everything set up, ready to go. It looked like they knew how they wanted to win it, but then one small misstep after another. It was one catch, one kill here at 30 minutes. Okay, then we were going to 35. Okay, now we're waiting till this time. Little small mistakes that just dragged out the game. And Zika on this Gwen was too big, too powerful, too much to deal with. I mean, there's nothing else to really say. They just got too much to carry.
Yeah, and you know, funnily enough, even though Gwen is typically kind of considered a mid to later game champion, he really did act as the bridge to enable Gala and Scout to kind of stabilize and catch back up in this game, just pretty much through his own sheer power. And this is a nail-biting game. This is an eye-popping game, right? This was a situation where realistically Weibo could have made a couple of different decisions and they could have been the ones going into game 3 at 2-0, but LNG very tenacious. And you know, again, I feel like just Zeka, he's going to get MVP, surely, this time, right? He's not going to have it stolen away. I think, you know, the early rotation of that Cassante really did set up for this, right? And I feel like they kind of got a read on game 1 and said, okay, we went towards the Renekton, not as much impact as we wanted in the team fights, and also the composition ended up not necessarily, you know, falling into place the way that we wanted it. Let's just have something that's a little more on theme, right? And it worked out for them because Weibo could not get through the defense that was LNG. There was too many tools of CC, too many burst tools as well. And, you know, unfortunately for Weibo, despite having Xiaohu on a bit of a tear and he is having a performance and a half, the Azir can't really do much in a setup like this. Kind of out-navigated it almost every single time.
My heart bleeds, man. It bleeds for Xiaohu because like I'm a huge fan of his. I have been for many years, well before I even casted the LPL, and it does feel like you know, all memes aside, like the man is putting his heart and soul to try and get these games in the favor of Weibo, but just you can't. It's a team game. It's not a 1v5. You know, it's not a 1v1. It's not about your own individual performance. A lot of the times it's about everybody else. And you know, again, regardless of the memes, the Shy getting caught out like that, you can't let that happen that late into the game. It's just not acceptable.
No, not in this case. And you know, for Weibo, the reality of the situation was very, very dire, regardless, right? But it was just one of those situations where it just makes it go from bad to worse. I think looking at draft adaptations, kind of curious again about side select, whether or not LNG will remain on blue. If I recall correctly, the way it works here in the LPL is that the higher seed gets the first side selection of the first 3 games, then the lower seed gets the last 2. Could be wrong, but that is what information was passed on to me. So,
yep,
you know, if it's false, then hey, you know what? Blame the person that told me. But
don't shoot the messenger.
Yeah, don't shoot. I'm just the messenger in this instance, right? Curious about what's going to happen with this K'Sante pick. I feel like Weibo have to drop it. I feel as if Zeka just has too many champions to actually play into the K'Sante. Yes, we've only seen Renekton and the Gwen, but you know, Zeka's the kind of guy that will basically pull out every split pusher under the sun. So do you really want to run that risk again? Because you definitely aren't going to dump a ban into Gwen in the first 3. That would be, it would be crazy to say the least, right? So
it would be interesting for sure.
Yeah, it would be interesting for sure.
Considering, you know, Fiora exists.
Exactly. and the other final thing, you know, before we head over to a break relatively soon, that I would also be concerned about is the Azir from Xiaohu. Is it something that you want to take away, or are you happy to give it over if you know that with the Maokai, you're likely still going to end up with, you know, the Jace, or, you know, a very hard-winning matchup on the top side? AD priority as well, I think maybe wants to change over for Weibo. Not saying that Zeri has been an issue, but do you want a different flavor? Do you yourselves want that Varus, right? To have that poke and that burst, or something a little more hyper carry orientated away from the Zeri? We'll have to see as we move over to game number 3.
Yeah, we're going to send us a quick break. When we return, we'll have picks and bans.
我心有灵犀，不是
结交大了，想清回塔内，换了个点燃出来，再来一段啊，还有大破点打破，哎呦 Q 一段，最后一下盾出来，但是伤害已经到位了 ，N9 完成单杀。哎，看一下 Scout 直接绕到了 LNG 的死角位置，直接闪身过来，但我看到对方3个人。
这里先动 Nanny， 直接锁 Nanny 就打前台吗？但这个位置非常的尴尬，直接被快影开了一个完美大招。
艾奥特9筒一炸，把他炸到了更远的地方，反而安妮一波闪开，杀掉了下路关口。我的天，包车又看过几人躲过了后面那个大闹天宫，安妮一波还活了下来，哪儿对方也往回跳，高死哥这波直接下马。 野区是肯定不能看的，围绕
这边伤口有点顶不太住，
就被开了，
这边秒了，又是一剑直接命中到 Fortic 将自己的进化在狂暴向后拉开了之后，反身开启魔点中将，但是小黄这里已经完成了一波双杀，在旁边以为 Super 直接被惹线粘住，这里又留住了 Fortic 的AD 倒下的情况下，有5杀吗？
我是一个纯真的小猪，往前走，一甩，走得很好，哦呦，这么漂亮！ 直接2技能山崩地裂，哇！LP 疯狂找机会输出来了，挑飞3个大3个接上格力的超前爆闪，瞬间3-1了4个人，一口来了，3点4了，李修南。 撒谎推出一个近乎绝望的大招，
扛多久的时间？这波移动那个进场坚持无敌，拉到了4个人，摧枯拉扯的团战EDG要完成，他们也很清楚，所以往后放线了。
强迫的闪现，
变狙2个，我天哪！可是直接被秒掉了，都能被打成残血，还在微弱的闪现被打出来了，清到了，清到 Light 是没有闪现的，这一波直接被清死。
要开门要单吃了，感觉有 buff 的福利，好痛好痛，马上要疯，还嗑了药呢，扭了一下，但是没有用啊。
怀吗，奈特？
When you come home late at night, I say we gotta talk now, but I have no strength to fight. Guess this is getting old now. You said what you wanted, you got it every time. I'd always ask for more. You know the words that make me feel fine. And something feels so good when I'm with you. Do you think that we can move into each other's space now, without a change in mood, without us playing games now? It's you that I've wanted, you make my heart smile. My eyes are begging for more. The way that you move got me feeling wild. 'Cause something feels so good when I'm with you. When I'm with you. So good, so good. You take my hand, my head spins around. You're in my bed, so baby, let's get high. So good, so good, so good. So good, so good. 'Cause something feels so good when I'm with you.
下一代常规赛刚开始的时候就配合的很差吧，然后如果我们要走到最后的话，我觉得我们的团队配合要更好，然后每个人的目标都要一致。虽然我们没有拿到复活甲嘛，但是我觉得我们只是因为前面队伍的磨合和配合还不够吧，然后导致前面输给了很多队，然后在我看来我们实力就是不只是3、4名，我觉得我们很强，然后我们可以冲击冠军。其实 BO5 更考验一个队伍，就是对于这场 BO5 的一些 BP 准备吧。就常规赛的时候其实很少有时间，然后也版本一直会变，然后有些队伍的理解会不太一样，但是到了 BO5 的时候，就是每个队伍的理解其实都是一样的，会更考验团队的配合，然后还有个人实力。我觉得只要我们版本理解摸透了的话，我们遇到谁都是可以赢的。如果遇到我们常规赛输给我们的队伍的话，我觉得我们应该会直接碾压，就是赢下来吧。然后如果遇到赢过我们的，我觉得我们以前不是就是常规赛初期的我们了，就希望他们谨慎一点。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL 2023 Summer Playoffs. We are at 1-1. We're back into the regular season. It's basically just the best of 3. We got to talk about our MVP of game number 2, which was game number 1 win for LNG, and it was going to be Zika on this Gwen. It just became unsustainable, untenable for the side of Weibo to ever deal with it, and it just never ever stopped. The train never stopped for them to be able to try to get this one going.
Solid matchup, solid laning phase, and yeah, he just kept on stacking up more and more kills at every single skirmish. Don't have to go back 2 years to find positive stats for this guy. Zeka was a monster this time around, and yeah, I feel like, again, a lot of it in kind, just because the Shy picked up the you know, the Cassante very, very early on. So yeah, now at this point, do you really look to pick up that Cassante at the second, at the first/second rotation when you know that Zeka could potentially pull out an early pick like this? I feel like, you know, you can't allow him to have this much freedom in the top side matchups anymore.
Yeah, you just can't go for this blind Cassante. I feel like LNG have got themselves an answer to it. I will say that as well, you know, it did go to 42 plus minutes. It was a long answer to it, but I mean, it did feel like the Shy just wasn't really that relevant, or at least not as relevant as we've seen Cassante's, excuse me, in the previous one and in previous metas, if you will. But it is kind of an unfortunate, you know, kind of thing here for the side of Weibo, that it's like they thought they had a thing and they thought I had an answer to all these things, that they picked up the exact same composition they did in game number 1, but now they need to adapt. Now they need to figure out what is actually going to be the priority for them coming into game number 3, because if they start to lose this momentum, this is where the series starts to get, you know, kind of called into some serious question.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I will say, as we approach, of course, game number 3, side select did land with Weibo moving over to the blue side. So it does certainly pose a couple of very interesting questions. Do the bans from the first, you know, 2 games basically still remain the same? What happens with the Jace? What happens with the Azir? What happens with the Maokai? Those are the big 3 questions in terms of draft on my mind as we approach game number 3, because all of those picks have been very, very pivotal. And of course, the Cassante priority as well from Weibo. Surely that's going to change moving into this game number 3.
Yeah, and I do believe that, you know, if you're watching the casual stream, I do believe you have a bone to pick there as he's trying to huff some serious ass copium on this guy in the top side. Like, just admit you got gapped in top lane, man. It's not that hard.
It happens to the best of us. I'm not gonna pick any more bones. I think that we saw what happened. The Shy got given a blind matchup, and then Zeka took full advantage of it. That's it. That's all there is to it. So I look now towards game number 3, and I just hope for the Shy's sake, and probably Kadril's blood pressure's sake, that we don't see a Cassante blind so that Zeka doesn't take advantage of it again. Because it was a little bit nasty. I feel like, you know, for me, if you're going to give the Shy a tank, you might as well give him a tank that has agency to start fights. Because I feel like if there's one thing that the Shy does do quite well, it is actually start fights. So maybe give him like an Ornn, maybe like set him up with like a good Malphite angle or something. Not saying that he's like he should be stricken to tank play only, but I feel like for Weibo, considering how powerful, shut at you. Considering how good Xiaohu and Light are playing right now, I think the more enablers that you have around this very strong core, the higher opportunities that you have to actually give them the space to make plays work, right? So that's why I allude to those kind of picks. I kind of hope for the sake of Weibo they have that read, but again, there are other pressing matters at hand, right? Maokai, Jace, Azir. So I feel like no matter what, this side select is definitely going to unravel the series quite greatly, and I'm curious about now where LNG will land, because certainly they are not going to get their hands on as many freebies as they did in game number 1 and 2, but also being on red side, Zeka's probably going to get R5 again. Right? Or counter pick rather, which is likely going to be at R5. That could also pay off huge yields.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, you mentioned the Malphite, like, you know, historically, it's one of the newer picks that the Shy has been bringing out kind of, you know, recently. He is 6 games, they did 5-1, so it's a pretty high win rate on that particular champion. And again, like you said, it just kind of like, it's just an enabling champion. It does feel like, you know, that is something that can work for him. Obviously, you know, I would prefer to have him, you know, performing or overperforming in any kind of sense of the word than to, you know, to be, I'm not enjoying dancing on this man's failures. I'm not sitting there wringing my hands together going like, can't wait for him to fail. But at the same time, like
you are. Don't lie.
A little bit. I've been talking to Forrest a bit too much, but it just feels like, again, like, you know, it just feel like we are in a new era of expectations for the Shy. It does feel like we have to start thinking about him in a very different lens to what he was 5-6 years ago, because he's just not that player. And even things like I would have always said of, you know, his most played champion of all time, the Gnar, that I think he has something like a 70% win rate or something on it. We just haven't seen it because it just doesn't feel like that's the kind of team that he's in right now to be able to make that work.
I agree. I wouldn't go as harsh, perhaps, but I do agree. I do agree to a point, right? We'll see. I feel like the setup is not necessarily the same. The focus isn't really on the Shy in this roster, right? I think, which is strange because again, you go to like pre-spring expectations. Everyone was saying, okay, this is gonna be Kasa. Obviously, Kasa was in spring. Kasa, Xiaohu, roam up the top lane, give the Shy every resource in the on the planet. Didn't end up playing out that way. It was a lot more nuanced, and it was actually a lot more focused around the bottom lane instead. So, I am kind of surprised, but also I feel like the Shy maybe is just getting frustrated at times. You know, it's just like, I want the resources, guys, help me. You know, he does get focused a lot. I still feel like he does have that global taunt on him, and sometimes it pays off, right? It does help out Weibo. Other times, the Shy ends up being a minor bit of a liability. But we move into Game 3 draft, and a couple of things already being answered for us. The Maokai off the table. What's Weibo going to do with the Jace? And then what will LNG do with the Azir? Those are the big things on my mind, because you go back to the first two drafts, it was Kai'Sa off the table already at this point from the side of LNG. LeBlanc will also now join, so that's another one. Rel also still up and available. A couple new picks are likely to slip through here as we finally got this swap of sides.
And this is where we're going to see the kind of adaptations coming in. The Vi getting taken away. A lot of jungle pressure here. Kind of, yeah. I mean, Kai'Sa and then the Rel going to be picked up here for LNG. This is going to be the Weibo kind of picking up that champion. And this opens things up a lot now for the side of, both these teams, to be perfectly honest. Because that Kai'Sa can technically flex between mid and ADC. I will say here in the LPL, kind of contrary to every other region, we are just not really seeing it in that mid lane. So I would expect it to go into Light's hands before anybody else.
Yeah, now what do LNG do with this Jace pick, right? Do they want it? And of course the Azir. Do they want the Azir more? Do they want to take that out of Xiaohu's hands, or do they want the Jace so they prevent the poke combination of Kai'Sa plus Jace? Seems like they're more interested in taking away the Azir. So let's see now where Weibo go with Maokai banned. No longer will Weiwei have the opportunity to kind of split the damage a little bit. I anticipate that Jace will still come through from Xiaohu, unless he's eyeing up, something a little more supplementary. I was actually going to say like the Annie if he wanted to fall back to more utility-based picks, but this Tristana has been left open throughout the entire series so far. Hasn't really been focused in, and this time around, it will be locked in. So Xiaohu still on the carry, and if we end up with the Alistar, it's 2 AD carries, Alistar, and then top jungle left, and being waited on to be picked up for the Shy and Weiwei for Weibo.
Wait to see whether they want to try and bring this draft right now. Again, kind of having that Tristana, the double AD carry, kind of pseudo AD carry, if you will, as you do tend to see the Kai'Sa go for that AP build. We'll see what Oh yeah, I think Poppy could be just so good at just, again, stopping a lot of what you want to try and build into here with the Alistar, and obviously the rocket jumps coming in here from the Tristana.
Yeah, exactly. So many dashes, and relatively telegraphed dashes as well. All right, I think that's the more important thing to highlight, that Poppy can stop. So a lot of high value likely to come through from that steadfast presence, and we'll keep on tracking that once we do get into game. LNG though, jungle or top lane picks, what are they more likely to focus out? Seems like it will be top side picks. So Rumble, first one to go. Do they want to remove away the Cassante? Do they really care, considering the Shy's performances so far on the pick have not really left a lot to be desired? And to be fair, if he ends up on the Cassante blind, then Zucker will likely go towards counter pick. So I think the situation is more likely a Renekton ban here, something that, is a little bit more well-rounded in terms of what it can actually provide, whether it's weak-side or strong-sided. And then that way, you are really trying to push the Shy onto something as, sort of abusable as possible, I feel like here, as the LNG side as Weibo remove away the Varus, and expect probably one more hyper carry AD that Gala loves to rely on. Trying to kind of rack my brain on what it would most likely be, because it has predominantly been hyper carries. I think his next most played, considering what's left up on the table, is like the Jinx. So we'll see whether or not Weibo just default to that and put him on as off comfort as possible.
We'll wait to see where the last kind of ban comes in here. LNG, of course, will get kind of first rotation on this. You would imagine they'll go for an AD carry. The Jack's going to be banned away as the final thing here, as Weibo kind of recognize they don't need Zika on many different things that can carry off in the game. Jack's becoming that kind of staple ban. LNG might decide to go with themselves, as you said, kind of give Zika that counter pick into that top side. We'll get in Gala something they can maybe carry on from his own front Wouldn't mind the Aphelios, of course. It is kind of down the AD carry priorities, but no, they're looking like they want to go towards maybe getting the Renekton locked in and get that front line sorted out for themselves.
Okay, so interesting. That's what the Rumble ban was for. Renekton really cannot play that lane out at all, so wanting to go towards a more aggressive top side, and you know, I don't think it really needs to be spelled out how much bullying can be done to a top laner when the jungler is Poppy and the top laner is Renekton. So if the Shy is going to go towards this Cassante, which he is hovering, it'll be 3 games in a row, could be very, very difficult to play out. Even if he uses the Pathmaker to deal with all the CC, the damage will still be there, as Weiwei's going to give us a Lilia game of all things. So this is going to be very, very fun to watch. I will get into the nitty-gritties of the matchup, but what you can immediately expect is very fast pathing early on, right? A lot of tempo should be afforded to Weiwei. As are we finally going to get a call on this Ornn? Because I feel like it just makes the most sense, right? Again, Cassante, great champion, but at the end of the day, I feel like if you want to put Shy on weak side duty, give him something where he's going to be able to provide for the team more consistently. They still land on the Cassante in the end, and LNG seems like they were thinking about the Aphelios on 4 anyway, and they'll lock that in last pick.
And look, you know, going to see the last Aphelios getting in, so kind of giving themselves a very similar composition to what we've actually seen Weibo build for themselves, with their scaling with this Azir, and kind of come with actually to quickly look at which team was on which side there for a second to make sure I wasn't just going to talk about Xiaohu's Azir. But I mean, the Lilia has been something that we've been seeing kind of like whispers of, specifically from Kanavi off JDG, that it's kind of becoming this maybe kind of, you know, very fringe, but at the same time very powerful jungler that you can bring out when things like the Maokai and the Ivern are already taken off the board and your AP options are limited. So see what Weiwei can do with it. It has an incredibly fast clear, and if you're able to get up to that first, you know, second item, the Demonic Embrace, and maybe even into, you know, we've talked about it before, potentially Drain Tank with that Jack Show, we'll see what direction Weiwei wants to take with this, but plenty of options here for Weibo to try and bounce back and get themselves a blue side win.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about Lilia is the base damages are like right in that sweet spot where you can go those Drain Tank builds. It makes sense, but full AP also hits like a truck. So plenty of options available to this Lilia, and of course I imagine that Weiwei is likely going to have a relatively positive early game in this setup, and I'm kind of looking at him to probably rush towards level 6 and then start to look for very forced plays. That's typically where Lilia does shine. I will say into the Poppy specifically is actually very, very difficult to, you know, skirmish into it pre-6, because you can always have your watch out Eep, the big sort of like dash circle thing, blocked out by the steadfast presence, so very hard to keep that one down. And given where that lane matchup was on the top side for the Shy, you wonder whether or not he's going to go up there and give it a little bit of coverage, or whether or not you leave it on an island and go and try and push other lanes further ahead.
Teams are locked and loaded. It's a best of 3. As both these teams now come into the series 1-1. Want to try and get yourself that one step closer towards locking in double elimination, a top 4 finish. Not only would it then give you an opportunity at maybe even getting enough points to auto-qualify yourselves, maybe even win the championship, but also getting extra points to put you as many opportunities in that regional qualifier should you fall at the next hurdle. It's all to play for in this game number 3. Both these teams have left very little to the imagination of how badly they want to win. It's going to come down to how they both kind of participate in these team fights, how they set themselves up, and how they execute at those big, crucial moments.
Exactly that. I feel like first Herald, going to be very important. Lilia, very powerful. That first cast of the ultimate. Priority, I imagine, will want to be earned there by Weibo as we move into game 3. Okay.
I definitely feel like that guy for Weibo is a little closer to the mic.
I believe, solved our quandary of game number 2, and I think the Weibo mascot, we'll dub him, shouting for the Gyos, is just closer to the mic than the LNG guy is.
Straight up, just closer. Well, look, you know, you gotta take every opportunity you have. You gotta take every advantage you can get. That's definitely to be said in this particular series. It does feel like both these teams very equally weighted into each other. It doesn't feel like there's much to say the difference between these two guys.
I was wondering whether or not they were going to go for a late invade. Wait. But just a ward on that Raptor camp to see that Tarzan will be starting out there. And we'll see how quickly Weiwei can get through these the first rotation of his jungle camps. Lilia back in the day, before the jungle was changed to be a little bit more strict on the multi-camping and things like that, could really blitz through the early jungle clear. If you were super efficient, you would, I wouldn't say necessarily get to things like Karthus or Nidalee levels, but you'd be in the realm, as there's also Crisp's 600th game today. See if he can crown it with a win. And hope that he will be able to, as right now he's just playing stare off. Mexican standoff with Hung in these bushes, just trying to maintain control of the lane for Weibo. They should hit level 2 first. Don't know if they're really going to be able to put any pressure down off the back of that though.
Here's the thing for LNG. You know, we say it a million times, but you're always going to concede pressure in this first wave or two for the Aphelios. It's just how it is. But like that Tarzan's looking to be a bit more aggressive. I will say, though, he's been kind of caught out if he's looking for an invade, because the Lilia actually started on the top side to try and match this Poppy kind of aggression once she hits level 3.
Thing is, though, Poppy's ganks are so...
Xiaohu! That's not the ideal situation. He does get a fair chunk of damage on the scout, but that was just Xiaohu not respecting that Tarzan could be there. And the thing is, he had information that Tarzan started topside.
Yeah, that is questionable from Xiaohu, to say the least. Gets punished by Tarzan, looking for the early angle. His work is kind of just cut out for him, and he's able to find first blood. Great stuff. Xiaohu used the flash as well to try and escape, so he is now an even more vulnerable target. Weiwei's trying to steal away some jungle camps here, and to his credit, he's going to be able to secure the walls without smite, and with this priority here from Weibo and still from the mid lane, Tarzan will be punished here by losing his entire blue side quadrant. So Weiwei's going to feel good about this. Weiwei should be slingshotted towards a very fast level 6, or at the very least have a pretty big influx of gold in comparison to Tarzan, whereas Tarzan now has to basically just live with the fact that he's probably going to get top scuttle at absolute most. Maybe even Weiwei, if he wants to skip it, can move up there. As again, look at this trade. I mean, you know, again, a little bit awkward from Xiaohu in terms of timing. The trade would have been very favorable, right? Between Xiaohu and Scout 1-to-1, but just too far forward as Hammer bonk like whack-a-mole right on the head, but in the air. Isn't able to escape. Tarzan does secure that skull for himself, but again, going to be down on camps. Will at the very least be able to cycle through his second spawn, so catch-up XP will do its thing. But Weiwei, so much freedom down here. Look at the chunk out on Gala. Looks like they want to dive, or at the very least deny away this wave.
They should be able to do so. Again, like you mentioned, Tarzan kind of ran up towards that that scuttle on the top side just to see if he can get that. It's going to be a level 4 for Weiwei. Not the most powerful, as he hasn't gone back yet, so he hasn't got a huge amount of AP. Crisp burning down and taken out. They're going to try and jump on the Gala, and they'll take him out as well. Weiwei now kind of caught between a turret and a Tarzan, but he's taking a lot of damage. Oh, Light not quite able to get the last tick of damage. He wanted to make it work, but while this is all happening, I stopped myself for a second. Minion waves there, but the big thing here is, yes, they trade back in a 2-for-1 in favor of LNG, but this wave is just, it's 20 CS leading the bot side.
It's double the CS for Light, right? And still gonna feel bad. The kills went over to Tarzan as well, one of them at the very least. Another kill did go into Gala, so it will make up for some of that lead, but the XP difference is going to be huge. And actually, crucially, so this is what happens initially. Cleanse blown, flash as well. So this is why Gala is summoner spellless once we walk into this play. Tarzan is also pulled off of the Raptors to come and cover this. Wave crashes, dive commences. As what actually ends up happening? Crisp W's the minion trying to go gap close onto Gala, not able to find it. And then it's a bit chaotic to say the least. Crisp very easily picked off. Gala gets bonked on the head by Weiwei. And then Tarzan almost actually dies. Look how much damage he actually puts out. And then Light, one more auto, but the stun comes out from Hung, stops him from moving forward. So very awkward kind of execution on both sides, really. But it works out for LNG in the end. They're the ones with more kills. Maybe even an angle to start this dragon. Tarzan's on his way. Surely Weibo can look to contest this. I'm kind of trying to get an eye on the mid lane priority right now, but it seems that that's actually in favor of LNG, and that's what's propping and enabling this to actually be started off here.
Let's try and just confirm this Dragon first. This has been the kind of linchpin between these two teams, getting that early soul. Hex flash over, and they're going to be able to burn down this Alistar pretty damn quickly. Not a lot else you can do about that one there. The steadfast presence does do a little bit to mitigate Weiwei's kind of a movement forward, but Gala just burning them down with the red and white. He knows he wants to fight, and LNG are kind of living in the scrappiness right now. They're enjoying the fact that they're able to kind of get all this gold and just kind of stop what Weibo are trying to do.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about earlier when we came to the draft, talking about the jungle matchup. Xiaohu, is he in trouble? Can Scout get behind? He can.
Oh, you can get him into the wall! Oh, it's beautiful from Scout and Tarzan. Really well done. And Xiaohu, I mean, it looks like he's running out of steam because this start of this game has not been ideal.
One alley-oop right there. Set up perfectly. Xiaohu still no flash from the earlier exchange. Easy as you like setup, and that skirmish beforehand as well. Just so LNG favored because they're able to stop so many key abilities, but also just burst out Crisp, who was, again, angling kind of strangely, right? At the very start of the skirmish. The Dragon, however, wasn't actually secured by either team, so it's still up, which means we could have another fight for it relatively soon. For now, though, we will hold our breath as kills flown left, right, and center. A lot into Tarzan, a lot, however, into Gala and Scout. Gala doing his best to try and close that CS difference back up. But again, you know, Crisp angling for Gala. Great use of the Graviton to lock him down. The chain TC is good, right into the wall. Weiwei tries to find the damage on time, but then the slow from the steadfast presence, you know, interrupt as well. Also just keeps Weiwei in place long enough for Gala to melt through him, and obviously the follow-up was excellent onto Xiaohu. Dragon still not being taken as now the Herald spawn, so that's both the early objectives up and available. Weiwei already has level 6. Tarzan took down the red buff, still not level 6. Maybe with catch-up XP, the Raptors give it to him. Either way, if he doesn't have it, he's going to be working at a deficit. Does it give him level 6? It does. So now he's got that armor. He can knock away somebody out of this team fight if LNG are looking to approach it. I mean, with Gala and Hung here, they want to, at the very least, take the fight, if not contest for the Herald overall. They find another pick.
They find Xiaohu immediately having to flash away over to Wei from the fight. The Dragon does get secured here by Weibo, I believe, and that's going to be not going for the lilting lullaby just yet. The fight is still very much looking like it's LNG favored. They're going to see an all-out jump in and take Zika out of that fight. 5v4 though, how confident are you feeling in Gala to be this carry? They're just defending the eye. You shall not get the benefit of this buff. That's exactly what's going to happen there. What the hell was that? I don't even know what the hell went down. Xiaohu goes down for a third time as the Shy tried to save his mid laner. That was a curious interaction. I think he knocked him back as he got knocked forward. Strange.
It's bust the shot. And as Tarzan dashed in, bust the shot from Xiaohu. I think that's what happened. Looked really weird in the moment though, because obviously you have Alistar there. You're thinking, wait, he just headbutted him, interrupted it? No, it was bust the shot. So, end of the exchange. Weibo did technically kill the Herald, but they weren't allowed to pick it up. LNG play, you know, Bloons tower defense, but with champions. Secure it, and as we get into the replay, it's a nice attempt here onto Tarzan, right? Has vision on Xiaohu, but unfortunately has the flash, so he's able to flash out of it. It puts him in an awkward enough position that now not only has he committed, but Scout has committed to this bottom side, which gives Weiwei and Weibo enough time to secure this Herald. Now the issue is no one can pick up the eye, and as LNG try and regroup, you can see Zika, I think he gets knocked back. No, he flashes forward for light. Okay, I thought he got knocked back awkwardly and then pulled across the wall. Shy is then an all-out, so good job to just secure that from the Shy's perspective. And then at this point, it's just about holding ground. Another stun comes through onto Crisp, and he's just playing frontline. And I think it's bust the shot. Yeah, bust the shot on the knock forward, and then Crisp obviously flashing forward, all in the same frame. Just makes it look a little awkward as LNG push back on Weibo's attempt to secure that Herald. And there will be no gold secured, right, from the plates or anything like that. It's just more kills into the LNG back pockets as they lead this game right now, 1.5k.
1.5k, 3-0-4 onto Tarzan. Really just kind of being the beneficiary of all of this extra gold. It is onto a poppy, so not the greatest thing in the world, but I mean, just having that extra bit of sustain is going to be huge. Weiwei rushed a Rod of Ages, so we're not going to be seeing any of the typical builds. It's not kind of uncalled for as such. It does have its advantages.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I don't know how I feel about it, but what I will say is, in terms of just being a flat stat stick, obviously very, very powerful, Rod of Ages, right? But that passive, hitting 10 stacks and leveling up in a situation like this, hold on, the Shy. Let's turn around the 1v1. I think he's got this.
Oh, it's one more auto attack for either of the top laners. The Shy thought Weiwei was going to be there a little bit quicker. And that means that Zika gets himself a solo bolo, and that's the Renekton power that you just cannot underestimate.
Yeah, unfortunate for the Shy. Not able to find the time to flash out on, you know, a dash or a Cole the Meek there. Just kind of face tanks it all, doesn't have the stats to stand up to Zika. He does fall in the 1v1. Dragon's killed by LNG, but for now, Weibo might not mind, but they'll mind if Crisp is picked up here. Certainly will be. Stun doesn't connect, but not enough health. Gala picks up the kill. Good stuff there from LNG to find the pick on the back of the Dragon. I don't want to speculate too much longer on the Weiwei build, but a lot of extra HP. I wonder if this signals, you know, a more tanky build, right? Demonic Embrace after this into, you know, tank items potentially, or Rylai's, right? Just more HP. That's the goal. We'll end up seeing how effective it is as a Scout. Swing and a miss, but you can respect it.
And Tarzan was coming around, so definitely a jump to save your life there. Xiaohu, unfortunately, you know, game 1 and 2 on the Azir looks fantastic. This Tristana is not having the same level of impact. I will say, not to be all too doom and gloom. Yes, it's 9-3 in kills in favor of LNG, but it is only a 2,000 gold lead. It's not that far ahead, and you start to get later and later into this game. As you can see, the Shy kind of having a much better time of it in this top lane. Just the fact that he did rush into that Iceborne Gauntlet, knowing that he just has that extra little bit of damage to kind of throw in here on top of the Renekton.
Seems like they're eyeing a play up here. Jungle Camp will be stolen away, at the very least. Weiwei doing an excellent job of CSing, as you would expect Lilia would do. And yeah, I guess another kind of benefit to the Roa is once that passive stacks up, if Weiwei can continue to maintain a relatively healthy level lead, you know, obviously the higher level you are by the time that 10 tick pops over, the more, you know, technically efficient it somewhat is, right? So, we'll see where he is once that temp stack comes through. Gala will secure a solo plate for himself. Surprised? Just because it's Crisp and how he's been playing this game, he didn't just immediately go for a little bit of a combo here. Weiwei wants his red buff. Doesn't want this one stolen away, but no smite. Tarzan has his really awkward invade here. If he can get the red buff to reset, it's great, but won't be able to, and Tarzan will steal away that jungle camp.
And answering in kind for the camp that was stolen from him, as both these junglers try to get towards that 1200 damage smite. Tarzan actually a fair bit away from it. Weiwei's done, as you mentioned, an exceptional job of just CSing his camps when it comes up. Though Tarzan has got the kills, he is about 2 camps, or even 3, to be honest with you, before he'll have that that upgraded smite to 1200. So it's something to keep an eye on as we move into those kind of mid to late game team fights, or even just the mid game team fights around these bigger objectives like the Rift Herald.
Yeah, it's actually heftier because each camp gives you a stack, but the treats, I can't recall the very intricacies of how the treats sometimes passively spawn, but obviously you need plays onto like hitting objectives and obviously champion takedowns and such. So he is likely not going to have the upgraded smite by the time that this Herald spawns up, whilst maybe Weiwei won't either, but he's certainly very close to it, like we were just mentioning. So it's not going to be a big deal for this Herald, but maybe for the next Dragon. Keep our eyes on that. Maybe Weiwei has that smite damage advantage. For now though, LNG at the objective first. I wouldn't say an awkward time to base from Weiwei, just had gold to spend. He's not in the river, and with Scout also securing topside priority, this just looks like LNG is through and through. Should be able to pick that one up with very little issue.
It's going to be difficult. There's a TP coming in from the Shy. Maybe they want to take a fight on the back end of this. It's a TP as well, answered by Zika. Do they look for the lilting Lullaby? They do. It lands it down on the Scout, but he gets away with some Shurima Shuffle. Now you can see them moving on top of Crisp, who has to pop the ultimate. This is all a bit scrappy. No one really knows if they want to go for this fight just yet. Here we go. Flash in with the Magnet Storm, the Moonlight Vigil. Only onto Weiwei, and Hung is dead. The Keeper's Verdict does decide that only one shall be taken away. It's Xiaohu as the Shy and Zika take themselves a little bit of a 1v1. The Shy would love to be able to get a solo kill, but he won't be able to get it. And Scout with the Shurima Shuffle. The Emperor's Divide is just too damn good. And they thought they had Zika. They thought they had the advantage. But LNG and Scout just steps up and tells them to step out.
Oh, it looks so good for a breath from the Shy, but all it does is basically set up a sit-up for Scout to find the scoop, and LNG get even more kills. The tower as well off the back of the Herald play. Now the game sits 4,000 gold away from Weibo for now. Lilting Lullaby, really well timed, but the issue is a good dash away means that Scout isn't able to be followed up on. Dash into the wall there from Tarzan is good. Keeps Crisp kind of at bay from finding his backline. Then this re-engage from Hung is so powerful, right? Finds multiple members in the front line and the damage that comes out is definitely very, very powerful as the Shy goes back, finds the Q3.
Left it.
Flash Q, I mean, yeah, there's not much to say. Could have just left it. The healing's there from the Gore Drinker as well. And this shuffle onto Shy and onto Light, and then the Steadfast Presence to stop the re-engage as well. It's excellent stuff from LNG. And again, this Poppy pick, so high value just from those first 3 champions you saw. And that value is being shown right here in some of these early skirmishes. As we approach the mid game, the second Dragon of the game is up for LNG. You expect they'll be able to pick it up practically free of charge. Weibo trying to put some pressure onto Scout, but just not able to achieve it. Seeing if they can cross map on this tower. Just won't happen. Herald's here in the mid lane. And the rotation was actually coming out from a majority of Weibo members, and I think they actually had information on that because of that control ward and the pixel brush on that top side. So this is a tier 2 tower going down for free, and then they can rotate over to the Dragon and pick that up. It doesn't even seem like, now that they see with Light and Crisp rotating towards the mid lane, that Scout is under any pressure. So everything just going LNG's way for now, and they continue to extend out this gold lead.
And look, you know, it's not the word. And look, obviously I am one of the biggest critics of the Shy, and I understand what he's trying to do in that play. If they kill off the Renekton, if they can get the kill there, it's a little bit of an extra advantage. There's a lot of if, buts, and maybes within that conversation to be had. But I feel like when you know you're already behind and you get away with that kind of a fight, you just need to accept that that was a win and that was the end of it. You don't need to be going for anything kind of crazy off it. I mean, look at the CS Light has. Light's 40 CS ahead of an Aphelios, which means he's actually an item parry. He's actually an item ahead, despite that Gala having 4, 1, and 5 on the kill score. Like, this is the kind of advantages that you need to be able to kind of, you know, recognize for yourself as you look to try and, you know, make sure you don't fall any deeper down the hole.
Yeah. Now, to play devil's advocate for a moment,
You do
as the
love that
Shy.
game. He's looking for it. They may be able to get him, and they will. Finally, the Shy gets it. There's a buster shot from Xiaohu as well. So there's no mid laner here. This could be big. Can they follow anybody else down? They need a lilting lullaby. There's going to be the ultimate use just to disengage. But little moments like that are what Weibo are going to need. The Shy did get the kill on bot side, but now Xiaohu may be going down on the top side himself. Does not have flash. Did use the rocket jump now already. Will have an extra bit of movement speed, so should be able to kind of walk away from this one. As I say that, does Scout know where he went? That's the question. I don't think Scout does, but
oh,
yeah.
well, now he knows where he is.
Oh, he's dead. Flash in, into the wall. Ugh.
I don't want to be a negative Nancy.
I thought you wanted to play devil's advocate.
As I was just about to play devil's advocate. But as we will likely have highlighted by our observers, Xiaohu probably just saved Scout's life and then donated him a kill. Yeah. Sunday was 2 days ago, mate. Donations are a little bit late. As you know, Zika's dying, then teleport's coming. He's dead. If he he is so dead. If he channels that teleport. But it's one of those moments where you're on the side lane, you see the enemy laner like teleporting in front of you. You don't know whether or not it's a good teleport, all right? And you would rather, as you're not channeling your own, stop that teleport from going through. And unfortunately, you know, makes that decision and then ends up paying for it with his life.
Yeah, it's a rough one. As LNG just kind of continue to gain control. Good thing though for Weibo is that it is a Chemtech Soul, not the most impactful in the game. Considering that one, and if you do take it, it does open. If you get to that point in the game, you can open up a potential early Elder flip if you wanted to go for something like that. So we'll see what the options are for Weibo as the Shy tries to build up towards his Thorn Mail, which will help him in that matchup up against Zika. That's why they've actually put down the Azir here to kind of have that extra bit of range and to make sure that the Shy will not be getting any more of those kind of potential solo bolos. 4, 0, and 7. And whoa, way. And the rest of Weibo have called the bluff. They said the Scout doesn't have TP, and they just saw the jungler as well.
Okay, let's see how this one plays out. 4K on the Baron. Tarzan on his way in.
They use the Steadfast Presence. There's the Magnet Storm down. They've actually stopped the Keeper's Verdict. The Buster Shop is good. Cassante goes down, but you'll take this. Even if you only lose 2, it's still worth it for Weibo. They're going to try and make this one work.
Whoa.
Oh, it's a hop, skip, and a jump to get everyone to safety, but can they still keep themselves alive? Great wave clear here from Light to make sure that they cannot just push this one in. They should be able to just walk away from it. Tarzan with the Hex Flash over. The cleanse is good, and it means that you're not going to be getting Light today. Weibo not quite done with this game, and they will keep themselves alive. Great move there to capitalize on a TP-less mid laner.
Yeah, hop, skip, and the jump back to base. Excellent call from Weibo. Honestly, just caught LNG a little bit unawares, and that Baron is going to buy them so much time. All right, crucially, even if they lose this top tier 1, it's not really the most impactful tower at this point in the game. Just a little bit of extra standing gold that LNG would likely have picked up at some point anyway. Baron, a lot of extra gold. Just generally a couple more stats as well, just to help crest them over the gold difference that they were at the deficit of. Dragon's up in 1 minute's time. I imagine you just give it up, look to spend the gold, or just reclaim as much gold as you can, and move from there. LNG, like you said, had their buff called, right? They were not really anticipating that Baron would be started up by Weibo, and the defense of it was really, really powerful. Good job, Weibo. Let's see what they can do with it now. As Wei will steal away that blue buff, and is so fast that Hung will not catch up to him.
This Lilia is starting to get pretty big. Got the Demonic Embrace, building up to what I imagine is going to be a Zhonya's Hourglass next to be that bit more aggressive. And despite Xiaohu being 0-4 and 40 CS down, he's got the Navori Quick Blades. He's been able to kind of keep up instead of the gold, so you know, it's not the biggest of problems for them right now. 20 seconds till the Dragon spawns. LNG now finding themselves going up against the Baron buff. Trying to clear out this wave. Hung taking a bit of damage as they fight for control. Flash in, Magnet Storm down, but they do not get the stun onto Wei. Now they can look in. Scout's going to be the target for the Lilting Lullaby, and they will have to force him into a Zhonya's Light into the backside, taking down the Rel, the Renekton, and Scout with a good shuffle, but it's only to seal his fate. That is 3 for nothing. Weibo building back that momentum, building themselves back into this game.
Yeah, they just catch all of LNG right across that wall, and there's no way for them to escape. Scout as well having to go into the stasis to avoid being bursted whilst he was asleep. Also might have just won Weibo that fight outright. Great timing, and Gala was also in a position where he couldn't put out the damage. Tarzan at threat. Now maybe Gala can put out the damage. Gonna be able to find the chase down, or Tarzan will.
Yep, Tarzan gonna jump in. Oh, the shot! I don't know about that one! Don't know about that one! Flashes in, but has to walk away with his tail between his legs as he was not going to be able to do much against Gala there. Ends up being a trade back of a kill, but again, good movement here from Weibo to try and bring back this gold. He's still in favor of LNG, but Weibo still have fight in them.
Shy is doing everything he can, isn't he? Let's take a look at this replay. Good engage onto Wei, but so much HP and no... Ooh, stun from Tarzan is the difference maker. Flash Q forward onto Scout. Forces the stasis, and that double knockback from the Shy really does enable the rest of Weibo to have the space to just dash forward and do what they want. Whilst once Scout does come out of stasis, the shuffle is good, but Gala's ultimate only connects onto the first member and not everyone, so the splash is quite limited. Maybe if Gala's ultimate finds a way to slip onto that big stack of members that just got pushed forward, could have been a slightly different fight, but unfortunately it's not the case for LNG, and Weibo find themselves back in a game which is very, very much playable from this point out. LNG definitely fumbling the bag a little bit as this game sort of stabilizes back to a more neutral state.
I don't understand how it's happening, but Light is getting further and further ahead in CS. Like, I really don't understand where he's finding this extra CS, because, like, Gala's 6-1-6. Gala should be untouchable, unassailable, and late game Aphelios that has been able to kind of mitigate the early game or nerfs that he received so recently in 13-13, but it doesn't matter because this Kai'Sa pick has just been able to keep up in step. Been fantastic to see Light kind of really step up in the series in game 1 and 2, despite the loss in game number 2. He really was a, you know, for lack of a better term, a shining light, a beacon of hope, if you will, for Weibo.
Yeah, he really was. He will continue to be that source of brightness for this Weibo lineup in this game number 3. LNG need to find a way to find those same favorable fights that they were earlier on, right? Maybe if they can kind of lock down one side of the map again, through mid lane priority perhaps, and then, you know, really kind of hamstring Weibo's ability to find very solid engages. Remember, the disengage and re-engage tools of LNG, I think, are what are the most powerful. But if you can kind of translate that instead into a more pick-focused orientation where you have Weibo, you know, really kind of trying to force through vision onto you, then that also works out in your favor as well. It's just about getting that set up, but right now Weibo feels like have control of the map, and Static Shiv Kai'Sa going to be able to just kind of crush through these waves and then force LNG into a position where they have to back away. One more, yeah, I was going to say, one more W connection with Scout having that passive up. I wouldn't have been surprised if Wei pressed the Zaki and then we just saw Light dive in. Last he was asleep. What happened though? It's something we have to kind of keep our eyes out for, honestly, Ashin. If Wei hits a swell seed, and put somebody to sleep, Light can actually assassinate them from range because of the CC and how Killer Instinct works. Could be a way in for Weibo to also continue to break this game open.
Dream-laden bow, their passive. Does it mark them for sleep? What we might be seeing here with a stopwatch available for Weiwei, he could flash in, get the Q off, the blooming blows, and then pop out the lilting lullaby. That is the big thing that you want to be looking for. But poke is starting to become a bit obnoxious, and with Light having that blue buff, it's just going to keep coming.
Oh, crisp. Flash combo. He wants the angle. He has enough information, I think.
No, not going to pull the trigger on it just yet, though. They weren't in full position to kind of make that one work. Hong have to crash down now over the wall to make sure he doesn't get caught out. Dragon spawning in a minute. It's only the third for LNG, but it's a second for Weibo, and that tenacity starts to stack up. That's when this Rel starts to lose a lot of her kind of usefulness in this late game team fights. You get extra tenacity by stacking up so many of those Chem Souls or Chem Dragons. Let's see what either of these teams wants to do. So far, it does look like Weibo are kind of happy to let this wave ping-ponging just continue, while they look to try and maybe contest around this Dragon in 30 seconds' time.
Heal and shield power as well on those individual dragons. Very powerful Xiaohu. We'll be able to disengage here as Tarzan is a very, very speedy Poppy. Yeah, alright, so LNG, 15 seconds up. Do they want to commit to contesting this? Given how the last fight went out, if you kind of zoom in at the items, they do have the advantage in the mid lane specifically. Everywhere else is practically a parry. I'm really enjoying this build from Tarzan, basically full support here. Picks up the Mikhails. As Weibo, again, with a Baron start up, and look where Tarzan is. He's in no man's land.
Look
There's
at
not enough
Hong
information. It's gone. It's dead. It's dead.
It's dead. You didn't expect this to happen, and now they're going to try and jump onto the Shy, who for some reason was off to the side in Narnia and will be traded back for it. But that's still a Baron for one. 100% worth here for Weibo. I mean, it's again a really good call here for them to kind of catch out LNG on their slow rotations.
Yeah. All right. LNG. That's 2 times in one game. They need to get on top of that. Can't let that continue to happen. You're the ones that want the Baron so you can go and siege with your Azir. And with all of your powerful disengage tools, you can't do that if Weibo are the ones with the Baron. So Soul Point picked up. Excellent. 5 minutes away from the least snowbally soul in the game as Hung is eating a lot of poke. Zeka.
Xiaohu may have gotten 0 and 4, but Xiaohu is still very big. Shotgun in the backside, blown up with the isolation damage coming out from Light. And now you're without really a front line to try and threaten these AD carries. You don't have someone to kind of jump onto the backside with the Poppy or the Rel to damage them.
Yeah, exactly. Like the strength of LNG's composition is when they're grouped up, when they're able to stop multiple members from getting out of their grasp. Maybe this will be a demonstration, but the collapse is so flimsy. Tarzan!
Yeah, oh, he's got himself a Mikhail's Blessing. Scout doesn't hit anybody. They both flash away and they both get themselves out alive, but now they can jump in. Scout will be traded back for the Kaiser Xiaohu, trying to see if he can do some more damage. The Shy has respawned and looking to take out Tarzan, who refuses to go down. It's now Weiwei versus everyone as Gala puts in the work. Finally, he gets taken out and picks up a double kill. Weibo break open this game and may have broken the back of LNG.
They might have done just that. Tarzan had a lot of early focus in this game and found some incredible leads, but Weiwei was farming up the entire time and finally gets to flex his muscles in another late game skirmish here. Excellent stuff from Weibo to just dissuade the, potential pincer that was coming through from LNG. Great flashes to completely disengage and tear apart what was, at best, a very, very weak pincer from LNG. They saw the teleport as well because it was on that control wall. Tarzan has to self-Mikhails himself to stop the sleep from coming through. Great flashes from Xiaohu and Light. Right over. Oh my god. On the frame from Light. Then Scout caught out in the middle. This re-engage from Hung is great. Does secure Light. Scout doesn't actually use the Zhonya, so he just goes down. Can't buy any more time. Shy then right on top of everybody. Great turn from Gala and Tarzan in all fairness to take out Xiaohu, but then Weiwei is still untouched, and the Shy as well finally presses his R-key, as he didn't really have to use it until the very back end of the fight to secure the extra kill. So Weibo really are just executing on these fights. A step ahead of LNG. It's been like this for the last 10, 15 minutes. LNG have not been able to find a successful fight.
Weiwei is now becoming a problem. Weiwei will have his death cap once he goes back for it, once he picks up 1300 gold to be able to finish that one off. I think he's sitting on 600, so he is not far away from that item whatsoever. And this is where the game gets complicated. You do not have magic resistance to deal with Weiwei in this game. You just don't. Like, Amarma Mortius ain't gonna do nothing against this guy. So really, you know, you're kind of comboing that up with someone like the Kaisa damage. I feel like you're just at such a disadvantage here for the tanks of LNG to try and survive when Weiwei gets in on the backside.
Yep, exactly. Once that death cap comes in, he's gonna go from, you can see it in the bottom left, he's got 400 AP. He's going to jump up about 120 extra, maybe a little bit more actually. I think our maths is slightly off. I think he'll be about 535, so he is going to be a complete monster. Frontline damage is going to be massive. I think they're trying to actually funnel some of this gold into him right now. As you can see, very close to that death cap. Wants it before that Chemtech Salt. Doesn't have any jungle camps up. That's the annoyance right now at this neutral map state. And that's all Weibo really need. And item completions across the board in other areas have come through, right? Scout as well does need that death cap. I can't recall where he was when we had that gold pop up, but he would ideally like to have it before the next dragon spawns up. Let's see if he takes a reset. Nope. So that's what the items are for both sides.
So he's going to take that.
Yeah. Is it enough though? That's the question, right? He soaked up a wave. Probably soaked up the wave prior. We'll get this raptor camp now. Let's see. If he takes the reset, then we know. Yeah, he's got enough. Okay.
Just in time.
Scout's on the top side. He's gonna have teleport, so he can actually afford to shove out like an extra wave if he needs it, and then look to base after the fact. There's the death cap from Weiwei, and that's it. Everyone's basically at critical mass for now for this next fight. There you go. Funnel the gold over. He's just about got enough now, Scout, so he'll take a base. He'll get his death cap. And that's who we have to look at to really take a step up, because Scout, even though he is 5-2 and 5, and some of the setups have been particularly fun to look at, Scout has not found the same level of impact in some of these skirmishes that Xiaohu was finding in the skirmishes with that Azir. So would really like to take that next step up. Maybe that death cap helps him out. Xiaohu, on the other hand, as well, had a very quiet game on this Tristana. Would like to turn that one around, even though everyone else on Weibo more than pulling the weight for him. So it's not the end of the world. Just need to look for a good buster shot onto one of these frontliners diving in. Weibo.
LNG could let this go.
They can.
LNG don't have to fight this.
It's only a Chemtech Dragon at 35 minutes in, 34 minutes in. Honestly,
they're still looking. They're going to jump here onto the Shy, but the Shy's tanky. There's the dragon confirmed. These poke from the Void Seekers are going to be huge. Xiaohu jumps over the wall and fucks back. Scout couldn't get himself the Stream of Divide. Now Crisp and Weiwei trying to jump in onto Gala, who has to immediately disengage, but they've taken down the Kaisa. There's all these low health bars, and Xiaohu's looking to reset. They're looking to get all the damage down, and it doesn't matter how the early game goes, because this series is all about the late game fights. You could have let that one go, LNG, but you didn't, and now you will lose the Baron as well.
Yeah, and you feel like that could be one of the final nails in the coffin here in this game for LNG, because they have not been able to find a favorable setup for a team fight for the latter half of this game. Weibo have just been dominating them, and so much of it is coming from Weiwei. And this time also Crisp did so much to prevent Gala from having any impact over the wall of that team fight, whilst the rest of LNG just gets minced. Weibo get everything. They'll finally break this tier 1 as well. Baron in pocket. Let's see what else they can get with that one. If they're waiting for light, I believe. Yeah, as we go into the replay. Let's see. We'll see if he has the Baron buff once we come out, as Dragon secured by Weibo. And then look at Crisp, look at Weiwei, because Gala not able to have impact here. Hung goes in over the wall for the re-engagement and double knockup. Onto Tarzan, onto Gala. He's pretty much just forced out, whilst the Shy is just in the middle doing Cassante things right here. Excellent stuff, and then yeah, health bar so low. Everyone's able to pick on whoever they need to. The next one does kill off Gala. Heal from the ultimate and fleet footwork. Weiwei could have honestly chased him down, but just decides to plead mercy for him.
Now it's 6,000 gold or 5,000 gold lead in favor of Weibo. Got themselves Baron. They've got plenty of poke damage to come in, but I mean, this game, the series, is not being decided by early game. It's not being picked up by those, you know, early game advantages. If it was, LNG should have ran away with it by now. But it's still, oh my lord, that was just 2 abilities.
Yep.
Just nothing you could do about it. But again, like it's about these late game team fights. It's about how they're kind of figuring themselves out and executing properly on their win conditions. And I think the big thing for this is that LNG having put Tarzan on a very, cheap build, and yes, it looks fantastic, great to get all these, support items to kind of come in, but you're just not tanky. You're not going to be able to go for these fights now that you're in the super late game.
Yeah, exactly. And hey, if you are and futures market. So if you're looking to play Lilia after this series, there are the runes, very typical ones. Go have fun. I'm sure you will pretty much one-shot so many people. At the end of the game, LNG, I think it's the last chance saloon. Scout needs to find the massive shuffle, or an engage has to come through from Hung. Look for the shuffle. Looks like it was dodged out on, and he almost gets one shot for his troubles. Voiding!
Oh! I was gonna say, that was a Void Seeker seeking its prey, and now without a Zhonya's, without an ultimate, what can Scout really do? Weibo, it honestly looked like they'd almost given up in the early game with a 0-4 Tristana. But it's just such a powerful pick. They were able to not only get the Kai'Sa first rotation, but they got the Tristana as well. Double inhibitors now cracked open as they look to try and put themselves one step away from double limb. It will put them on the 2-1, and LNG will have a lot to answer for coming into game number 4 if they cannot stop this siege.
Exactly, and LNG, they wanted their redemption for Spring. It's not quite over yet. They still got this game and the remainder of the series, but this one is looking grim.
Yep, they're going to look for the Shy, but he's so tanky now at this stage. 4 items now, they can jump in. Hung is dead, and Xiaohu is just too big on this Tristana. You have too much range, you have too much damage. He flashes in, blows Zika up, and Weibo will be bringing themselves within 1 of the double limb. We will see Gala almost getting taken out there. The Emperor's Divide is good to stop Xiaohu's assault, but he's got enough time to reset. There's going to be Gala, though. He hasn't got the right guns, I don't think. Yes, he's got a nice Inferno, but he hasn't got the Restrain to really make this one work. But maybe Scout does. This game's not over yet, Shyvana. They're still pushing in for it, but they finally take down the Azir. Gala needs to be able to go for it. The Shy's going to try and take him out, and he will. Tarzan will go down, and in a 1v3, I just don't think Gala can do it, because he cannot. And in this game, at 38.5 minutes, Weibo 2-1.
What a turnaround from Weibo. That game looked disastrous at the offset. LNG had so many positive plays in the early game, stacked up the Dragons, but it just felt like they were never able to really find a positive enough setup, I feel like, from their side with that lead. And Weibo very happily came into it, and it has to be criticized. How do you let 2 Barons sneak under your nose back to back like that? That was not the best showcase of macro in the world. And, off the back of it, Weibo with smart map movements and smart map plays drag themselves back away from the jaws of defeat and prevent what was looking like a relatively, easy to execute snowball, and now sit 1 win away from advancing into the top 4. That was a very tenacious showing, and I'm very, very impressed with how Weibo navigated their way out of that, because we haven't really seen, that side of Weibo a lot this split. So happy to see that they're actually able to outthink the team that you would often associate with being the thinking man's League of Legends team in the LPL.
Yeah, honestly, and I mean, I've got to call it out. Like, the Renekton doesn't work for you into the Cassante. You saw it in game 1. You then had an answer in game number 2 with the Gwen, and then they go right back to the Renekton. Like, I don't really understand it. It does feel like sometimes these things just kind of get into players' heads. I've been told by everybody, I've seen it in solo queue and stuff like that. But like, I feel like Zika was just muted this entire game, wasn't having the same level of impact, wasn't able to kind of put the same pressure onto the Shy. And then when, again, the Shy was able to do what he's been able to do in the wins for Weibo all season, wasn't put under pressure, was able to get up to 2-3 items. Cool, he's a tank, he doesn't care anymore. And that's the thing that's been the bread and butter for Weibo to kind of shore up this top lane kind of deficit they've been having so far this split.
Yeah, exactly right. And the move was onto red side. You would hope that as LNG, you're breaking the game with something, right? And in this case, it never really felt like that was what was coming through. They had the opportunity to pick the AD, right? They saw both. Even bigger head scratch is, okay, sure, you could end up having the Shy on Renekton blind, which would be a little bit irritating at best, but you would still be able to have counterpick into it as Zeka. So what is the worrisome thing about giving over the Renekton in this spot? It does.
Last picking the Aphelios.
When you could have had the Aphelios anyway, uncontested. Yeah. It's very, very peculiar. and we'll see how things do or do not change. As you know, we was kind of alluding to, you can take a look at the Baron, or take a look at the gold graph and kind of see both times where the Baron was secured by a Weibo. There's those brief dips 2 times. Very, very strange. Very, very strange that LNG were, you know, so haphazardous on the map movements that they allowed that to happen. And Weibo, I mean, look, they don't care. Weibo had an excellent performance on this Lilia, whilst, you know, the map was plainly falling apart. He was CSing up a storm. He was able to find a lot of advantages whilst Tarzan was finding lane advantages. And, you know, basically solo carried a lot of these back-end fights. Won't be surprised when he gets MVP, because he did basically provide the bridge for Light and for the remainder of the Weibo carries to kind of come online here and start to dish out the damage and pump out the damage in their own right.
Yeah, and I got to give massive props over to Weibo as well, because it is, you know, kind of that thing of, you know, Weibo kind of brought him in as my camera dies because it's overheated.
Goodbye.
I do apologize, but, you know, it's all right. It's on my end. My camera's overheating. I need to let it cool off for a bit. But you know what? I'm going to leave my point. I'm going to fix my camera. I'm going to send it to a break. We'll see you soon.
哇，这人对你打得很混乱了，准备来疯狂拖伤害，恶不流点到了格温，但正面还有个满血合力加小猫咪，为啥有点不太够？被震回来了，厄斐流这个点还有点高，这里还有第2周目，但我没有把厄斐琉斯击倒，看厄斐琉斯有击宝还在拉扯，厄斐琉斯再点个人头，又五杀了，就在夏季赛第1天5杀。
想要滑上去，
开大招开点了，猴子给技能往前推出了闪现踢脚了，一步之后就是生存的秘籍，头上挂。杰克这边还在正面 ，Mark 被你们保上，刀子大，这边虎刀直接吸，我们过招就有这个厄斐琉斯直接拿到一个3杀，3下端过平路。低调乐言在后半前顶，乐言丝线直接被秦文彦你给击杀掉了，而且后续赖特利用计划解决对方控制之后，回头在5连赶起来大输出，4杀夸张到手5杀吗？最后人头是由小虎给拿的。再战线，双招交出来，但是想留更多的人，就要开了。AD 想开后排，想开 Rookie， 直接秒杀了 AD， 卡莎直接对位的沙顿 AD。只要看后部其实就可以了，在2下之后开始的收割模式，能收割起来吗？交闪电会把小二先点死了，这波机会，好不感觉可以收割，再打一个中间人头 ，Westcam 正了不进能，但没有任何办法，一击能抵完之后一个 Triple Q 到手，那应该是有夸张了。看别到他Peter这个位置自己也没定在原地，秦辉也已经向前狂攻 ，Alpha 再次支配了战场，4杀到手。卡莎瞬间切到战场，4转卡莎，他带来个刺客的转职，直接收到一波 double kill，一方瞄准奎桑迪，看见了自己的大招，他没有大招，是没有了，卡莎直接一波3杀，39身上还被套了一手重度粉，哇，卡莎再一个巨风肯定，直接切进去后的反杀，但是被小刀给推走了，下个4切被处理掉，嘎啦飞上去了，1-2，拿下3杀加了4杀到手，这3个5杀是可以稳稳的送到嘎啦的身上，本塔 Q， 来了，笑一下。欧亚这边猛追，直接被融化了，第1场已经招了，而且塔已经被点掉，双 C 在打前排，但是打不动，这边欧亚已经死了，哎，我这边开了5个人啊，我开的还不错，但这边的话，李飞的血量还挺健康的，利尔已经被秒掉，李飞拿到一个双杀，小炮跳进来赏 A， 李飞已经拿到一个第3个人头了，
有机会5杀，
要5杀了，最后优卡被斩整到，一发通臂的 Q， 本塔 Q， 打伤害，欧亚这边先被解决，北川也被卡在了前面，所有人都在激活出妹非常绕，打了一个闪现的原地，牛头死了，瑶瑶反身开一个大招，但是被乌兹给躲开了，乌兹还在输出，乌兹这边是有闪现跟大招的，但双方打成一个，这一波他要飞吗？再一次进攻了，乌兹回来，卡西亚少女带走了瑶瑶，闪现过来，彪把他锁住了，最后剩下一个过来的优口过来飞，被乌兹已经卡到大招，闪现得到了最后一下平 A。
感觉赛程比较紧嘛，然后我们也在努力训练嘛，就慢慢在适应。下一场要面对 LNG 战队的话，因为我们已经拿到猫爆赛资格了嘛，所以面对他们的话，我们就打好自己就行了，没有很大压力。面对塔弹选手的话，应该注意他跟中路的联动吧，然后想对他说就，很期待跟他交手吧。我觉得两支队伍应该会在中野的碰撞上决出胜负吧，因为两边的中野都比较重要。对阵 LNG 的话，就牵制好他们中野的话就比较好赢。觉得夏季赛的目标肯定是打到最后面嘛，然后觉得自己能走多远，感觉就是尽力赢下每一把吧。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL as I do a thriller music video off to the left-hand side here. Camera is still very much overheating, and I believe that Jamada is standing in solidarity with me without moving as we do talk about our MVP from game number 3, and it was going to be way on this Lilia. The tech was good, and the healing was just absurd. Fantastic.
Yeah,
it was really good on me, man.
It was really good from from Weiwei pulling out this pick. Yeah, excellent stuff from him, and a couple of different different and interesting build path rune setup as well. I was actually speaking with Molecule very briefly as he was talking about it on Twitter, and yes, overhill tech with a lot of bonus HP. I will say, Roa does obviously delay the Demonic Embrace or the Leandries, if that's the build path you're going towards. So it did feel like it took a while for Weiwei to have as much impact as he did in the later portions, because the build in this specific instance really is just geared to later stages. But, I mean, as we're going to see in the B-roll, eventually he just became a monster and he was dealing so much damage. Like, Lilia is very powerful, very underrated in this meta as well. I feel like we either end up with compositions which are very poke focused, which she can technically operate in with the Swell Seed, don't forget.
Yep.
And then, or a very short range composition where of course then she gets to really thrive if there's not a lot of very, easy to use point and click CC, which in this game, there is certainly a lot of CC where Weiwei had to navigate around, but certainly not enough to shut him down. Because again, the execution on the side of LNG, not really meeting the standards that you would have expected given where they were in the first 15 minutes of this game, and yeah, really did turn this fight, or this game rather, into a bit of a how can we kill the Lilia, and in this case LNG couldn't find that answer pretty much ever.
Yeah, I mean, look, Weiwei just kind of always waiting on his cooldowns, always keeping himself in such a kind of solid position to carry his team, but this is the thing as well. Like, I love that you brought up the kind of her position in the meta right now, especially when you see so many AD mid laners, the Tristanas, the Yones, the Jaces. This is now another option now that Maokai has kind of become the default. People seem like, oh, okay, well, we ban away that, then you can't deal with these kind of setups. Yes, you can. 100% you can, but this is going to be now kind of a new added layer to this best of 5. What is going to be the adaptation here from LNG? Because, like, by all intents and purposes, this is a gut punch of a loss right now into game number 3. They need to make sure that they do not let this momentum kind of fall to the side of Weibo, because they could get 3-1 here. This is kind of, again, your season until regionals on the line.
Yeah, exactly right. You would hate as Weibo to, fumble this as LNG. It's about just not repeating what happened in spring, isn't it? And it would be 3-1. If I recall correctly, it was OMG beat them 3-1. Imagine, now I can't remember the course of that LNG series against OMG, but imagine being in a position to win this game, game 3, and then lose the next game afterwards. It would feel like an uppercut. So LNG, regardless of whether or not, of course, everyone who still remains in the playoffs is locked into regional qualifiers, you want to go the distance, right? You want to see if you can try and dethrone JDG or BLG later on down the line to try and give yourself a shot at that auto qualification, because the regional qualifier is a grind, right? It's as grindy as the LPL playoffs format itself. So you would hate to be put under that much, additional high pressure towards the end of the season, especially if it could have been potentially avoided by scoring an even higher set of championship points by winning the series here.
I'm going to give you a fun little piece of information from our spring playoffs. It was a 3-1 to OMG. Not only that, I was casting that series as well.
Oh,
so
okay.
this is the thing. We're starting to stack up all these different conspiracy theories. Maybe I'm the worst thing for LNG. You know, maybe I thought it was a bit. What's stronger? My influence on the Shy or my influence on LNG as an org? That's what we're gonna find out today. Because at the moment now, it's Weibo kind of again match point, looking exceptionally strong to bring themselves into a double elimination, joining the likes of Top Esports, BLG, and JDG.
Can we get Mazellan? Because, like, I need Weibo to lose for the reactions of the co-streamers. I need the loss of the
I also
Weibo.
need that.
So, you know, right. Let's set it up. Mazel, I'm sure it's only
later.
like 6 a.m. Yeah, take it easy, Ashin. We'll be swapping out play-by-plays now for the rest of the series.
It's like the hollow victory. It's just like, you know, when everyone was like yesterday was tagging Captain Flowers, being like, "There's a scorner,
for the scorner, yeah.
And I was just
Yeah,
like,
and then it
man,
just-
I really hope he didn't actually watch that game. That was kind of sad. But yeah, I mean, look, coming into this one now, we're going to see LNG back on the blue. We're going to see Weibo back on the red. So again, that first priority pick going to be massive. And I think that this is kind of come down to the fact that, you know, we're going to have to start to see, you know, things being left open. You have to see if, you know, the Jace is being left, if the Maokai can be left. These are the questions we're going to have with both these teams.
Yeah, exactly. Weibo back over to this red side. LNG on blue. Vi will be banned away. So let's see if we have some of those, you know, picks which weren't present in game number 1 and 2, but were present in game number 3 here in number 4. It feels like such a long time ago now. These games have been lengthy. Each one, I think, almost spanning 40 minutes, plus of 30 almost every single time. Let's see where Weibo decide to go. Is it going to be Kai'Sa and Xayah bans again on this red side, or will they swap it up? Will they go towards something else? And I feel like is going to give them trouble from LNG. There's the Kai'Sa. Will it also be the Xayah? The Tristana comes through from LNG. But the Vi ban, I'm trying to recall what was the first set of bans again in those first 2 games. What is it going to leave up? It was the LeBlanc, actually, on the blue side from LNG. So Xayah's up. I feel like that's not really too big of a deal. LNG Maokai? Yeah. I feel like that's kind of the angle. But again, Xiaohu was having such a good time on the Azir. As Weibo, it should just be relatively straightforward here. It should be that Azir. And hey, with the Xayah left up this time around, maybe you even lock that one in if you're feeling quite happy to just go for it blind. And then that way, diving into Weibo immediately is, you know, a bit of a nightmare, right? You've got to deal with the Emperor's Divide, and you've got to deal with the Feathers. For now, though, okay, they swap back over to the Azir, but if it's hovered this late, it does make me wonder what's being discussed, as Weiwei actually gives us a last-second hot swap over to the Ivern. So, first time it's being locked in here this series. Let's see how it gets down. Ivern Azir wouldn't necessarily be the most, you know, crazy combo that I'm, you know, over the moon about. But the amount of scaling and then, again, you know, the anti-dive that Ivern can bring later on down the line does really set this up to be a core which for Weibo is impossible to kill. So LNG, what I would really like to see is either one or two things. Basically poke, like full poke, stuff that is just going to outrange the side of Weibo, or a full commitment onto dive. This is a bit of a mix of both, I guess.
I was going to say, yeah, they've taken both of your points, God. Yes. We want both of them.
You know, Xayah can definitely move forward, but she prefers champions coming into her, right? So it's a little bit awkward. I think the reality of the situation, this is probably a Varus angle, but we'll see where Gala decides to go and how he gets you know, things done on this Xayah pick. And it does also put a little bit of pressure onto Weibo to also remove away now the Rakan and these next sets of bans. I expect it's going to be something like a Nautilus plus that Rakan bans coming out here for Weibo, and whereas for LNG, probably looking at AD carries flat and simple for light, just to ensure that they can have as easy a time in the laning phase as possible. See exactly how things start to unfold as we wait for the bans to come through.
Here's the thing as well. I was just about to say, you don't want to be letting in the Gwen or maybe even the Jax, to be perfectly honest. You don't want to try and let those things through. So now you're in kind of between a rock and a hard place. Maybe you take away the Rakan yourself and you want to try and give that over to Chris. We know he's very well versed in that particular kind of setup. But now we're seeing a lot of the AD carries being taken away. The Xayah being left open was kind of one of the things that has been just kind of prioritized so heavily in those first rotations because of the self-peel, because of the safety and the scaling you have with this particular champion. Now Weibo have to find themselves an option. They don't want the Rakan. They want to ban it, which means the Jax is up and available. That could be an option available here to Zika if he wants to try and really punish the Shy on these side lanes.
Yeah, I'm really curious about what Zeka's pick's going to be, because he knows it's the Cassante. Has obviously Jax as one of his most played wouldn't like to see him go over towards the Renekton. I'm hoping LNG have that read that the Renekton is just not the way to go, as Light will catch a Zeri ban. So what's really left up for him? He's got something perhaps like the Jinx very far down. He can technically, if he really wants to, go towards something a little more defensive still, like a Ziggs. But it's going to be Nautilus blind for now. But I don't know how much I like that, because if you're hung, Braum value relatively high here. You can also just go for Leona for, you know, re-engage, and I don't hate that either. I feel like it's really solid for the mid game. This would also be a little bit spicy, but I feel like either way, it's pick or it's engage, right? From the support role, you don't really want to lean too much into peel and defensiveness when you're dealing with, you know, basically what should be a very hard to crack shell of Azir, Ivern, and probably a very defensive AD carry pick out of Light, as is it just going to be Zeka's Jax? It feels like a bit of a given, right? It's been let through, most played out of his champion pool, and likely most comfortable. We'll see, maybe he cooks up something else, but it feels like a bit of a given. Then it just depends on where Light wants to go in this 2v2 matchup. Does he want to bring out something spicy, or is it going to be something relatively safe here for the Weibo AD carry? Ezreal's only got one game on. Obviously, don't forget there's things like the Neela and the Samira, which he's got in his back pocket. Be very fun to maybe pull those out, but does he just want to keep it standard? That's the big question. As the timer continues to tick, it's hovered over this Ezreal for a majority of it. Will it just be that? It will. So a lot of poke damage, but realistically from Weibo, not a lot of damage overall until like 2 items. So LNG really should have, you know, a relatively easy time navigating this early game. It's just predominantly CC on the side of Weibo. That's all you're really looking at for a very large portion of this early game. So I want to see LNG really push the envelope and looking for active plays across the map, whether it's Tarzan and Hung pairing up together or whether it's just dives onto the top side to enable this Jax to become a monster in the late game. Something has to give, and you have to ensure that you're putting pressure on Weibo as soon as this game kicks off.
Have to put the pressure on Weibo. You cannot let this Ivern just scale into oblivion with the things like the Ezreal and the Zir just constantly putting down damage. Decent options here. I'm looking towards that Jax. I'm looking towards those side lanes. Again, we've seen the, you know, the kind of the Shy be a wall or, you know, kind of a, you know, a crumbling one at that. It's sometimes depending on the series. So this is something that they're going to be able to have a huge amount of emphasis around if they can get it to the, you know, kind of that pressure on that side lane. I'm going to have to keep an eye out to see exactly where both these junglers want to try and path themselves around. But for LNG, can't slip up, can't make mistakes. Get that early game like you did in game number 3, but you need to make it turn into better advantages. You cannot be any way complacent coming into this final game, or as we've seen in this series, Weibo will punish you.
Exactly. Weibo, very happy to punish. Wait, this time on the Ivern. Let's see how powerful it can be. It's been near pick banned in many regions at times for certain teams. And it's for good reason, because it can start to become a very oppressive force. But this game, not really a particularly strong lane to play around, right? It's probably just the bottom lane where you've got the Nautilus, but the 2v2 and the 3v3 is one that you realistically should end up losing. So a lot of eyes on Weiwei and how he's going to stabilize this early game, because again, LNG, I anticipate, will try to put down as much pressure as they can. And I expect it will start either through the bottom side of the map or through Zeka having that Jax in his hands for the first time this series.
We wait. It seems to be a little bit of a delay. Shouldn't be too much longer before we get ourselves into game, but transitions are coming in. The wipes are happening. That means we are almost certainly going to be jumping into a potentially last game of this series. Remember, Weibo win, they are in. They will get themselves into double elimination and guarantee themselves at least one extra life going up against JDG. And here's the thing. Weibo's not lost to JDG all year. Spring and summer, they have gotten the better of the MSI champions. So we'll wait to see if they can get themselves a date with Destiny, or if LNG have themselves something to say.
Let's hope they do. Be very fun. Now, very interesting tech you'll sometimes see from Gyos. That's me. Again, you know, I'm going with the theory, Ashin, that the mic is closer to the Weibo mascot, but he is putting his heart and soul.
Oh yeah, I'm not discounting the effort. The effort is top class, but he definitely is closer to the mic.
Absolutely. Hey, Zeka, fishing. I only learned about this recently. I had no idea. that Jax had a...
Yeah, I think it was Neymar told me about it. As
Yeah.
he's just picking up some more. You just passively pick up gold. Look at it.
Yeah,
Broken. There used to be, used to have a load of different things. Like if Leona ulted Zyra, her model grew bigger because she's a plant. Trying to think of other ones. Oh yeah, if you have more than one ninja in the game, so like Akali,
the ninja.
Kennen, yeah, they lose 1 AD because you know ninjas are supposed to be kind of like by themselves.
Yeah, true. Very, very fun one. There was the one that caught me off guard, which I always forgot about, but we had Vi and Jinx in the meta for a very long time. There was like the, you know, if you're Vi and you kill off Jinx, I think you get like 1 extra gold for doing it. Or Caitlyn, rather. I think it was that way around.
Oh, Jinx to Caitlyn, and yeah, that makes
and
sense.
vice versa.
Yeah. I miss the Kha'Zix Rengar minigame you used to get at after things.
So it's
they
still
took that
in the
out.
game.
No, it's not. It's not. You can't get it in normals or anything.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a shame. I mean,
no.
Don't bring up Rengar to me. I'm very passionate about that champion. I feel like the rework.
Interesting. I'm a Kha'Zix man myself. Well, used to be. I haven't played him in a while.
They, you know, because this game's going to be, you know, it's going to be a bit slow. As oh, by the way, this is Scout's 700th game. So congratulations, Scout. Let's see if you can pull it back for a Game 5 turnaround. Definitely want to see a slightly more solid performance continuing out here, but yeah, the Rengar rework really just. I'm talking about the one from into Season 6. Really made him just awkward to balance, I feel like, to say the least. And then everything that they did around it kind of was counterintuitive, because all of the assassin reworks they had that year, they wanted to make assassins less button smashy. But then they made Rengar passive basically be stacked from jumping out of a bush and pressing all of your abilities once.
So annoying. It's just such
Very
an annoying.
strange.
Yeah, it's just. Well, look. Fortunately for us, Rengar is not in this game, so we can't really talk about it. Scout.
Yeah.
Really not enjoying this right now. Wei coming around. Will be spotted out, so yeah, they'll know he's coming. That was close. That was close. Wei will be able to not take away the camp as he cannot harm them, but he will get a little bit of pressure around this side. And this is a funny thing. Wei kind of been called out on this a couple of times, so Scout's definitely done his homework and knows that the Weibo jungler likes to try and get that little sneaky move around that topside brush.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't be the first time that we've seen an attempted mid lane dive occur at that tier 1 early on in this series, would it? So nice to see a little bit of reactive play. Our Scout and Tarzan also just so happened to be pathing in a way where he was there to cover it, so feels good for him. Zucker finding a pretty decent trade here. He's got biscuits, but he's in the wave, so it's a bit awkward. If you can wait for his Q to come back up, you could technically keep the trade going. He's stacking his passive. He has grasp, but he doesn't really want to overcommit. 3 seconds until counter strike. Again, Shy has everything. And Weiwei's right behind him. So if Zeka keeps on trading aggressively like this, maybe Weiwei can punish it.
I feel like that leaf strike's going to stop really anything. We'll say the Shy is taking a fair chunk and trying to be aggressive onto this. Might even go for the solo himself. Don't have many options.
Bone playing also came up and blocked a lot of that W damage. Yeah. The Shy ate up, so just 4 seconds to go back. Very, very touch and go. Oh, hold on, just so you can secure the wave. Not the end of the world. Both top lanes still have TP. She doesn't want to miss out on the golden experience. So, really good job from the Shy from just kind of stivvying that pressure off. As Xiaoyu dashed in, I think, but it's not going to be the end of the world from the trade. In fact, he just wins it outright.
Yep. It does be like that in this first few levels of this matchup. Azir just able to kind of easily farm up those little trades back and forth. We'll say the Scout's doing a fairly decent job of making sure that he's not falling behind. He's actually a little bit ahead in the LCS department. With the bot lane
in the LCS department.
In the LCS department? No, not in the LCS department. He is ahead in the LCS department. It's the
Yeah,
LPL. Yeah.
what
I feel like that's definitively ahead of the LCS department, personally.
What are you saying, man? You saying Scout's going to have to start learning American, buddy? Is that it? Is that where we're going with this? All right, well, that aside, one of Ivern's core weaknesses, there's kind of two big ones. One, he sucks if he gets invaded a lot, but Maokai isn't necessarily the best invader in the planet. So he's going to be safe there, but early dragons not really something that Ivern is particularly solid at picking up. So till level 6, where we can't really offer too much there, and Tarzan trying to take advantage of that with the priority he's got in both mid and the bottom lane. They'll poke their head in now, though, so they can look for a fight after the fact, perhaps. The Scout wins out on the trade very heavily onto Xiaohu.
That's rough. That is rough, and that's kind of where it is. Like I was saying, is that the first few levels, yes, the Azir gets it, but then once the cooldowns start to come in, once you start to get a little bit more damage in those shock blasts, that's when that trade starts to become less and less about the Azir and more about what you can dodge, because a tier is still stacking. LNG, not speaking of stacking, have gotten themselves the first strike as well. So good start here from LNG, as we expected it to be a much quieter early game, and it's exactly that.
Yeah, exactly. So we kind of, to a point, get to podcast at some point. I do want to basically kind of just set up that for both these teams, in terms of composition, it is sort of waiting for 2 items, right? Light's also gone into that tier. I feel like I've seen more and more Ezreals whenever they show up. Like, I don't always see tier on Ezreal anymore. It's not always like a must-have. Sometimes. It's a little bit touch and go, but...
Yeah, you can go the Essence Reaper build.
Yeah, you can just go like, you know, a lot of items that are a little bit cheaper than the Mirror Mana, etc., etc. So it is going to be a very, very, you know, quiet, tepid game. Tepid, a word I learned from Munchbolt recently.
We like to educate here, you know.
Oh yeah, we do. And for those who don't know what tepid means, it's just like lukewarm. You know, very much a mild, not a lot of action in this particular context when it comes to League of Legends.
Nando's lemon and herb.
Nando's lemon and herb. Yeah.
Not gonna do much. It's not bad. It's not good. Isn't it weird? If someone says something's not bad, it doesn't sound that bad. But if someone says it's not that good, you're just like, oh, it's terrible.
I mean,
weird how that works.
It's the beauty of the English language. As Xiaohu.
Yeah, Hong is dead. Oh, that's unfortunate. He followed the flash, and that meant the Emperor's Divide puts him right underneath the tower. And he is dead to rights. Hong not having the greatest times in that particular exchange, but look, he went for an opportunity, and God loves a trier.
Yeah, that he does. LNG looking for the play because they want to secure the Herald, and even though they lost Hung, they still have the rotation up here, right? And they're very much first to the play. Daisy's available for Weiwei. Could make things a little bit awkward for LNG the longer they leave this one hanging, so they really have to make a decision sooner. Hung on his way. Weibo have the numbers, though. It's technically a 5v6. Herald's dropping lower and lower. Poke onto Xiaohu.
Now they're going to go over, though, because they've got themselves the Nature's Grasp, which means Crisp returns the favor. It's support for support. There's the True Shot Barrage right across. Everyone is Zika, and the Shy have themselves a little bit of an isolated 1v1. The flash comes in, the all-out as well. The feathers do go flying, and they both flash on opposite sides. I think the Shy was trying to guess which way he was going to go, and he guessed wrong. Now Tarzan chasing down Xiaohu, making sure he can have no way of getting any kind of impact into this. And now the Shy realizes, oh, hang on, I don't have any mates left. I am left to my lonesome. I'm not really going to be in a position to try and defend this. And an accelerated shock blast confirms it. 3 kills to none, and the Rift Herald. Huge swing of advantage here for LNG.
Really good stuff from LNG, and Ashin, I've got to say, that was the most English I think I've heard you say. Sound, rather. My fellow Irishmen. Yeah, great play from LNG to basically secure everything. Weiwei was making things really awkward in the mix with the Daisy. A lot of knockups in the middle of this fight, but very unfortunately for Weibo, it's not really enough. Well-timed flash from Xiaohu, intentional or not, alright? You get hit and bring Hung underneath the tower like that, or you just dodge out on the Zenith Blade altogether. A lot of poke from LNG because we were a little bit indecisive, but then this ultimate turnaround from Tarzan, really solid. Able to pick up Crisp in the chain CC. Herald still being leashed. A lot of poke then is returned by Weibo in kind, but it's not really enough. And then you see the Shy get on top of Gala. Actually uses the ultimate on Zika to be a gap closer, and then has to guess the flash, right? Guesses wrong, unfortunately. It's left or right. He goes right. Gala goes left, and then Weibo ends up being CC'd, and the Herald goes over. So Weibo tried their best to really make the, you know, the best they could out of what was a very awkward way to try and contest this dragon. It doesn't quite work out for them, or the Herald rather, and now Hung is actually the one with the Herald. So that does make me wonder how easy it will be to get the Herald down in the truly desired place for LNG, but maybe the desired place is just Gala.
Xayah going to ban for most of the series. 2 plates go over to Zika there straight away.
Can I run for a moment whilst we have
go on.
some downtime? Sorry to cut you off, Chin.
Not at all.
I think plates are silly. I think
Los
they give
Pletos.
too much gold. Well, you know what, actually, I shouldn't say I think they give too much gold. I think the way that the gold is distributed is very strange. And I think that with the way that Demolish works, after 5 minutes. Sometimes it feels like you get punished for doing, honestly, the correct thing just because the enemy laner has demolish, and they just get 2 plays like that.
I don't think plates are the problem. I think demolish is the problem.
True.
You know? Demolish is the one that kind of struggles to kind of be balanced.
I will say, I have always kind of, for the last couple of months, I feel like the plates should, you know, like how in Earth, the plates are like weighted towards the end of the tower's life? I feel like you do that, or consider something like that. I feel like you'll maybe make things a little bit easier to, okay, anyway, that's
it's like you get 50 gold for the first plate, you get 75 for the, yeah, that kind of stuff. Okay. Would make it a little bit less snowballing.
Yeah.
It's not how it's going to work, though. 2 plates go over the side of LNG. And then those 2 plates will be given into the back pocket of Tarzan, who is building up towards the AP build with that first strike and the red smite. You would imagine it is going to be Leandri's Torment. Ooh, careful the bullet there, Scout, right to get that damage down. And that's going to be 2 dragons now as well for LNG, as they just kind of slowly keep eking up advantages, constantly keeping Weibo on the back foot.
Yeah, full AP from Tarzan just makes sense. You've got AD across the board in all of your lanes. And not enough, certainly out of Jax, even though he deals a lot more in the early game to really warrant going into tank. And again, you know, if Weibo are second to these objectives, which, given how some of the poke has been laying out for LNG, could be a very consistent thing here, walking into those AP saplings is going to suck for Weibo. So, see if they can continue a snowball, as I believe the HUD at the top is not broken. It's broken. It's not showing that LNG got that second dragon. So do bear that in mind. They did pick that one up.
And a Hex Rift. Love a bit of Hex Gates to get yourself around the map a little bit quicker. Does mean that those teleports aren't as valuable or as, you know, yeah, I suppose that valuable. It's going to say, you know, you can lose it and still get out to whatever side of the map you need to get to relatively swiftly. So you can be a little bit more liberal with that particular cooldown if you so choose. And 2,000 gold lead. LNG found themselves in this position in the last game just gone, and they kind of threw it away. The thing I need LNG to do now is to not get complacent. Not just sit down and wait for things to happen. I need them to make sure they're constantly putting wards around this Baron. They're constantly making sure they're not just throwing away a teleport for the sake of it. So they don't just get, you know, Weibo kind of coming back into this game twofold again.
Totally agree with you. Garland was selling a lot of gold there. He just went from recurve bow, double longsword to full Kraken Slayer. So now I want to see LNG take control of the top side of the map, look to pick up the Herald on spawn, force Weibo to either contest it or cross map it, and then try and get as much out of that Herald as possible. 14 minutes, so the plates are going to drop off. No more shenanigans will go on there. I can be as frustrated as I like. Doesn't matter. As there you go. HUD adjusted for you. And I will just indicate that, yes, LNG do have that second dragon of the game, and 3 minutes until the Hex will spawn up. So, LNG, Herald should be on the menu. Not too long until the spawn should come through, and Weibo, I think the way you want to try and break this is, yeah, through the mid lane, but if Tarzan just kind of ignores what's going on in the mid lane, sets up the saplings, and then Hung waits off in the wings as well, Gala will happily pick up this wave as it comes into him, pull the feathers back, wave clears, then done. And then Weibo have to be very, very particular about how they go through the vision. Daisy's going to actually eat up that first sapling. As Tarzan didn't need to do that to Daisy.
Yeah.
But
I was gonna say,
if he got the 50 gold, then it's worth.
It's worth it. I mean, he does have Smite coming back up. He had 2 Smite stacks. It's only a 15-second cooldown. The big thing for me is that Xiaohu hasn't finished an item. We're looking at first items across the board, but Xiaohu's kind of half gone towards his Mythic, half gone towards the Nashers, and that means that he's kind of at a little bit of a power trough at the moment, not really kind of equaling out the Dustblade, you know, kind of spike that you're seeing with Scout. So Daisy, as she died, shall come back almost immediately. That's probably why we saw Weiwei not really giving a damn about whether or not Daisy died. And was surely now moving herself up towards that blue buff as LNG kind of back themselves away. They realize they have to cover this mid lane. They don't want to just give over too much of the pressure. And without kind of full commitment here from either side, we're going to continue this dance.
There's actually a bit of a discrepancy here. Weiwei has already got the upgraded Smite. He's level 10. He's 2 levels up on Tarzan. Maybe Tarzan's close to level 9. Daisy's about to die, but he's got the upgraded Smite. So unless Tarzan is able to get a perfect Q Smite, if they're both on top of the Baron, or the Herald rather, Weiwei should secure it. So let's see if this is something that Weibo are cognizant of, and whether or not LNG also play around. Very small fact
Finally, Xiaohu going to TP in. There's the Nature's Grass coming out. The smite comes in a little too early from Weiwei. Definitely thought there would be a little bit more damage, and that means that the Jax is kind of free to go on this one. It's going to cost the Shy's Flash to defend this tower, and he's just not going to. They're saying, look, we've lost it. That's just the way it is. We'll have to accept our punishment. That is just going to be, you know, the Rift Herald and the objective bot side.
Yeah, you don't want to lose the tier 1 on the top side, though. Shy is going to go cover that, so that's going to be all right, but Zucker gets a bit of a freebie, and excellent discipline from LNG despite being down the advantage. I think Weiwei tried to auto and smite the Herald at the same time because the eye was turned around to him, and I want to say at the last second it turned back around as Shy. I think he might... Okay, if he got that Q3 off before the knockback, he would definitely have considered taking that 1v1. Won't go for it this time, though. We'll just happily soak up the wave. Wave pressure felt, but not the end of the world, and now Dragon... Less than 60 seconds, of course, if the timer's a little bit off. It's a bit hard for us to gauge. We can see on the minimap, though. Should be spawning... I think within 30, if I recall how quickly the first 2 were taken. That's going to be priority for both teams. If LNG can secure it, third Dragon. There you go, 10 seconds till that spawns up. I'll come through. But Weibo, I guess, can have bodies in this river right now, which is definitely very favorable.
The thing is, though, is that Xiaohu just took a reset, doesn't have TP. If LNG were to go straight for this objective right now, they could have themselves a much better time of it. Light just soaking up all that poke because of the shielding coming out from the Ivern, as we can see him just kind of using that to his advantage. It's why the Ivern has become such a nuisance. And a nuisance is probably the best way to put it, because it just feels like things like the Jace and the Maokai poke just doesn't have the same level of effectiveness. As we can see now, the Shy taking a very unfavorable trade. My God, lost about a third of his health bar in the blink of an eye, and this is why the Jax has been banned. It's why we've seen it kind of constantly being prioritized as something to take away by the side of Weibo, because they don't have an answer for it.
Nope, they don't. He won't die. He's on double-digit HP. Herald's been dropped. Now secure a tower. Oh, Xiaohu's caught.
Xiaohu is caught, but he gets himself the ultimate. Not enough. He was going to be taken out. Now the Shy TP's into no man's land, and he needs to get the hell out of there as quick as he possibly can. And that means, again, Zika hasn't pulled the trigger. Zika is still pushing. Zika isn't even a part of these fights. It's just LNG getting advantages on their own.
Yeah, exactly. Dredgeline, maybe they can find something hung. There you go. Teleport finally pulled.
They're going to look to try and burn down Chris as best they can. There's some decent damage onto Light, who has to try and flash away. Never mind, he cleanses away after getting himself the Arcane Shift. The health bars are low, but the hook goes wide from Chris. These Mystic shots are doing some decent work, but it's not confirming anyone on the side of LNG and Weibo have to defend their mid-turner. They cannot just, let that one fall alongside the Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to re-engage here through the river, but the Dragon's already gone, surely. Maybe Weiwei gets in last second. It's reset off.
Oh, it was close, but it was a great smite there coming in. Will be confirmed. That's their third Dragon now. It'll be 24 minutes, excuse me, when that respawns. To keep that one in our eyes ourselves, as we do not have a timer. But LNG, they get the kill, they get themselves the objective, and they get out scot-free.
Yeah, exactly. 24 minutes and 5 seconds is when that Dragon will spawn up. So keep that as a mental timer again. Apologies for the HUD. Things can be buggy every now and again. As get the replay, Xiaohu, does he just get caught in the middle of his dash out? He wants the ward of all things to die for. No, just doesn't get to move. They'll start to finish.
Literally can't even dash.
Yeah. Very, very unfortunate. Well, on the bright side, he holds onto his flash.
He didn't have it.
Oh, we didn't have it.
It was on cooldown, so
was
he couldn't flash if he wanted to.
Well, there you go. Has the flash back up now.
There you go. Positive.
Baron's
positive
up.
Gaming.
Positive. Exactly. Positive gaming. Baron's up. LNG seem very interested in baiting Weibo into another fight because they believe right now. Oh, wait. Weiwei's dead. Weiwei's dead.
When did Weiwei die? When did Weiwei die?
Oh!
I don't even remember this. And now they can turn back in. Wait, when did Weiwei die? Because, I mean, Chris
died in the replay.
But he died in the replay. But what happened? I mean, fair enough. That's exactly why LNG go for. Here we go. Oh, he just gets clipped. And he's dead. There's nothing he can do.
Aye. Yep, there you go. Teleport as well, just to secure the kill. Just gets one shot. Poor Weiwei. Well, it only results in another pick. So it's not Baron losing, which is crucial. If Weibo can, stabilize, hit 2 items, specifically on Xiaohu, right? They need to get Xiaohu over that Leandri's line. Redemption should be coming through from Weiwei, because remember, the build paths are very, very cheap for Ivern. So second item is on its way. So he's on Spike now. Weibo can definitely get a lot more done than you would anticipate with some of the champions that they have. You just kind of worry about the damage department perhaps from, even though Light's on 2 items, like Ezreal is not a Xayah, it's not an Aphelios with those big pop-off burst moments. It's a lot of chip damage over time and ramping up with the Conqueror and the Triforce AD, so we'll need a little bit more to really see that damage be felt. For now, LNG retake control of this top side of the map, and it should just be complete darkness for Weibo right now. Taking a look at the minimap, there is nothing available. I'll just take a big pan up, and I'm telling you, League of Legends is a universal language, man. Observers quickly highlight for us that that is the case. So Weibo, what do you do? Because Dragon, again, remember, spawns 2 minutes away now. So LNG can wait for that Hex Soul and force Weibo to fight for that, or they can look to start up a Baron just because they know they can bring Weibo in, try and bait out a more favorable fight immediately right now.
Love this build adaptation from Scout as well. Serpent Fangs to deal with all the healing, or excuse me, the shielding that will be coming out from the Ivern, and it will do a significant portion of damage. That's the big thing. Doesn't mean that he's not going to be as kind of terrifying with the Serelda's Grudge, which does end up kind of being a bit more of a power pick. Xiaohu doesn't know that anybody is around there. Just kind of seeing if he can find Hung. Just backing themselves away. And like you said, just pure darkness available. They're fighting tooth and nail with 3 members just to try and get a ward. And it's not even on the river. It's up on the ramp, which is now cleared.
Exactly. Now, there is one positive thing about having Ivern in a situation like this. You can send Daisy through to check vision, but you don't want to commit Daisy too heavily to the point where perhaps she gets killed off. You just want information. A lot of poke onto Light.
Oh, 1 minute. We're going to have ourselves a Hex Soul for LNG. They're ahead by nearly 6,000 gold. They've got 3 items on their Jace. 4, 0, and 2 is Scout. They are feeling comfortable. It's not done just yet. Xiaohu, though.
He's fine.
He's fine. And everyone's getting themselves all their summoners back. Flash will be back now for Wei Wei. He's going to have that available for this next fight. It's a full plethora of options and abilities here for both these sides. It could come down to one last 5v5.
Yeah, but there's a couple of big iron discrepancies which I'm kind of concerned about. The Shy really wants that Gargoyle Stone Plate finished up, but I just don't know if he's anywhere near it. And Xiaohu, I think he's been sat on those components for a little while, so I hope that he's able to base, teleport, and then have it. There you go. So he's got 2 items, but he's still down a full item on Scout. It just means that, he's at the very least got that completion in right now. Weibo don't have pressure anywhere. They've got to walk through some of the saplings. The Ivern shielding will definitely help alleviate some of that pain and pressure.
Here we go. Top lane will slow push in favor of LNG. Scout did not need to show himself there as he TPs back into this mid lane. Gonna throw out a couple of these things, but that is a lot of damage already being put in. You have to try and commit to this. Hong gonna throw down the Solar Flare, and they've got it. Soul confirmed. Now with the Nature's Grasp over the side of it, can Weibo get out? No! Sniped on the backside. There's another snipe as well. Both supports getting taken out. Light trying to see what he can do. He cleanses. He's gonna have to flash away if he's not too careful. Scout's just auto-attacking right now as Gala and Xiao, who have a little bit of a 1v1. The Shy tries to take Zika on a 1v1 to save his AD carry. Now Scout flashes back over on top of Xiaohu and takes him out. He's got the Dust Blade to keep resetting, and that is just LNG's fight all day, all night. They'll get the soul, they'll get the fight, and they'll turn for the worm.
The turn was beautiful, but Scout getting the Dust Blade proc at the end to stop all of the potential burst damage coming through from Weibo as they collapse onto him was even prettier. And now Baron will be secured by LNG as they find that ace, and Weibo, I wonder if they're out of it. We'll have to see if they can find one more fight maybe of time as Turn finds so many members with that ultimate Tarzan does. Redemption, there's a little bit of damage. Snipe onto Chris, so much damage. Hex Soul as well, slows everyone. I think it also applied Serpent, if I'm not mistaken. Snipe comes through onto Hung on the backside, but then all of this damage and poke from Zeka. Good shuffle to keep Tarzan off of Xiaohu, but I think Gala ends up winning out, pushing back, and Shy dies off to Zika. And then this is what I'm talking about. This Dustblade proc from Xiaohu, or from Scout onto Xiaohu, just gives him that brief window where I think he dodged out on a Mystic Shot, which could have been the difference. For at the very least, another kill to be traded, and Weibo lose out heavily. LNG executing as well as they probably can. Now they've got the Baron with this Hextech Soul looking to snowball and break as many structures as they can.
By 25% of your health. That's it. Just shock blast to the face. Nothing you can do. And I will say from Scout, like, he's had a pretty muted games 1, 2, and 3, to be perfectly honest. Great to see him stepping up here in game number 4, and even just right down to the last little thing, he waited till he had enough for a stopwatch in that last fight. He goes back, he picks it up, gets instant value out of it. Like, that is exactly what you want to be seeing here from your regular season MVP mid laner. That guy is just being you know, again, just kind of pushing LNG towards this potential game 5. 10,000 gold up. Hex Soul. They've Baron now pushing in, and they're still yet to find an answer for someone to deal with this Jax.
Exactly. LNG had the Jax taken away from them. I want to say all 3 games, at the very least. I know it's been 2. And this time around, Jax comes out into the Cassante, and this has been a very successful answer. And I just wonder, with a Weibo, I mean, it's an 11,000 gold deficit. I'm just trying to rack my brain on if there really is a realistic scenario where they can come back. I think you're kind of pretty much already on the fringe of it. Has to be those big, you know, 4 or 5-man shuffles from Xiaohu, and you hope the follow-up is clean. But here's the engage from Tarzan. It's going to force members back, and they secure the tower. And nothing can be done about it, Shin.
No, I mean, look at the shock blast. They're just smashing into the back of the heads of everyone on Weibo, and there's just nothing they can do about it. Top lane gets broken open. Mid and bot still standing strong for the moment, but I mean, it's hard to see how Weibo come into it. And I think the big thing is that you're looking at that mid lane difference. Like, Xiaohu's been good, but he's not been good enough, you know? Even now, Scout getting himself a GA and an Elixir of Wrath means he knows this next fight could literally be the end of it. He can't let Xiaohu scale into 3-4 items, so he has to end it in the next 4 or 5 minutes.
Exactly. Red Pot will do just that. Help him get across the line in AD. And I think we also, you know, you speak about mid lane difference this game. I think it has to be said. Zeka at least like 1-to-1 for a majority of the series. He's had a little bit more impact felt throughout. So again, I feel like the Shy being put on so much Cassante duty. Obviously, it's by far and away most played champion. Give him something else. I feel like Weibo. It's just giving so much freedom as...
They're jumping onto the Ivern. If you get rid of that shielding, you don't really stand a hope in hell of dealing with all this poke, and that is exactly what they've done. Weiwei 0-4 on the Ivern. Not what you want to be seeing here on a must Burma ban pick. The redemption literally hits nobody. Nobody got peeled there by that redemption that came down from Weiwei, so that's a little bit unfortunate. And a minute and a half till this Elder Drake spawns. Weibo, you got to fight for this. You haven't got a choice anymore. You have to flip this.
Okay. Okay. Hear me out, Machine. Alright. And I guess the entirety of Casual Stream, we huff, alright? The Elder is the lost con for LNG. The fact that they have picked up 4 dragons now means that Weibo can very happily win the next fight. Here's what's gonna happen. Weiwei's gonna steal the Elder Dragon, okay? Gonna steal the Elder Dragon, and then they just win the fight. Yeah? You with me? This sounds pretty good, right?
It sounds great, but I want a game 5. So I actually think Weiwei goes in, does look like he's about to smite steal it. It resets, gains 1,000 HP,
okay.
And then he just dies, and they take it anyway on LNG, and that's the end of the game. Go to game 5.
All right.
That's what I think's gonna happen.
Sounds like a good plan. Also, I put down 3-2 LNG for my predictions, so
I put 3-2 Weibo. People think I'm a hater. I'm a Xiaohu stan, my boy.
Wow.
Like, I put 3-2 Weibo.
But in the ever-losing race to try and catch Mazel, this will be my opportunity to catch up, because I think he's got Weibo down today, if I recall correctly. Let me... No, he's got 3-2 as well. Okay, well, who cares? You know,
we can see you looking. We can bring it all in. Also, I just realized the HUD is back, but finally, as I bring it in there, come in now and make see what will happen. You have to fight this here as Weibo, but do you want this fight? Zika with the counter strike sets it all up. Scout goes invulnerable, and there's nothing you can do. Everybody's dead. Light is the last thing to fall, as everyone will be waiting for us to say it. We are going to Silver Scrapes. We are going to a game 5. And we are proving to see that everyone in this league wants it more than anything to make it to the top 4.
Zeka on the flank was like a tiger pouncing for his prey. 4-5-man Counter-Strike cleans up for LNG to sweep Weibo and bring us to Silver Scrapes. That one was probably the most one-sided of this series. And now Weibo have to bounce back after what was probably the most crushing defeat either one of these teams has taken in this series so far.
Yeah, this was the most definitive win of any of the games so far, and this is the kind of momentum that you need going into game number 5. This is the kind of thing that's going to be the difference maker in that next draft. You know what? It becomes a priority. Is the Maokai back on priority? Is the Ivern something you leave open as we... Trailer.
I'm sorry, I had to distract you. But you're right. You are right. Like, this is now such a different series compared to where we were in game 1 and game 2, right? It's hard because I feel like as Weibo, right, you tried to pull out this Ivern as kind of this special pick, but then there were no lanes to play around. I think that's always one thing with Ivern. He is so weak in the early game that he needs to have champions to enable around him, and I feel like the Weibo draft didn't really have any of that. It was basically losing lanes across the board, a lot of priority basically just for LNG. And I feel like you can't do that, right? If you give priority to LNG, yes, they've slipped up once this series. Yes, they shouldn't have let Weibo creep in game number 3. But you can't really afford to give them the early game because, yes, they made the mistake once. It seems like you can't fool them twice. And yeah, there has to be questions asked. And for me, not to continue the meme on and bring the Shy back into, the spotlight of, this guy sometimes has bad games, but give him the freedom to not be on the Cassante. I feel like give him some agency to start fights for Weibo, because not that Cassante can't have impact and can't carry team fights, but it feels like the success just isn't being found on the pick right now, and it is enabling Zika to have so much freedom in the top side department for the picks that is it really worth having in the draft if you're just going to basically have Zika be on, these game-breaking picks. Maybe if they're mind-controlled into going Renekton again, then, there's some hope. But I don't think they're going to do it. I think they've now got 2 games where it's been, pretty much shown off where it's Gwen, or in this case it was Jax, and it's just too much to deal with. So I hope that we do have a swap up there, because realistically, I feel like the Shy needs to have something in his hands where he can really take things, into his own hands, right? Where he can, take some agency back in the game, whether it's on engaged tanks, whether it's on a pure carry. Something has to change up there. And then, of course, again, it's been a battle of Jason. It's been a battle of the Azir. Xiaohu was winning out earlier on in the series. It feels like, however, after that one Tristana game back into the Azir, Xiaohu, I don't want to say he's run out of gas, but compared to where he was in game 1 and 2, certainly not the same level of performance. Whereas Scout showing out with a little bit of longevity and pulling the weight of this damage, 30k, more than double anyone on his team.
Yeah, I mean, this Jace finally showed up, 9-0 and 7. Just doing so much, 43% of his team's damage, and that was before the fight really kicked off. And honestly, like, the fact that, we hyped up this Gala Zaya pick, and it didn't really need to do a lot, to be perfectly honest. It's not as if he didn't do a lot, but it's just that he didn't need to, because it was just, they weren't the focus. And I completely agree with you when it comes to the draft. It does feel like for Weibo, you need to get the Shy into something else. The Ornn, the Maokai, or not the Maokai, excuse me, the Malphite, the Gnar, anything.
Yeah, like anything with more individual agency, right? I feel like, but also I think when you saved R5 for Light to give him Azir, to give him Ezreal, sorry, feels like a bit of a weird one, because then you are really just sitting on your hands and waiting for items to come through. We saw the creativity of Samira and Neela in the previous series gone by. Those picks would have been infinitely better and had more agency in the early game to try and navigate around what was potentially or could have been turned into a winning 3v3. So, the options are there for Weibo. I feel like they're just making the wrong choices from the draft. And it is shutting down a lot of their creative opportunities, like we saw with the Baron takedowns into LNG, right? It's clear that Weibo aren't switched off in this series, but they're not necessarily handing themselves the best tools, and LNG are happily taking advantage of every single exploit that they can find.
Yeah, they really, really are. But, Damana, we're going to take a quick break. You know what that means. We're going to be playing some Silver Scrapes. We are going to Game 5. Get your Thriller video ready, because we are jumping into a break. When we return, we will be jumping into the 5th and final game of this series.
如果你希望就该叫我格拉斯克夫。
但他走位了，但对面还是到处到了，大齐2个人富有的跟上伤害比和一个但是这边的话，这个大招放的非常不错，反身一锁，
然后后面那张卡的鳄鱼搜狗位置放的还不错。
下到之后选择交了一个大招，但是没有办法到了这帮人。但是主要后续的团战是开到了国豪，国豪在第一时间背后交了个阳之袭，哎，就这时候
再跳过来一个还不够，我斯文纳的这波技能有点失误啊！他这个技能全扣掉了，还有后手技能，铁铁到了，没扣，
再晕到一个应该是有了，最后人头给到朱麦。
还是要针对这条大龙找找机会，又是海克斯赶出来要出钩了，勾到 AD 了，又在被勾过，全被秒掉了，差一点点。明珠给了所有技能，依旧被他保了下来，这边撞到了对面的梅克。
站住了侧翼的位置，那安妮并没有着急选择点塔，而在后方持续的观望。看一下在侧面，艾王帝进场把所有人留在了原地，塔上向前输出闪现过去，艾卡下到暴雨，奥文再行留住。
希腊喷第一波想开你，你们这边交得出技能吗？闪现锁厄斐琉斯配合阿卡丽直接进场，厄斐琉斯这边交一个闪现拉开，没有死差一刀平 A 波锁住了，回身还想在操作鳄鱼，鳄鱼被魅惑。哦，被吉勇给吸住了。
对，伤害好像没有打出来。
对的，就差 PP 嘎的立大功这波。
并且的这个留人也很漂亮啊，翔哥过来的途中是直接被一勾加上一个大招，然后翔哥走到队友身边，那个大招是大起了很多人啊，好像全都大起来了，而且大陆金角想踩，没有被抬到，反而被 A 加 Q 勾过来打了一下。
反手倒钩勾到，但落也没 W 的。
有身子闪过来 ，A 金角被挂点燃了，这波要死了，完成一个线杀，又是 A 到了霞，控制一下，等下一个勾，看要伸交闪现勾过来，有速度，这两勾。
国家现在还是 CD，
感觉 OMG 得开呀，不然他们要被玩兵线玩晕掉了呀。
闪现开，又开小奶油，小奶油被开到了，被大招炸起，狐狸大招没办法吊刀的秒杀，但被胡子给找到，被嘲讽到。
有雪球的机会了，又勾到 AD 了。第五之类很危险，又开一下，打一下，
看一下，
哇，这打到死血要不回家了呀，不回家了，先打一套，梅口这边是一级的，
一勾，
很有机会，闪现勾到了，我的天哪，
这样子玩。
因为当时春季赛的时候，我们状态有点混乱吧，所以可能最终的结果也有预料到，然后比较可惜吧。然后这次夏季赛的话，感觉我们有一直在进步，所以感觉这个夏季赛有很大的希望吧。我觉得我们这次夏季赛的话，也有每个位置上的问题都解决了一些东西，然后也有个人实力方面的东西也加强了吧，所以最近的话感觉状态还不错，但是我们要走到最后的话，可能要再进步一些我们团队上的东西，或者是细节上的东西吧。BO3的话，我觉得赛前的准备是最重要的吧，然后 BO5的话，感觉整体的状态是更重要的。我觉得常规赛或者是季后赛或者决赛都没有特别大的区别吧，最重要的还是保持好状态吧。我一直以来的目标都只是冠军吧，所以没有什么其他的目标。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into game number 5. I'm going to hit it right off the bat. You need to go watch Cagel's stream, go back about 5 minutes, and you need to listen to that Yamato speech. I need someone to clip it, to get the full thing, put it up on Twitter so we can somehow move it on. I will find it very funny, however, if they do end up falling flat on their face in the last hurdle. But anyway, coming straight back into this particular series, we got LNG taking the victory in game number 4 to send us to a game 5. And it was Scout on the Jace to make sure he gets the MVP and make sure that he gives his team another shot.
Yeah, one last chance here for LNG, right? To come through off the back of Scout's performance here on the Jace this time around. And, you know, I think the moment that really broke this game was that flash forward into basically the 1v3, right? To have the follow-up come out from the rest of his teammates around that third dragon. Absolutely excellent. It could have even been the Soul, to be honest with you. Either way. LNG really on a bit of a tear in that game, and like I said, it was the most dominating win we've had so far in this series. Weibo have to do a lot to bounce back, and I think a lot of it can be fixed from the draft, right? I think that can really be the, you know, the first step here into potentially making a turnaround happen. But again, what do you do about the Jace? You know, Xiaohu has been very, very powerful on the Azir in the first 2 games, but this game was not necessarily the one that, you know, inspires a lot of confidence. Where do you start to look towards now?
Yeah, that's the thing now. We obviously mentioned it in the post game just before we went on to break. That like draft is becoming such a huge thing now. It's becoming such a problem, if you will, for Weibo, because they're becoming overly reliant on the things like the Cassante and the Azir, which are good in certain situations, but it does feel like LNG, specifically in this particular game 4, just knew how they wanted to play against it, knew how they wanted to try and just, you know, kind of capitalize on it, and it just meant that, you know, there was nothing really the Azir or the Cassante could do after a point. And like you said, the Ezreal's fine, it's just not a last pick counter. You just don't need that kind of a you know, presence for that AD carry. It's similar to when LNG picked the Aphelios and went for the Renekton in game number 3.
And, you know, I really want to make this point very clear. Actually, before I say that, like you said, actually, I want to hop on that last part. Agreed. Especially when they showed the Samira and the Neela, but I want to make this point very clear. The draft is not inherently the end-all be-all, right? Drafting is important. It sets up for games to either be easier to play or harder to play, and obviously that can swing to a point where something is either an insurmountable object or, you know, one which is basically so easy that it's very difficult to lose. Game 4 was not an impossible game to pilot for Weibo, but a very hard one because of the amount of agency that you hand over to a team like LNG. I'm looking at this fully from the spectrum right now of Weibo Gaming. Give up the Cassante pick. Allow the Shy to have some freedom, right?
Or at least let it go down to like last pick or something.
Let it go down to later on picks, right? It doesn't have to be an earlier thing. If I recall correctly, LNG are on the red side now. It's Weibo on blue, You can't blind Cassante again when you know Zeka will pick something like Gwen, something like Jax, right? And just dominate the 1v1. Make it so that if you are going to allow Zeka to have one of those side lane picks, then you're on a Malphite, you're on an Ornn if he's sticking on the tanks, so that he is starting fights for Weibo. We are here into Game 5's draft. Let's see how things shape up, as the very standard bans we've been seeing across this series remain pretty consistent. The Rell, the Sejuani, the Vi, all gone. Looking at things like the LeBlanc, the Kai'Sa from LNG to also be taken off the table.
This is the thing, LeBlanc, Kai'Sa, Tristana, Jace, Maokai, all of a sudden we're looking at a huge, the Xayah, huge amount of kind of priorities that have been kind of shifted here, whereas jungle is getting to the forefront. People are saying, they're going back off it. You know what? It's nothing to do with these mid lane picks. It's to do with the enabling of these junglers. So the Sejuani, the Rell, the Maokai, and the Vi all being taken away just shows you how influential Tarzan and Weiwei have been to their team's success.
Yeah, respectively. Both teams have been, or both junglers have been the driving force of the teams. Now, this does mean, you know, Tristana, Xayah, Kai'Sa, those are the first three on my mind, and of course, the Jace, the Azir. These picks have been critical to success for both sides. What will they do about them? Kai'Sa, it feels like you have to ban it, right? As LNG, do you really want to give it to Light? Or do you kind of like throw down this gauntlet and say, all right, do you want the Azir or the Jace more? Either way, we'll get the other side of that, right? That could also be the trade. Let's see what they end up doing, of course, as well, the LeBlanc, right? Maybe you remove the LeBlanc from the equation. No, you remove the Kai'Sa. So what do Weibo do now? Do they want the LeBlanc that's up? Do they want to take away the Jace out of Scout's hands? These are all questions on Weibo's mind that they're certainly pondering right now as we approach that first pick.
Looks like Weibo want to go towards the Tristana, despite Xiao having a pretty abysmal start to the last game he played on it. It is something that he was able to kind of have massive impact in later on in the game once he was able to get up to those 2-3 item thresholds. Now you're looking at LNG and where they want to try and bring this one here. Again, they could completely flip the script and go something completely off the back wall and say, look, we want to get our 80 carry going so that we know that Light will end up having, you know, either the Tristana or something that's not going to have that kind of lane priority.
Varus Jace, is this going to be the rotation out here from LNG? Like you say, right, Varus can secure lane priority. Jace should be relatively fine into the Tristana matchup as well. And if that is it for LNG, I feel like they'll be really happy with this rotation. Let's see what they do though. Or whether it's going to be something entirely out of left field and a pick for Tarzan if they feel like the pool is going to be pinched a little bit too hard. Could also be a thing. I love this rotation. I don't know. I don't know how much I would like it personally. I feel like just hold on to the counter pick. Even if, you know, you end up having it taken out of your hands, at the end of the day, you should almost always end up in a positive matchup. So it's the Nautilus instead blind. Weibo, honestly, something like Ivern Braum wouldn't be too bad if you're happy to play defensively, but then you need agency out of the top side of the map, right? Or from your AD carry pick. Let's see what they end up doing. As I don't feel like the Ivern was necessarily a bad pick. I feel like that the picks around the Ivern after the fact ended up not really enabling it to be as oppressive as it often likes to be. But Tristana being on the board does mean double AD carry is up on offer, and Ivern with the rework since then has been particularly powerful at buffing those AD carries up just because the shield lasts so long if the pop doesn't actually hit anyone. So it means that things like Ardent can stay on it for a lot longer if you end up at the 3 item mark. Is it going to be Crisp on this Leona to try and just kind of counter out that Nautilus inside the lane? It will be. So engage there for Weibo, and that's good because that's what we've been calling for all series long, just ensuring they always have agency tools. And at the very least, they will have that Leona on deck. Now LNG have the opportunity to either secure the jungle matchup or go towards the Jace. They do neither because they want this Jax. And then that should just say to me that they're going to ban away 2 champions from the Shy and just put him on as an uncomfortable a matchup as possible.
Yeah, and even we saw up there before that the Cassante is something they don't even necessarily have to ban. The Rumble, maybe even the Renekton, if they're really worried about it, things that they could get rid of. But honestly, I feel like this Jax pick is just, it's so powerful at just dealing with what the Shy wants to do and wants to, because again, he just wants to relax, take, you know, kind of soak it all in. But this Jax just puts him under such immense pressure. He's just not going to be able to be allowed to do that. So we'll see Weibo banning away the LeBlanc as mid laners have kind of for the first time this series moved themselves all the way down. And we will be seeing the Shy on something relatively new. He's not going to get the Cassante this game.
Nope, won't have the Cassante this game. So what will it be for the Shy? Is it going to be just the flat out Renekton? You know you're going to, you know, maybe have an okay time in lane, but then get outscaled. Do you have something else up your sleeve? Malphite, maybe? I mean, we've been calling for these, like, Malphite is good into Jax. It kind of nullifies it. Poppy as well, another pick where, you know, whilst you might necessarily lack the general agency to start fights, your ability to turn fights around is very, very powerful. Weibo straight away from this Jace ban, going towards Ahri and LeBlanc, perhaps fearing, you know, a very strong setup jungle duo between Tarzan and Scout. Scout, I imagine, has quite a few picks left up. And I mean, as Tarzan, this also works as a double takeaway, right? Because now the Shy can't potentially utilize it as a lane. Are they really going to go towards Azir? Okay.
Wow, okay.
Calling out the fact that they don't think that this Tristana is going to go towards the bottom side. They think it's Xiaohu's solely, and they're happy to just take away the Azir and ensure that Xiaohu won't have this pick. So now the Poppy was hovered. I imagine it just has to be picked up as this nullifying lane, right, for the Shy. Again, very surprised that Tarzan doesn't just take up the Poppy, but I feel like in LNG's mind, denying away the Azir is more important to them.
Yeah.
And you cannot blame Weibo, or LNG rather, given how powerful Xiaohu was on the pick at the very start of the series. As Poppy goes through, that'll be the Shy's pick. And now it's about revealing this Tristana and whether or not it will end up in Xiaohu's hands or Light's. I feel like either or. Probably going to end up with Light finding an AD carry here. As Tristana in the mid lane into Azir feels like a very comfortable position to be in. As will it just be Zeri for the final game here for Light? Played it earlier on in the series, looked alright, to be fair, and it will be just that as now LNG search for the jungle pick for Tarzan.
Yeah, get that Zeri in. We've seen Light have some pretty damn good performances, even in the one they lost in game number 2. It was only picked up, I think, with 1 or 2 deaths. So we'll see what LNG want to go for as their final pick. And they've been hovering around the Skarner and Zac for a while. I don't think they're going to either lock in either of them, to be perfectly honest, but we'll wait to see. They go for the Skarner. Right. Okay, so again, we're seeing the Skarner rear its head out now, as everyone will rush to Twitter to tag Captain Flowers in it. But another Skarner in 2 Skarners in as many days? That's rare.
Yeah, I don't know. We have to check the constellations. Something might be wrong at the minute with where the stars are in the sky. But LNG go towards this Skarner, and hey, I mean, at the end of the day, there's a couple of diving members between, you know, Crisp and the Shy who maybe could get caught out by this. And of course, if you're ever able to flash forward, pick up Light, pick up Xiaohu, it's huge. And there is that very funny interaction, and I'm gonna highlight it in case it happens, where if Xiaohu ults Skarner as the ultimate starts, he could just be sealing his own fate. Just gonna make that very, very bad.
Yeah, I've seen it happen. It's quite funny, but it's also a little sad to see the Tristana just being dragged much further away than she wants to be. But yeah, look, right now, this is it. It's a best of 1. It's about how you perform in this game. Whatever happened before this, whatever momentum, whatever, you know, lingering thoughts may be in your mind, you have to get rid of them. This match is all that matters. That you have to take this with all the all the information you have in your mind to just make this one work. Both LNG and Weibo have been fighting tooth and nail to get themselves even just an opportunity at a top 4 spot. Double elimination, and again, another step closer to Worlds qualification. It's been grueling, it's been long, it's definitely not been clean, but my lord, has it been entertaining. We are coming into the ultimate game between both of these sides. Only one can go through to the double elim. The other will be waiting until that regional qualifier to see if they can get themselves back up into a World Championship spot. We're going to jump into game number 5. We're going to leave it out there on the Rift. Winner takes all.
One game for the marbles of going to top 4 in the playoffs. Of course, championship points on offer for the regional qualifying seeding. Make one last approach onto Summoner's Rift Machine. It's been a tenuous, very, very meticulous series from both sides at times, but it's also been explosive. Let's see how this game 5 unfolds as we slowly hit the Rift.
Gotta build that tension. You gotta build up this momentum. But we're gonna have the Gyos one last time in this series. The Weibo fans gotta give everything. Be that 6th man for your team. So we wait to see how either of these teams will start off in this final game. That was pretty epic, I'm not gonna lie. The 2-2, it
Oh
was
my
pretty
goodness.
damn epic.
All right, so fair amount to talk about in this game. Skarner is here. Spires, early gold on offer. Forget Jax's fishing. 15 gold for Gala and Scout, not bad.
It's game
again,
over.
Yeah, game over. Now, what was definitely a bit of a sad truth last game was because of the way that the matchups sat, there wasn't really a lot to play around in terms of, you know, the junglers. I feel like this game, the matchups, specifically on the side lanes, are volatile enough that we could see some early jungle action, even though both junglers, you know, in Tarzan's case, on the Skarner, you can find early angles if the laners are overextending, right? And it's a very similar deal for Weiwei, but you want the level 6 so that you've got that Impale to really kind of, you know, lock home any particular play. So we could just see, you know, some fast farming on both sides until that point. Wouldn't be too surprised, but again, you know, top side of the map, I think, is one where the Shy, you know, been calling for a different pick outside of the Cassante. Something with a little bit more, you know, mid-game agency to start up fights. Not necessarily that pick, but certainly in the 1v1 against the Jax. You can find some very easy advantages to manipulate. Level 2 hit here by Hog and Gala.
They're gonna go in for some flash out of Crisp. Fortunate there for the Weibo bot side, but it is kind of the way. Ooh, that steadfast presence didn't come up in time. You can see Zika kind of go for it. We'll say, though, the Poppy doing very well to just trade back into it as Zika wants to go for round number 2. This is the thing. If you can get continuous little trade backs here, you'll see the Jack start to slowly but surely get an advantage, eke ahead in that health advantage. But Weiwei
I like this.
wants to...
Hold on.
Just checking. Just checking.
He doesn't want Tarzan to, you know, get like a 3-camp clear into top side, so I don't blame him for going for that. And at the end of the day, it doesn't really cost Weiwei too much in the time in the department of time because he's already got that bottom side camp marked up. Knows it's not really going to get invaded. Zika trading very, very aggressively. So this is the thing with the Jack, you can kind of get up in the Poppy's face. Don't angle to get yourself stunned up into the wall.
Oh! Flash in!
Man.
Oh, my lord. The leap strike, it was almost very well calculated, but Zika just playing the mind games right now and saying, cool, if I don't jump, you don't put up the steadfast presence, you still get stunned.
Exactly right, and the Shy, very fortunate. This is one thing about the Poppy. With that W up, the passive gives you so much extra resistances at those lower level thresholds, so Zika not able to find the lethal range there, but you can see the threat, right? As much as Poppy can take over the lane, if she finds, you know, 1 or 2 steadfast presences. As, oh, hello, Weiwei, locked up here.
Yeah, they're going to look to try and keep this fight going for the moment. Xiaohu is the first one on the scene. As Gala makes his way up now as well. TP is going topside, so the Shy will have nothing to do with this particular fight as we end up
They
in
don't want to give up the skull.
Yeah, they really want to try and keep this control because, I mean, the dragons, the first dragons of the game have been so key for every team that's won so far.
Exactly, and the skull will be secured by Tarzan. A little bit awkward. I think Weiwei smited the Krug, so he didn't have it up for that skull crab. Typically when you're playing Ivern, you want to try and hold on to that smite for at least 1 skull. Looks like he'll get the top one at the very least, so not the end of the world here as Scout actually trades back in. And the trade out looks fine. Shield comes in. Xiaohu will be able to just reposition. Tarzan's not going to make things awkward. Jungle is just kind of, you know, ships in the night to a point, putting down a little bit of damage. But nothing that's necessarily changing the lane too much as recalls will come through.
And feel the tension. Feel how important this is to either side. Not willing to give an inch, but knowing that if they do, they will be behind a mile. It's definitely been LNG favored in the early games so far this series. Definitely does feel like they want to try and continue that kind of trend. Maybe put some more pressure here down on top of Weibo. And this is the thing. All it takes is one bad mistake. We saw it in game number 1 with the Shy, game number 2 with the Shy. He's a caught out once and it led to a Baron, led to an Elder Drake, led to an end of game, 1-1. You know, these little things that kind of build up against you. Same thing happened to LNG in game number 3.
Exactly. And these kind of mistakes can't really happen in this game 5. Everything is pretty much on the line. Of course, you lose. You will have the chance still to go to Worlds through the regional qualifiers. I think that has to be something which is repeated if you're not familiar with the format and how championship points have lined up for our remaining teams in playoffs. But obviously, you want to go to top 4, give yourself the best chance at not only just the regional qualifiers, but still, you're competing for the LPL championship for summer. Just because JDG and BLG are in the top 2 already doesn't mean it's a foregone conclusion, despite how strong they've looked, that they will be the ones that take it. Oh,
should be fine. It would be just Dragon confirmed here, but there are people converging on this spot right now. Weibo not willing to let this one go without a fight. The Azir off to the side. They are pushing back as Chris throws at the Zenith Blade. Doesn't really get anything out of it. Gonna be flashed in on top of. They're gonna immediately say that's the go button. Kill off the support, but he's still very tanky. First blood goes over. Double flash almost in unison for both the Weibo jungler and mid laner as they look to get away from that Emperor's Divide. LNG with the Dragon and with the first blood.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from LNG. They get everything they want out of this exchange. Pick off the target in front of them. Now, first dragon, like we said, been very important, these early dragons and how they've stacked up. Let's see if LNG can continue that snowball. Level 6 will come through for Tarzan relatively soon as well. But he's not going to have that ultimate with the flash, right? So a little bit less predictable, or more predictable rather, shall I say, on the engages. But at the end of the day, still going to be walking away with a lead for now.
Come back in, and again, this is where the game gets a bit funky. Flashes are down, summoners are no longer available. We are starting to hit level 6s for people, so you can see already Gala and Hung recognizing something was amiss in this bot side. They were getting too much priority in this lane to push, and we can see it here. Scout just forcing this to be basically a 4v2 into a 4v2. Weibo could never get together.
Yeah, and that's pretty much it. It's 2 on one side, 2 on the other. LNG just make the very quick decision to engage onto one of those 2s, and double flashes forced out from Weiwei and Xiaohu by Scout. Light able to dash over the wall, so he's not in threat. Good execution overall by LNG, just to stave off the pressure that Weibo were trying to put down. But the split approach made it very easy for LNG to navigate. So very happy with the way the things play out. And now, you know, priority's kind of been in Zeka's hands a majority of this lane. But the health advantage right now that the Shy finds himself in and this stacking wave could make things awkward for an immediate Herald startup. You can see on the side of Weibo, everyone's just reset. They're all running towards the mid lane or the top side of the map. They don't want to give up the Herald. LNG, let's see how they look to approach it, as they are also all pathing up here. So we could just have a congregation immediately of everyone on the Rift. But again, it's the top side where I'm kind of concerned. Zeka actually evens out the health trade, pops the ult, actually.
I think he really wants to try and crash this wave. It's kind of put him in an awkward position as the rest of Weibo are pushing itself up. So he pops the ult to try and make something worth there, but sadly for him, wasn't able to make anything else happen from it. And with this double Ruby Crystal means the Shy is fairly healthy at this stage. Xiaohu's crept himself up to this top side of the brush. No ult on Hung, but neither does Chris. We are going to see all 5 members of Weibo moving down to try and contest for this Dragon, or excuse me, for this Rift Herald. Well, Zika tries to keep it going. Zenith Blade lands. It's onto the jungler. They put down the Chain of Corruption. They're going to burn down Hung, but he gets his command. That's huge. Jungler for support is always worth here for Weibo. And they've got to maybe look to turn and burn back on top of this one here. They got to be careful, though. Still a Flash Emperor's Divide available for Scout.
Yeah, Scout can still look for this one, can't he? Herald's going to reset. Tarzan. We saw that interaction briefly, but just not between Xiaohu and Tarzan. It was Tarzan had Crisp ulted. Xiaohu almost confirmed Crisp's death even harder. Tarzan, however, was still bursted out, and it ends up being that 1-for-1 like we talked about. So Herald still on the map. Gala's going to go for a bit of a sneaky startup, but it should kind of just be dissuaded. No Daisy for Weiwei, though. This is the very crucial thing. Crisp is still also level 5 compared to Hung's level 6, so this LNG startup and contest should still look good. Weiwei scooped in.
Yeah,
Dead.
Weiwei scooped in, dead. Nothing he can really do about that one. Didn't have his flash anyway, so tried his absolute best. But again, these small mistakes are just plaguing Weibo. There's no need for him to be looking for that kind of an aggressive fight when nobody's around to support him.
Exactly. Just kind of pokes his head in way too far. He gets punished for it now. Herald in the back pocket of LNG. Gold lead a little bit under 1,000. Not the most important gold lead right now, but still one, which will soon start to be felt once this Herald gets put down in particular, right? Start to get those first couple of item completions on top of it. Things will start to feel a little bit more suppressive on the side of Weibo. LNG, Dragon, 60 seconds time, you know they're going to look to contest that.
Weibo just need to make sure they don't lose too much. Again, it's a similar kind of style to how they lost that 4th game just kind of kept letting things happen against them. As you can see, the Shy going for a fight now as one ultimate has been used. Steadfast presence down, so Zika feels emboldened to leap strike in on top of him. It's a very close trade back. Gotta be careful here, Zika. The Shy is definitely someone who is very aware of the Poppy cooldowns and whatnot, so wait to see how they kind of bring it back up. And this is going to be Zika's opportunity potentially to maybe get himself a fight. Actually, it's the Shy looking for a little bit of a 1v1. Gonna get it over. Does he want to flash? No, he doesn't. He already used the ultimate as well.
Exactly. So just disengage on both sides. Dragon up, LNG on top of it first. Maybe Weibo can contest it, but I'm just not sure how comfortable it will be. LNG are going to drag this one out. Flash and Empress Device. Still available for Scout. Ultimate and Flash for Tarzan. That's where you're looking, right? What target can he pick up? Teleports in from top laners. Dragon dropping lower.
There we go. Dragon secured here by LNG, but the fight afterwards, the Shy TP'd in. Does he have enough presence to get into us? The flash away means that nobody's going to be caught out. Good solo flare forces the cleanse out of Gala. Now the Shy looking to try and be aggressive onto this. Chris goes in with the Zenith Blade. They get the lightning crash, but it doesn't really do anything. Good disengage with the Emperor's Divide from Scout as the rest of LNG are still running away. They haven't used a single ability to engage because they knew they needed them to save their lives.
Exactly. Good disengage from LNG, but it cost them 3 flashes on very important members at that. So Weibo now, with basically a majority of the important summoner spells up, can look for picks and plays whenever they want. Shy!
Oh, the Shy! Has he gone too far
Shy.
forward? No! The Shy was baiting them all as the Nautilus goes down! Not quite going to get killed off by the piercing arrow. And this game's not done just yet. We are still waiting to see how either of these teams can come out of this, but it is Weibo, despite the scoreline on those kills, they are coming out with a gold lead.
Exactly. So Weibo picking up a little bit more gold in these exchanges. Feels really good. Xiaohu's even going to pick up another plate here. That bomb will do the work if the minions don't. And stuff. So Weibo, even though they lose out on those objectives, some of the gold kind of being swung back, so it doesn't feel necessarily the worst. See how things shape up, as now we're going to have a bit of a breathing period, right? No objective on the map for 3 minutes. Great Chains of Corruption land onto Weiwei to stop him from getting into smite range. And then the Shy comes in, blows Gala's flash. And then Daisy's knock up here also finds 2 front line members, which kind of makes things continually awkward. Crisp goes back in, then Scout's forced to use the ult, lands onto 2, doesn't find the Shy. Shy's able to continue the chase down with the Pop Seed slow down from Ivern, but again, disengage all very much available. Then the Shy in a bit of, you know, he almost has the stun angle, but why are we looking for it in the first place? Very fortunate that Hung is a little bit unaware of the fact that Xiaohu can kill him off with the Buster Shot. That does keep his top laner alive. Definitely want to be a little bit less risky, perhaps. Game 5, moment like that. You overstep, you're just giving more gold over. It's not necessarily a position you want to be in. Zeka, down a level. I'm not sure how much. You can see the Shy in the bottom left is halfway to level 11. Zeka, will he get level 10 on this wave? It's a fairly big wave, but now it's only comprised of ranged minions, so not the most XP in the world compared to the meaties and the cannons. He's not, so it's actually a fairly sizable lead in the top lane department.
Take a breath. Build ourselves back into this one here, and again, just kind of small little moments that can lead to much bigger advantage. I will say, like, straight up, I think the Shy looks a lot better on the Poppy than he did on the Kazante. Feels a lot more comfortable on the pick. Definitely looks like he's able to kind of take some better fights, as we can see. Taking a fight on. We'll look to see if he can just Spider-Man his way out of this particular one. Was looking to clear out some of his vision for the Dragon 2 minutes, but doesn't lose anything because of it. Just keeps himself nice and healthy, and it's Weibo, honestly, that are kind of the ones feeling more emboldened to go for these trades. They're the ones that are looking for far more aggressive setups.
Yeah, totally agree with you, and you know, you're right. Like, the Shy does look significantly better, and again, I think it comes down to just the individual agency that he can have on this pick, at the very least in the 1v1, right? You can shut down Zeka in the laning phase, and even if it's not, you know, necessarily the Orn or the Malphite I was calling for more of like team fight agency, you still have a lot in the tank to, you know, disengage on some of these engaging members of LNG, or just put them in awkward positions that they don't want to be in whilst they're trying to find engages of their own. So this feels a lot better for the Shy overall, and he's continuing to just put pressure down on Zeka, as the rest of Weibo can actually come and capitalize on this, to be honest with you, if they really want to. But for now, not going to do that. Stun comes in, you can see Zeka very much pressured, probably going to have to go back to base, maybe even yield the tower.
Yeah, possibly even lose this one. Scout is, though, there to make sure it doesn't go down just yet. Gonna look to see if he can engage there, but again, this is why this Poppy is so valuable. It's honestly a little bit of a strange one to me that they didn't want to try and lock it in for themselves. Maybe worried that the Jacks would go over to the other teams, but actually, never mind. They already had the Jacks, so they knew what they'd be going for. Either way, it's not the situation we find ourselves in. A TP bot lane, so you can see already LNG saying, look, we want nothing to do with this Rift Herald fight at all. We're going to look to try and prioritize the Dragon in 40 seconds, and that's what we're going to try and put up most of our resources into.
Yeah, all right. Don't blame them. Last skirmish or two was a little bit awkward, but also because you can maybe put yourself on soul point. Feels pretty good. Oh, very strange looking interaction there between Zika's Hop and the pushback from Hashai, but won't amount to much. Herald will be picked up. Mid lane wave secured by LNG, so they're going to go dip into the river. Maybe just outright secure this dragon. Let's see what Weibo can do in the means of a contest.
They even want to contest. They could just drop Rift Herald mid and straight away take tower. Maybe even 2 towers, to be honest with you, because not really in a position to kind of go for it. The one Gala trying to see if he can get some poke down here. Has the Yomu's Ghostblade finished up. A TP coming in here from Xiaohu. Joining back in, Shirley will be getting her knockback here as Scout TP's in towards this dragon. You can see the different priorities now here for these two teams. Ocean Dragon Soul will be good here for the side of LNG, but was it worth 2 towers? Is it worth potentially 3 towers? Because Shirley's not done.
Oh, I mean, Weibo. 3 towers.
That's huge for Weibo.
LNG were really focused on securing this. Well, I mean, they're at soul point, but just let the base be opened up. 17 minutes into the game, so now, mid lane, if there's ever a fight around the mid lane and there's a wave, Weibo, like, genuinely at 25 minutes could end the game if they get a clean ace and they've got Xiaohu alive and they've got Light alive. So LNG really need to tread carefully when it comes to picking up any kind of fights for the foreseeable future around that area.
It's getting tense, Shimada. It's building, it's bellowing, it's boiling up at the moment, and I'm really not sure who's going to be coming out on top. Only a 1,500 gold lead here for Weibo, but you would argue that's not really going to... It's pretty much equaled, if not, you know, surpassed by the 3 dragons that LNG have been able to accrue for themselves. Crisp walking over here to try and clear out some of this vision. They will get the ultimate down here on top of the Tristana, and they will burn him down. That's going to be, though, a trade back. Mid laner for support, 1 for 1. Weibo doing a good job to make sure there's no high-tempo plays being made by LNG with a numbers advantage.
Yeah, exactly. So trade still comes through on the side of Weibo, which they'll feel happy enough about. LNG, it's nice to see them at the very least be proactive, but what does it really get them? The answer is not that much by the end of the exchange. Just an extra kill. So I feel like we're waiting again for this dragon to spawn up Soul for LNG. I wonder if Weibo are going to go for a Baron like they did in the previous game, you know, 20, 21 minutes. Really keep things a bit on their toes for LNG. Pullback comes in to Xiaohu, but then hung. Awkward positioning. Can't dredge line anywhere. Interrupted by the Steadfast Presence as well. Good reactive play from Weibo overall. 2 items now. 2 items there for Gala. Is Scout going Everfrost?
It might be.
Huh, okay.
We'll see. It could also build into the Crown of the Shattered Queen.
Is that the build path of the Crown? Okay, no,
I believe so, yes. Kindle Gem as well as the Crown build. That's where you get the extra 600 HP from.
Okay, not bad, not bad. Let's see what Weibo can do on this siege. They've got a lot of time until Dragon's up. Scout is defending this one quite tenaciously, to be fair.
I don't know if he wants to. He's going to have to try and shift himself away from that one there. There's going to be a Chain of Corruption. Beautifully buffered there by Xiaohu. That's going to mean no extra re-engage available for LNG. So now it's a 2,000 gold. 2 minutes until that dragon spawns. This is where the game, as you mentioned, gets a little bit funky because that Baron is now on the Rift. You have double 80 carries and an Ivern, which makes this a lot easier. Here we go. Grandmaster's Might gets put down here into the bot lane, but the Shy is kind of coaxing him in, saying, come on, Zika, take me on. See if you can fight me, because at the moment it doesn't look like he can.
No, too tanky. All right, again, it's very easy to get Poppy below that like 50% threshold, but as soon as you drop below it, the amount of resistances that she gets really can make the difference in terms of actually finishing her off. Zika very far away from a Black Cleaver and just doesn't have the damage over time just yet available to make that 1v1 work. So, neutralized. Again, Weibo growing the gold lead very, very subtly. If we zoom out, look at where the items actually are. It's Ivern, right? 2 items, very cheap, don't forget. Scout has the advantage in the mid lane. Xiaohu has 1.8k gold though, 1.9k, so should have enough for a second item relatively soon. Shouldn't be that big of a deal. And we will look to see likely that Gale Force finished up as that second item. Or actually, he's got, what are those components for? I might be blanking because I'm quite tired and hungry. We've been going for like 6 hours. Navori. Navori.
Yes,
Navori. He's just sitting on the Vamp Scepter. So he's about 200 gold away. He's farming up the wolves. I think after the wolf camp and he can sell the Doran's Blade, he will have the Navori quick blades, and that'll be his 2 items in. So very much even across the board. It's only really, you know, a discrepancy in the jungle role just because Weiwei's got that cheap second item and first item. LNG.
He's not selling the Dorans. He wants to wait.
Okay, I mean, he can wait if he's got teleport.
There,
not the end of the world. There you go.
Okay, Weibo. This is Ocean Soul. Giving a Jax and a Skarner that is definitely not ideal. Let's see what you can do now in this particular fight. They pushed in the mid wave, and having those 3 towers down gives them such like leverage of stopping someone like Zika from getting an off-flank flash in. They're going to try and jump straight in on top of Tarzan.
They've got
the Chain of Corruption is good, but Tarzan is dead. Now you're going to see if they can make a little bit more off of this one there. Scout does get the Emperor's Divide out as they try and burn down Weiwei. If you both lose your jungler, it's not exactly ideal here for Weibo either, so you need to make sure that Weiwei does not die. LNG thinking about maybe still going for this one here.
No, LNG
slowly
can't,
crushing themselves in. But they're going to back themselves away, I think. Apart from one, maybe a last-ditch effort with Gala going for a piercing arrow, that would have been it. But they do lose their jungler, so they give up and forfeit the dragon.
Yeah, I mean, once they lose Tarzan, it's just a bit too hard to contest. They lost the Emperor's Divide as well because Shire's putting down pressure on the back end. And without those tools, it's too hard to make a turnaround happen. We will secure that dragon, stop the soul snowball, and now put us in a position where it's just Baron on the map. Weibo have a gold lead. And again, some of those items starting to come in where there are differences between the laners. As again, Tarzan just a bit too far forward. Doesn't get clipped by the slow of the first trigger seed. Does he get clipped by the second? Yes, but also he's just going to be too far forward.
Crisp is dead.
Crisp is dead. Why is Crisp here? Look how far away he is from the rest of his team. This is a Baron start opportunity for LNG now. Teleport's coming in. They're committing.
It's not a start, it's a commit. They're going to look to try and do this one here. They don't have a lot of vision without the support. They can't put it all down. So now they know with the blue trinket that they have got a little bit of information. They know that Baron has been started. Go down to about 6,000 HP. It's not the fastest in the world. They put Daisy forward. There's a hook down. There's a good Keeper's Verdict. They traded it back though. Zika needs to get the hell out of this one here. Light cleanses as they look for it. There's an Emperor's Divide as Tarzan makes his right, makes his blood flow. Light's caught between a rock and a hard place and he gets caught up again. Tarzan finishes him off, and that's going to be Xiao who left all on his own. Never mind, it's the Shy left on his own. And he tries to make this one work. He needs to kill off Scout. He needs to do something for his team, but he just hasn't got the damage. Or does he? The Shy is still alive as he gets pushed back all the way to the top tower. He may look for some cooldowns. He's 4 levels ahead of Tarzan. He has got a shield. He may look for another little bit of movement, but he's not quite got enough of it. Whoa. Gala will take him down, but the Baron has been stopped. And look at these waves. It's still favored in Weibo.
Oh my god, what a nail-biting fight. The Shy almost makes a mountain out of a molehill on the back end, but again, LNG find their pick onto Crisp. Immediate flag to start up the Baron, and so much AoE comes through. I'm not even sure what gave them such a positive-looking fight, Weibo that is, but the turnaround was good. The Emperor's Divide and the AoE returned back in kind from Gala and from Scout really helps out in ensuring that this isn't just a clean wipe, because Weibo almost had everything they needed. Engage comes through from Hung, but this knock away from Tarzan removes him from the fight for so long. Zeka goes in, secures Weiwei, but then he's in a very precarious situation. Sweep onto Xiao, who puts him in the Baron range. Tarzan's back over the wall, stops Light. Zeka gets the execution damage, almost finds the stun, but it doesn't matter because Scout and Gala are there. Tarzan then cleans up house alongside Gala, but then it's the Shy. Jackshow stacked up, low HP, killing off this Poppy, remember, so difficult, finds the buckler. That one isn't denied away. But then can't quite find the angle for Gala into the wall. Maybe if it's like right here, but I'm not sure if it's still on cooldown. It's hard to know without the HUD.
We gotta go back live. We gotta go back live.
Yeah.
We're going back straight back into the fight. Redemption's coming in. Gala's gonna be able to try and burn down
They
the
have the
Shy,
Shy.
who almost gets away. There's an ultimate there. It's a lethality virus. That's why he's not able to kill him just yet. He's still going and finally goes down, but it's a trade of top laners. This is still okay for Weibo. I'm not quite sure how we got into that situation, but I'm gonna tell my observers we need to stop with the replays because there's too much action.
Too much action back to back. You want to see the replays, but at the end of the day, these two teams now are turning this into a bloodbath. Baron, is it being started up? Looks like the answer is no. They'll walk away. Don't want to flip it just yet. No top lane on either side. Scout just picked up a Zhonya's. That could be huge. I wouldn't mind seeing Zeka pick up a stopwatch in his own right. They're both being very tenuous about whether or not they want this Baron to start, but Dragon spawns in a minute. So are they willing to really get things kicked off here? Light the candle of a Baron start when LNG could very much take control of the bottom side or reconnect on the top side and still contest you on that. Here we go, replay, because there should be enough breathing time. The Shy just face checking. I mean, he's tanky enough. Say face check, there's a control on both sides, so they just want a trade onto Zeka perhaps. And then the Impale comes through. The Shy is very tanky, and like you said, Gala going the Valley build makes it so difficult to actually kill off the Shy. It takes so long. By the time that they do, Zeka's been forced to be in a position where he has to die. Now, Baron started up. LNG know what's going on.
Not the fastest just yet. Now they've got the double-ended carries. Now it will start to dissipate. They're going to try and clear off this vision. They've got plenty of brushes to hide themselves in, so they don't have a full idea of what's going on here. They're going to try and put down the AP on top of Chris, but he is dead. Baron secured, but can Weibo get out with it? Daisy is the unsung hero. 3-man knockup from Daisy was massive, but that could mean Soul going over to LNG as it spawns in 10 seconds.
Surely, right? It's Soul. Oh, Hung doesn't find Shy. Soul on the map. That should just be secured, flat out. And I think Weibo have acknowledged that this one should just be going over. Let's see how they handle this. I mean, there's 3 minutes, right? 2.5 minutes, rather, of Baron time to secure as many structures as you can. But there's only really this top tier 2, which is going to go down straight away. And this bot tier 2, with Soul available now to LNG, the amount of healing at those lower levels should feel massive. Now, one thing I want to highlight, Skarner's in the game. The tax has been paid by Xiaohu and by Light. But that means that they are going to be behind curve on hitting those third items. Specifically, whereas Scout and Gala, a lot more freedom to make it to that point. So, LNG have surprisingly a combat, effectively a combat advantage, right, for now. Just because those carries had those items. And Tarzan is never going to stray away from ulting Crisp, Weiwei, or the Shy until they get those QSSs themselves. So, LNG, despite the gold deficit, in terms of, what's actually on the map and available, they feel probably actually okay to fight. They can wait for the Baron to drop off for the stats and then really look to force the issue. Zeka, I mentioned before that Baron, I wouldn't have minded seeing him pick up a stopwatch for a backline dive. Has that one now, will likely go towards the Zhonya's third. QSS there, picked up for Crisp, so now it's Weiwei and the Shy who are the real targets for Tarzan to try and drag in and make those frontline fights as awkward as possible for Weibo.
This is such a tense game. Soul was given over. Baron was taken, but I just don't see a real world with the short range of your comp. Well, apart from the Tristana, you aren't going to struggle to kind of take these towers down as quick as you possibly can. So, and the fact that the mid lane was already taken so many, it just feels like you're just not able to kind of get the max out of it. Still not a bad thing. Still 2,000 gold in favor of Weibo from that Baron. Because I'm about 3,000 gold ahead of the curve, but like you mentioned, that 3,000 gold is honestly it's basically the 2 QSSs. That's basically what the gold is kind of amounting to, as we wait to see kind of who's going to be kind of the priority target for LNG in these next few fights.
Exactly, it's just delaying those spikes from coming in. Light does have the BT, so he has 3 items.
Crisp has a QSS.
Crisp does have that QSS as well. So it's about Xiaohu and how close he is to hitting 3 items. But again, it's about that brief delay, right? Gala, how close is he to 4th item? Scout, how close is he to 4th item? Those are the things that are really important. Baron's fading off in 20 seconds. Elder spawns in 4. So there's going to be a brief desync where Elder's on the map before Baron. Or rather, no, Baron will be on the map about 30 seconds before Elder is. See if that's a big enough window to really make these two teams kind of have a bit of a song and dance about whether or not it is worth going to one side of the map or the other as that Baron fades. And there you go, timer comes up, 3 minutes. Elder 3.5 BT for Xiaohu. They're basically at parity for now. Jungle, cheap items available for Weiwei, not the same thing for Tarzan. And then the top side of the map, basically 2 items apiece, not the end of the world. Ashin I think this is coming down to a Baron Elder flip, unless one of these teams really oversteps their bounds for vision.
You've got decent ways of checking brushes on both sides, to be perfectly honest. The stand shoulders can come in. You've got Daisy to face check as well. I'll say Shy a full item ahead now at this point. That's the Gargoyle Stone Plate, so he is just monstrous. And as we mentioned earlier, it is a lethality Varus. This isn't a Varus that's going to melt through the Shy because he's just gotten, you know, he's looking to kill off the squishies. And look, the fact that he's gotten that is still going to be extremely relevant against Xiaohu and Light, who have gotten the QSSs. They have 0 armor, so he's going to destroy them in that regard. But we'll wait to see how it ends up kind of fanning out. LNG Scout picking up a Void Staff as we start to build towards critical mass. Like you said, it looks like we're going to be building up for the next 2 minutes. Just ping-ponging waves. And if you're Zika, you would absolutely adore to get that Zhonya's online before the next fight. Or honestly, maybe even forego it because you know there's not a fight happening for 2 minutes. Maybe you can go for a Spear of Shojin or something.
Yeah, if he stacks up enough gold, like, there's no reason to believe he wouldn't necessarily do that, right? But Zhonya's as well. Don't forget, Jax has basically AP ratios on every ability, so
true.
Zhonya's does just flat out make him deal more damage. Let's see, he's going back to base. Tarzan as well, but I doubt he's going to have a full item. Oh, that's Hung, rather. But Tarzan was also basing. Just goes for the Iron Elixir. Zhonya's was secured by Zeka, so it is just this building up of golden resources. Oh, man.
Hello.
What a view.
What a view.
Piece on the side of the rift. There's actually a face on the alcove. I've never seen that before.
I have actually never noticed that. Literally, as soon as you said it, there's a little face there. Wait to see how it ends up kind of working out. I mean, the teams know. We are building towards one last big fight. You would love to have level 16 here on Tagala, just to match up with Light with that Lightning Crash. Having that extra little bit of duration and cooldown onto that current Chain of Corruption can be absolutely massive as we go later and later into this game. Now, 1 minute till Elder, 30 seconds till Baron. Everyone's kind of topped themselves up and got their summoners right back online. There's a stopwatch available for Weiwei. Plenty of QSSs as well. And as you mentioned as well, those elixirs of iron has already been consumed here by Tarzan. And there is one in the back pocket for Crisp should he get caught out.
Exactly. Huron is as powerful as they can be right now. They spent the gold. LNG, remember, technical combat advantage. QSSs have denied those third items from coming in, or the fourth items from coming in from Weibo, and the Ocean Soul as well means just all that additional healing. Baron on startup, how fast can they burst it? Not fast enough before Weibo can get here. Maybe Zucker can make things awkward about this.
It's gone! It's gone! He's not going to be able to get in time. That's Baron confirmed. Now can they get out with their lives? That is the question. Steadfast Presence stops Hong from getting himself out with the Dredge line, but do they want this fight? Baron goes in, the flash in, they're going to try and burn down the Shy, get rid of the tank, but the redemption keeps him going. He's still not dead. Ignite finally ticks down, the Shy has finally fallen. Now the rest of Weibo need to run away. Crisp is not dead yet, but they're going to reset. Baron might be the call just to run into this mid lane. You've got this massively powerful buff, but do they look for the Elder flip instead?
They want Elder. I think they want Elder more just because they know if they can get the Elder, they can end the game. They can still win the fight 4v5. Even if they lose the Elder, as long as they poke out enough members. It's just the fact they have no ultimates is so scary. Re-engage. Zeka.
Re-engage. Zeka! He found himself on top of Xiaohu and Light, who have to try and immediately disengage against himself over the lane. He carries. Zeka again denies everything. Zeka in playoffs is a different beast. And now we're going to see them TPing towards the mid lane as Scout tries to get this one going for themselves. They see the end in sight.
They've got 40 seconds on Light and Xiaohu. They've got a wave in the mid lane coming with the Baron buff. This might be enough time. Maybe if the Shy Weiwei and Crisp can try and get this wave away from the towers, it's enough. We'll see, but LNG off the back of back-to-back counter-strikes from Zeka might have just put them in the top 4.
We need a minimum of 3-man keeper's verdict from the Shy in order to keep this one going. They will have Daisy, so it's technically a 4v1. That's good. You got rid of the Varus. Now the Shy can move forward a little bit more confidently. They can't end. I don't think they can end. And they're taking too much damage now. The Shy has kept it. The keeper of the base shall not be denied.
They have to get to Elder.
And they have to go to Elder. But I don't know if they can take it, though. I don't think they have the time.
I don't know. I mean, they've got...
It's risky.
They've got... So this is the thing. When you have more dragons, it takes longer. Weiwei is going to get there. The Gust Walker, the Blue Smite as well, is going to get him closer to this dragon. Hung failed the Hex Flash. He's going to stay over the wall.
Flash on Weiwei. He has to
there's no flash. It should be good. It should be good for LNG.
Has gone wide. No, he doesn't go for it. I thought he was going to jump in. He decides the better of it. They just want to try and relax, build themselves back up. Weibo not dead yet, but my lord, are LNG starting to nail them into the coffin.
Yeah, it's everything but the game end right now. Elder should be enough. LNG, they just have to force. They have to force whilst they have this buff. And surely it's enough to win a game. Scout still has flash, but on the opposite side, Xiaohu, Light, Weiwei, the Shy, no one on Weibo has flash available. So they should just be able to pretty much hit Hung's ultimate and find the target that comes to mind immediately. LNG with a wave, with Elder Dragon, have everything they need to push forward into Weibo's base. Look to end this game.
15 seconds on Baron. That should be gone before they reach the inhibitors, or excuse me, the Nexus turrets. Here we go. There's going to be the ultimate. It lands onto one, technically two, but Hung was able to go for it. Scout is no longer part of this fight. The redemption comes in to keep everyone alive. The Shy is just so tanky. Zika tries to go in, but he gets buster shotted right back out. They don't have a wave. They can't end.
It's coming. It's on its way. It's on its way. And the resets are going to come through from Weibo. So they're actually resetting the health bars. Ocean Soul will help heal up some of these lower members of LNG. Next super wave is here. They have to try and hit the tower, but there's so little window to do it. Dredgeline maybe.
The brushes are just making this so hard. Weibo are able to distract them with minions. I don't think they can do it. They have a minute left with this Elder, but I don't think they can win.
There's no waves. There's no waves on the side lane either, so this Elder's been defended. Maybe a return around here, Hung. Oh, he's not going to find the Shy. They're trying again. They want to force once they have it. 45 seconds, round 3.
Round 3, let's fight. 40 seconds on the Elder. LNG, you are knocking on the door of a top 4 as they look to try and make this one work. The Shy goes in. The Shy's getting burnt down, and the Shy's not dead just yet. They've killed Hung. It's a 1-for-1 trade that's still good for Weibo. They've got themselves the base as they look to try and make this one work. Again, the minions have died. They can't end the game.
Oh, what's going on? I mean, they're still waiting. They've got 15 seconds on the buff, but surely Weibo just repeat what they've been doing, but with no Shy, maybe tanking is a little bit more difficult. 10 seconds on the Elder.
10 seconds, they're looking for it. Shurima, oh, they found it! It's now on to Light though. These health bars are so damn low, but Zika's got himself the Dragon's War, and that's it. It's over. Weibo are out. LNG are in.
LNG make the top 4 happen, and what an explosive game 5 to make it happen in. As close as it could have been. Elder times out as the Nexus dies, and a Weibo not able to make the stall defense happen as they had been for 2 whole minutes against the buff. And LNG, as it had been for so many times throughout this series, stack up the Dragons, and that is the difference maker in this game 5.
What a way to end this series. Tit for tat, punch for punch. And Weibo, it's bittersweet, but you can hold your heads up high. I don't think anyone was expecting to be this competitive. But wow, LNG, well played. And honestly, I was starting to get worried. I was starting to think it wasn't to be. The Shy starts popping off. You almost can't end with a Baron and an Elder buff. They are literally designed to help you end the game. They just about do it, and yeah, you can see the fans. They knew how bloody close it was, because that was an ordeal. That was a marathon for them to come out and get themselves in the top 4.
That was something. That was one of the most intense, nail-biting,
I'm sweating.
game 5s I think I have seen in a long, long time. And you have to wonder whether or not we're going to get that same level of tenaciousness out of the remainder of our top 4. What an amazing way to plant yourself in that double elimination portion of the playoffs as LNG. And again, you know, it was such a hard-fought series from start to finish. There were so many adaptations coming through, and at the end of the day, I feel like finally we found Weibo with a draft that they were probably the most happy with throughout this series. But again, it felt like LNG were just a step ahead throughout so much of this early game when it came to those Dragons, when it came to, you know, a lot of the rotations, crucially not allowing Weibo to get that cheeky early Baron again, like they did in that game number 3. And I think that was a difference maker, right? When you kind of eye up those 2 games and kind of compare and contrast. But yeah, what an insane way to round out this series. And, you know, obviously commiserations to Weibo commiserations to Cadril, who I'm sure might be very close to tears in his chair right now.
I mean, man, I don't even know what kind of emotions it is. It started, I will be totally honest for Cadril, it started as a meme. It definitely did not end as a meme.
No,
I thoroughly
it didn't.
believe he was fully committed to the Shy. It was like, haha, the Shy. And now it's like, no, seriously, the Shy. And I mean, look, it is what it is, and it's the way it ends, and it's the way League of Legends goes. Here's the funny thing, Jamada, right? I'm looking at the championship points. There is a world where if LNG finish 4th, the first round, or sorry, not even the first round, the qualifier to get into a qualifier, the qualifier for the 4th round qualifier could be Weibo versus LNG. So if Weibo won a revenge match, they are hoping that LNG just gets absolutely pummeled down into the ground, gets 4th place, and then our 6th and 5th place playoff will in the regionals will be Weibo versus LNG.
That's insane. That is insane
Wild.
to think about the fact that we could get this repeat. And you know, there are so many powerful, compelling, strong stories as well in the remaining top 6 for, you know, the ones that are still there for the regional qualifiers, of course. You know, Weibo is one of them. The Shy, Xiaohu, trying to make it back to that international stage. Gosh, even like, you know, LNG, right? This is a lineup which I think a lot of us were probably expecting to be the second team at MSI alongside JDG if it wasn't top esports, right? That was probably the expected top 3 from spring. So there is a lot on the line for all of the teams here, not just the ones that we saw today, but for LNG it's a step in the right direction to ensuring that you will be representing the LPL, of course, at the very least at Worlds. That's the race, right? Of course, there is also the LPL Summer Championship, the more important cookie for now in the immediate future, of course. You're going into JDG. It's going to be a very difficult and hard-fought match, no doubt. And you have to wonder if Weibo are going to be feeling sore, considering not only, of course, they've just lost, but the fact that they've not lost to JDG all year long. They've been able to tackle them at every corner. Now, LNG will be faced with that same task.
JDG is just like wiping the sweat off their brow. Woo! No Weibo to worry about. We're going to the finals, baby. But yeah, I mean, oh my lord, that was intense. And look, like it's so hard to see, like, you know, especially how hard that Weibo worked in that last few minutes of that game. The amount of just straight up, the amount of tenacity that was required of that team to just keep after wave of Baron and Elder, not losing anybody until that last wave. But unfortunately, you lost your wall. You lost your pillar to keep up this house, and it was the Shy. Without him, everyone else was too squishy, and it did feel like it was just one of those moments where it was the straw that broke the camel's back. Too much pressure being put on here, and look, we can obviously praise Weibo, but I think LNG need absolutely all the kudos they can possibly get because they were pushed to the limit today. They were definitely, a lot of questions were asked of LNG today from Weibo, and they had answers. Sure, it wasn't clean. Sure, it wasn't like, you know, JDG levels of domination, but it was still good from LNG, and specifically Scout. He had a rough start, but slowly but surely as the series went on in Game 4 and Game 5, he showed just how good of a player he is and why he was the regular season MVP.
Exactly, stepped up massively in this series. And, you know, yes, there was the first game, the second game, a little bit rough. Xiao, who I think was really, really, really on form, but able to step up when it mattered the most, you know, at the Game 5, at the pivotal moment, you know, and this could be a keystone moment at the end of the day for LNG, right? Making it into this top 4, the seeding is significantly better for the regional qualifiers if they don't make it into the auto-qualifying position off the back of this top 4 finish. So, you know, huge moment for LNG and redeeming themselves crucially after what happened in spring, right? Losing to OMG was arguably the second biggest upset in spring playoffs. I think most would probably argue, until we saw how good BLG was, that BLG being Weibo was probably the bigger one of the two.
And in your revised history, BLG beating JDG 3-0 in that first round 4.
4-1.
Sorry, 4-1. 4-1. Apologies. Apologies.
Yeah. But yeah, you know, I do, again, I agree, right? It was a massive upset then. It's nice to see them, you know, make up for that history and return now to a top 4, which, you know, should have been theirs, you know, in spring as well.
Yeah, and look, for LNG, this is a big moment for them. This is them to kind of put a lot of respect in the name. Scout still a winning mid laner of the World Championship. You still have Gala, an MSI winner. You still have so much talent on this roster. And Tarzan, you know, kind of touted as the best jungler in the world for quite a long time. You know, regardless if it was in LCK on Griffin or here in LNG in LPL. So there's so many little things like that that can kind of, you know, come together here. And I really do feel like LNG should be taking huge solace from this. It's a hell of a mountain to climb, though, if they want to try and best JDG. But we're going to bring up our MVP from game number 5. It is going to be Gala on this Varus. Didn't die. 100% kill participation. 40% of your team's damage. I will say majority of that went into the Poppy, but look, he got the job done.
Exactly. Got the job done. That's all that was important. 100% KP. Almost 40% of his team's damage. Obviously, we spoke about how critical Scout was, but underneath the hood, I guess there was a lot of damage we just weren't seeing being dished out by Gala at the same time. And yeah, absolutely phenomenal coming out from him throughout a lot of the series as well. I feel like there were so many moments where he did step up, and you know, even though this series was predominantly about Zucker, was predominantly about the mid laners as well, Gala underneath it all was also still a very pivotal chess piece to LNG success. And you do have to hope that for him, he'll be able to step up again and continue this, you know, buffed up form moving into JDG, because like you said, it's a mountain to climb. It's not going to be easy. JDG have very few teams really had them be challenged by, so LNG will have to put, you know, their soul on the table realistically to try and advance past them, unless they end up dropping, of course, into the lower bracket off the back of that. But yeah, Gala, fantastic performance.
Yeah, really well played, really. And even small things like this. Look at the movement there between the ultimate coming out from Leona, then dodges again from the Zenith Blade, because he just assumes, look, if she's close enough to ult me, she's probably close to Zenith Blade me. So really, really well, you know, good to see here from the side of LNG and Gala in general. And look, for LNG, just kind of standing up and being what they needed to do, doing what they needed to, you know, kind of have done here today. I know it sounds like a really stupid thing to say in the moment, but it does come down to it, is that, like, you know, it's a lot easier said than done to have a deathless game in a game 5 on such a pressure so high. Like, that's your season, that's your chance at a championship potentially wasting away, and he didn't falter.
Exactly right. He's been able to grab the ball by the horns. He took things into his own hands throughout a lot of that game. And again, whilst the focus was quite heavily centered around, you know, the Shy being a massive front line for Weibo in that game, and Zucker being a carry throughout a lot of that series, of course, the mid laners, junglers even, right? There were so many jungle bans in that final draft as well. You know, like everyone really stepped up. I think it was 6, maybe even 7 jungle bans. So yeah, fantastic performance. And you know, you can only really think positively and hope positively for LNG moving forward, because now our top 4 is set in stone. It is LNG, it is Top Esports, it is BLG, and it is JDG that will make up the final run of our playoffs for the next week and a half. There's the bracket for you. BLG Top Esports, that will be tomorrow at our usual time. We do not stop. The JDG LNG will follow the day afterwards.
Yep, we are, of course, cresting upon the end of our single elimination part. It's the cruel reality of a lot of what we do here, is that unfortunately a lot of teams, you know, they get so close yet so far. But from tomorrow onwards, we are into the double elimination, which means, Jamada, not including regionals, we are 6 best of 5s away from crowning a new LPL champion. That is how close it is. I'm so curious to see how BLG and Top Esports goes. I'm so desperate to see how JDG come into this meta because of how good they genuinely are. Are Tez and LNG actual contenders, or are we just going to see them get smashed down by the untouchables of JDG and BLG? That's where I want to see the next questions.
You know what? I'm just going to be plain, simple, very blunt. We've had a long day. You know, I'm not going to say the analysis goes out the window, but it becomes a lot less nuanced. I think the biggest issue for Top Esports is just going to be the top lane. I think that in that EDG series, Wayward had... I'm just going to say, he had a stinker, right? And Bin will take full advantage of Wayward if he is performing like that. So, you know, I was making jokes. I was sat watching the series yesterday with Kitty. I was even calling, like, does Qingtian need to come back in? Bin will put Wayward in a pack. He will pack it. So I'm hoping, for Top Esports' sake, that Wayward will step up, or maybe we see that substitution of Qingtian. Who knows? I highly doubt it, because Wayward seems to be the go-to now for this top esports lineup. And of course, JDG, LNG, we could talk top to bottom about that matchup, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day. So yeah, we'll get to it when we do, but it's going to be a lot about how LNG can try and approach JDG and whether or not they can shut down what seems to be a team in full creative stride at the top of the LPL standings.
That means we've come to the end of today's broadcast. Thank you so much, Jamada, for bringing me through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you guys for watching us. I know we had issues on Twitch. We do apologize for that. And thank you to all of our fantastic back-end production staff. Without them, none of this would be possible. We will see you guys tomorrow at the same time on the same channel. And be nice to Casual today, okay? We'll see you soon.